The two, maybe its job now is to see what he can do to urge that Ferrari either into braking or into the driver making a mistake. But it's Pierre Guidi at the lead, and he was 2/10 down against Vervish in the first sector. So the gap is set to come down, as we were predicting, in the remainder of this stint.
Every time you get a high shot, David, you get a low shot and it looks like the track is fairly uniformly dry, but when you get a high shot you can see exactly what the drivers are talking about. You can see there is a clear dry line, and the rest of the track, which could be as much as 2/3 of its width, is damp. In fact, a good view as they go down to Fania. Oh gosh, there we are, around the outside of the Pro-Am leading Ferrari, sweeps Fred Vervish, but the door not being left open for, unfortunately, Marcus Winkelhock. And so a little moment there that has separated the two Audis to give even more of an advantage.
And the back marker.
Sky Tempesta car, Chris Froggatt at the wheel, is the class leader, but he did the right thing, get out of the way, but you can't make yourself disappear when you've got two cars trying to pass you, and Froggatt just caught out there. But he's got to lead a fair margin over the second car in the Pro-Am class, which is now in the hands of Alexander West. That's running 20th to his 18th. Those are the Pro-Am front runners. There is the Sky Tempesta car. We mentioned, David, running like clockwork. They've certainly maybe inserted a little bit of caution in their tactic, but a lot of about this race is about not making mistakes, isn't it?
Absolutely so, and they have kept out of trouble. Very, very few dramas for that squad, and the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari Pro-Am leader Alexander West in 188 there is second. Alexander West, somebody else that gets better and better and better season by season by season. Right now he is under attack from the Emil Frey Lamborghini, which is looking to try to move through to put a lap on the Aston, but the Swedish driver Alexander West, an investor within Garage 59, comes down towards the bus stop, and right on his tail with the wiper going is the 163 Giacomo Altway Lamborghini that can't find a way through terribly easily. Third within the Pro-Am battle at the moment is the surviving Barwell Lamborghini Leo Machitsky at the wheel. This is 84, second in the Silver Cup. Russell Ward, the American driver, at the wheel of this HTP car. Remember, we saw Philip Ellis and Indy Doncia driving it earlier. Down into the looping left of Pouan it goes. Good to have Russell Ward here. Good to see the car going so well in the Silver Cup. It's also an Intercontinental GT point scorer, that. And number 5 is leading Silver Cup, Sergei Afanasiev, along with Hubert Haupt, Gabriele Piana and Michele Beretta. That is another car in the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Starting to look nice and grubby on the tail end. I do like in the 24-hour race. I don't like to see clean cars. They're supposed to be, particularly when you run at Spa, you're going to pick up a lot of filth off the track because there was rain overnight. But right now, it's Pierre Guidi leading for Ferrari by 4 seconds from Fred Vervish.
Indeed so. Ferrari leads here at Spa. So let's look back at what's been going on in a very busy race thus far, with the cars accelerating away after a delayed start because of a barrier drama in an earlier race. But it was well worth the wait because the opening stint was an absolute corker. That battle between Raffaele Marciello and Christopher Mies going toe-to-toe as they went down through Eau Rouge and then up Raidillon for the first time. Mercedes ahead, Audi slotting in behind. Marciello through with Mies behind, and everybody, despite riding the curves, getting through safely. Rob Bell in the Optimum McLaren busy battling, and then number 84 Mercedes turned around. Other cars behind it had been tapped into a spin. Finlay Hutchison picked up damage, so also did Daniel Kalvitz. Alexandra Imperatori's Porsche had been involved in that, was given a penalty. We had a safety car, that was brought in, racing back on, and Hiroshi Hamaguchi ploughed off the road into the barrier, and after just 33 laps that car was out of the race. Giancarlo Fisichella came under attack from Alvaro Parent at 24 laps. The first pit stop cycled through with Rover Racing bringing in number 99 to get it out of sequence to get that car into clear track space when the first round of stops had concluded. 88 Mercedes in the hands of Raffaele Marciello continued to lead the opening part of the race as the number 78 Silver Cup Lamborghini from Barwell was attacked by the Lexus. Dennis Lind was on his toes, working his way up past number 66. Mattia Drudi had started the car. Patrick Niederhauser did the second stint within, but up front Marciello was still building that advantage. Number 78 Lamborghini, Frederick Schandorf, Patrick Kujala from Barwell Motorsport joined in that car by Alex McDowell, leading in the Silver Cup. But up front, the overall battle was becoming very fierce indeed. And some of the cars, like Maro Engel's Mercedes, diving on the inside line of the bus stop, running out deep. So back through came Niederhauser. Thomas Preining jumped one, then he jumped the other. Preining in the Porsche, going ahead of Niederhauser as Dennis Lind led before relaying Marco Mappelli in number 63. Lind had set a new lap record. Apelli went even quicker. In the Silver Cup, the Mad Panda Mercedes was battling on as the overall situation had the big mix of leading cars working their way through the back markers. They were busy battling as well. As nighttime fell, so did rain, and in Porta, Robert Renard, he ended up in the Thorn tyres. He wasn't the only one in strife in the darkness. There was a long list. Here was the next one, number 34, Nick Katzberg, getting into the rear of Charles Wirtz, and the Sprint Cup champion out of the race. Another full course yellow into the safety car procedure as the field turned down the hill through Pouen, racing once more then. Battles picked up with 88 Mercedes going after the leading Lamborghini. Behind, Porsche, Audi, all squabbling for place. Past the endurance pits, the climb up through Radion. Number 88 Mercedes chasing on behind 63 Lamborghini as the 78 Barwell Lamborghini continued to be the strongest car within the Silver Cup. Up front, Marco Apelli looking good in the leading Orange One FFF Racing Team Lamborghini. Others lower down still having their own fights. Number 47 Porsche brakes glowing red hot came up in the hands of Michael Christensen to try to gain a place at the bus stop. Couldn't do it, but equally didn't allow through the WRT Audi number 31. Kelvin van der Linde making a move to the outside down towards La Source, but not quite able to find a way by. Next round of pit stops was opened up and the leading cars in a line. Marciello and Fraga had been sharing 88. Tibor Boguslavski not getting behind the wheel because they were trying to maximise that car performance in order to score points at the 6 and 12 hour marks. Boguslavski, the slower of the three, kept out of the car. Ultimately, he wouldn't actually drive because of problems before dawn. Back markers always create a hazard for the quicker drivers, and at Spa this year, no exception with the extended nighttime running. People trying to thread their way through. There was a drive-through penalty for the number 78 Barwell Lamborghini, which was served, and the car got back on track. And also Michael Christensen copped a drive-through for track limit abuse, which has been a big talking point of the weekend. The AM leading Porsche of Michael Lewis went off the road, did rear damage, and ultimately retired from the race. Number 108 therefore became one of the leading cars in the AM class. The CMR Bentley working its way up the class order as Kelvin van der Linde powered his way through the traffic and gained ground against the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes. Another retirement. Raymond Vos, he went into the wall at La Source. He dragged the car back, but the damage was too great. Andrea Caldarelli took over, number 63, last year's multiple champion, getting behind the wheel and still looking strong for a good result. But it had been a great job done in the night by Marco Apelli. Marciello and Fraga still sharing 88 Mercedes, still in touch as Kelvin van der Linde served his drive-through for track limit abuse, and worse was to come for number 31 Audi. As the field battled to the campus right-hander through the traffic, we had a spin at the pith path for Christoph Cresp in the Audi. He would rejoin, but then the car had another off, and that brought out yet another full course yellow and safety car period, putting 88 as the leader behind the car of the safety car. Kelvin van der Linde then stopped going up through Radion. A gutted WRT squad could do nothing. The car had lost drive, a mechanical problem putting van der Linde out of the race, and really one of the most fancied Audis for a good result out even before midnight. Back on track, Caldarelli came up to make a move against Raffaele Marciello but couldn't find a way by. That kept the Lamborghini in second spot then, and he would have to try again. But it wasn't long before Caldarelli gave way to Dennis Lind. Also, it wasn't long before we had the full course yellows back out and blinking. On the restart, 88 Mercedes jumped ahead of the number 98 Porsche, which had found itself in the lead. Number 47 making up ground after its drive-through penalty for track limit abuse. Busy in the traffic, but ultimately a front upright would affect number 47, and it would fall way down the order. More pit stops to be cycled through, and after the 12-hour mark, where there was a hiatus before the end for points, more of the teams serving their 5-minute mechanical pit stop. So the race leading car at the juncture was 88 Mercedes, clear road ahead, and the car looking good with number 63 Lamborghini slotting in behind. The Rover Porsche number 98 was another one yo-yoing up and down the order. Earl Bamber sharing the car with Nick Tandy and Lawrence Van Thor, and that too was in contention. Because Rover was doing a different pit strategy, the car was never an easy one to read during the night, but whenever a pit stop sequence had calmed down, it was always in that leading group. So out clambered Raffaele Marchiello. It would get Felipe Fraga to 88, and the car back on track, still looking good for the French ACA ASP squad. Out on track though, the battles for position continued apace, with heading into Le Camp 51 Ferrari, the Pierre Guidi Collado Nielsen Ferrari, going through on the inside line. 63 Lamborghini also getting in on the battle, forcing 51 out wide at the bus stop, and eventually the Ferrari having to give back the place. Then drama for 88, a brake exploding going up towards Le Camp, the damage taking a wheel off the car, and although it was limped back, that was the end of the race for a car that had looked so strong through qualifying and the early part of the race. Felipe Fraga came in to retire after 263 laps. So it was then a battle between Italian cars, Lamborghini versus Ferrari up front. A little bit more rain came in the early hours. That made the circuit slippery once more, and it meant that the drivers had to be oh so careful, as 98 Porsche, Nick Tandy, having done a great job in the night, battled his way up the pecking order. A spin for number 52 Ferrari. It would have another one in the hands of Daniel Serra. It would have a big crash to be a retirement, with Louis Machiels at the wheel in the early part of daylight. 66 off the road and back on again as the Attempto Audi tried to sprint through the traffic, but the boards for the full course yellow were being prepared. Another safety car period. More drama out on track, with number 111 Mercedes a retirement. We had Martin Tomczyk's BMW in strife as well just before dawn, and the race control team between about 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock had a huge amount to do with incident after incident after incident. The drivers, the teams coping with all of this nighttime running. Dennis Lind in 63 came under attack from the Patrick Niederhauser driven number 66 Audi. They swung through La Source as one. The drivers all hoping for daylight to break, and then their task eased as diving into the pit lane, the number 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. 51 Ferrari out of the AF Corsa stable, looking strong. We lost number 129. That out of the race was Michel Petit, the Raton Racing Lamborghini, parked by the side of the road. So yet again, full course yellow, and that in turn brought out the safety car. 98 still chipping its way up the order. The Rover team experienced in long distance racing, whereas off the road went the number 40 Thomas Preining, Louis Delatraz Porsche. The car also crewed by Romain Dumas. Martin Tomczyk's accident had started at Blanchimont, ended at the bus stop, and with the road drying but only one line, so the road became treacherous if you put a wheel away from that black proper racing line. That was the warm bit. Just go away from that, it was very slippery indeed, and plenty of drivers would find that in the early part of the morning. Dennis Lind lost the Lamborghini. He was leading, and the car cannoned into the tyre stack. The car out of the race, and Dennis Lind was just inconsolable. Then Chris Goodwin had a spin. Also spinning in sympathy, Daniel Aleman. He hit the barriers and was then hit by Alex McDowell. That's how it looked from the other angle at the top of Radiant. Cars going everywhere. Barwell losing one Lamborghini, but the sister car just making it through the wreckage. Not surprisingly, that had to be a full course yellow and safety car to clear up the circuit, remove the cars. You had to feel for McDowell. He committed to going effectively the wrong way. Louis Machiels helped out of his Ferrari after a big impact down at the approach to Stavelot. So another safety car period. And not helping the race control team was the fact that cars kept on pitting just when they thought they got the race leader behind. So it took a little bit of orchestrating, but on this round of pit stops, significantly, the Santalok 25 jumped ahead of the Attempto 66 Audi. They left in the opposite order from which they'd come in, but it wasn't long before Audi made the call to say that the Attempto car ought to be ahead on the track because it did have better pace. So the team game being played here by Audi Sport, and indeed by the teams representing the brand. Race back on, so good battles once more as the field turned its way up into the sequence of corners at Le Camp. 66 there in the hands of Mathieu Drudy would give way to Fred Verviche. The Honda, Mario Farnbacher taking it over as they repaired a little bit of damage, but he had good pace, getting himself clear of the Ferrari and then unlapping himself from the race leading Audis, the gap between which had certainly grown. So it was advantage Audi until the next round of pit stops, which is where Ferrari 51 made a faster stop and ultimately would jump ahead with now the race 428 laps old, and number 51 Ferrari leads here at Spa.
So what do we know at dawn? We've passed dawn, we've run through the pit stop stages, you've just done the highlights, and how do we predict who's going to come out top in this race with just under 5 hours remaining? You need a slide rule. But at the moment, top of the screen, Alessandro Pierguidi leading by 1 second from Fred Vervies. It's Ferrari ahead of Audi. Third place, Marcus Winkelhock, just another 2.7 seconds in arrears. And guess what? It's Spa. What do we add to Spa to make it even more exciting? A drop or two of rain. I'm Bruce Jones. I've got John Watson alongside me, and we've got a long way to go in this race, but so many twists and turns so far. But the main thing, look, the gap's come down and down. We expected the 66 attempt, so Audi to make its pit stop and emerge just in the lead. We were proved wrong. The Audi had done its pit stop about 3 laps earlier, swept through in front, but that gap was 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. It's now down to under a second between the first two cars.
Yes, Bruce, and it's the rain that we've just seen coming onto start-finish straight is going to be all around the racetrack. Remember, this is a circuit with loads of elevation, and the lowest part of the circuit get these localized weather patterns. So as soon as you start seeing rain on your windscreen, your automatic reaction is to think, what's going to happen? Is the circuit going to be wet all around? Right now, the pace that Alessandro Pierguidi and it's Fred Vervies, I beg your pardon, Matteo Drudi was in that car, did another amazing job behind the wheel, but Fred Vervies likewise has stood up and taken the challenge back to the leading Ferrari, pulling away from Marcus Winkelhock, and one assumes that there was again an inter-team agreement that led the quicker of the two Audis, which right now is the attempt to racing entry. There you can see Marcus Winkelhock just coming out of Speaker's Corner, so he's falling back, but there's 4 3/4 hours of this race to go. And if that rain that we had just momentarily coming onto pit straight, maybe it's just a brief shower of little consequence, doesn't look as if it's raining anywhere else around the racetrack certainly at this point, from what we can see on screen.
No, that's been a massive feature of this race. Certainly as we went from daylight to into the night last night, we had these flurries of rain that lasted for about 2 or 3 laps. We saw one of the cars, it was the 26 attempt, Santalop Racing Audi. They were the first ones to respond and put on wet weather tyres. Within a few laps they absolutely cursed, came back to put on dries, and then to add insult to injury, one of the front left wheel wouldn't come off the car, so it was compounding all of their disappointment. Come what may though, it didn't end their race. Unfortunately, Christophe Crest put the car off at Blanchimont, and that was the end. That was that. But the sister car, the number 25 car, running third, just out of the back of our shot, but more rain on the leads. Again, it seems to be up around the Formula One pits at bus stop, not at other points. So it's at the high point, not at the low points on the track.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the camera lens, but in fact it doesn't look as if it's any great significance. It's certainly not having any bearing on the pace of Alessandro Pierguidi and Frederic Vervies. So just that little quick sprinkle of water, rain at that point. And now as they descend down this hill, and when you see it in reality, not looking at it this camera, that is a very steep descent. And then the ascent up over Eau Rouge, over Radio, is even more steep. You can see the cars just almost in front of the car, not quite getting airborne, but not a long way from it.
Such a brilliant shot though, isn't it?
Yeah.
See how the cars are absolutely unweighted when they get to the crest of the hill. You don't need a stopwatch to tell you that Fred Vervies is a little bit closer. He was 0.7 of a second down. He was 0.4 of a second on the start finish line. But now he's got to see where his Audi has the strengths and where, if any, weaknesses appear for Alessandro Pierguidi in his Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. We keep repeating it. You can catch the car you're chasing down, but once you get up to within a half a second, as where we see Fred Vervies right now, what do you do? How then do you make that step forward? And again, we keep repeating ourselves and saying, well, we have to wait for traffic. And there's a bit of traffic. One car just directly ahead now of Alessandro Pierguidi. Both drivers will be factoring that in and thinking, well, where is the Ferrari going to catch that car? Will it be in an awkward place? Can I gain anything out of it? Or will I actually be the one that loses out? So it's almost like a game of cat and mouse, just using traffic around the racetrack. And in the case of the Ferrari, that's a mad panda. How appropriate. Sorry to laugh, but the mad panda Ferrari, about Mercedes being caught by the lead Ferrari. Now that's a quick car in a straight line. Again, down to the bottom of the circuit. Wipers just being used on the Mercedes, so is that indicative that the rain that we saw up at the start-finish line is going to become a factor elsewhere around the racetrack?
Well, an interesting thing there, John, is Fred Favish actually lost ground in the middle sector of the three, and so Pierre Guidi enjoying a little bit more of an advantage, but he's caught that Mercedes so quickly. Ezekiel Perez compact right now needs to just accelerate away from the corner and be notified. He's got them on the lights being flashed from behind. Here is the race leader. You're in the Silver Cup class, and in the Argentinian, absolutely textbook job. Now, don't adjust your eyesight. That is the livery on the Art car. Boots on Gini on car. Karim OJ climbing out, and Benjamin Lessen about to get on board. John, did you draw that? It looks very good. Well done.
Certainly might have done it in my childhood, Bruce, but with a old box of crayons that we were all given as kids to shut us up. We didn't have laptops and internet and all that stuff to distract us and probably taint our minds. And that age, that very...
Oh, the age of innocence, John.
An age of innocence, and an age where we could be influenced by things that really we shouldn't be. So we stuck with the crayons. I mean, I'm sure as a child, okay, we didn't have an M6 or is this an M8 BMW to colour in our books. We probably had something as exciting as an Austin A35, or maybe, if you were very lucky, a Triumph TR2.
Whoa, swoopy. But anyhow, I love the history of the Art car. Some years I think they hit the target, some years not. But the fact it's in the race is something that I think is such a rich part of the history. Let's take a look at the winner prediction. And it's based on the pit stop times they've taken and what they still have to go. So, hey, the 25 Audi running in third place. Well, there we go. And so, unfortunately for Fred Favish, his car is chasing down the race leader, but he's predicted to get to fourth place. But predictions, who's driving the crystal ball, and how you can number crunch all you want, what you can't. Anything, of course, can happen at Spa. We could have rain, we could have snow. It's almost that time of year.
The whole point, but that is a prediction, and that's part of the race information that we're bringing you, and it's very important that we can convey all the predictions that are being done. But look what's going on, the battle for first place now. How close can you get to the tail of the Ferrari?
Well, I tell you what, let's go down, because the number 25 crew is predicted to win this race. Good prediction. Let's hear from its young star, Dorian Boccolacci, down in the pits.
Dorian, we're coming into the closing hours of this mammoth race, and you guys are predicted to be winners in this by the AWS. What do you say to that?
Yeah, of course, the race doesn't start as expected. We were one lap down before the night, and then we did a really good strategy, and Azi, Winkelhock and me were driving really good. So now we arrived to the final hours, but it's still long before the end, and we will fight till the end, till the last meter for the win, and to try to do something good for the team, and also for my first 24 hours.
Absolutely, and you should be jumping into the next slip.
Yeah, normally, maybe not the next stint, but normally yes. So after we'll see how the weather is, because they said maybe some rain before the end of the race. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we stay focused till the end, and we just push.
Great to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very impressive young French driver, just turned 22, in single-seaters still, when in fact he was still racing in Formula 2 last year, but he dipped his toe in the water of GT3 racing, and this year it's his big thing. But also, he's busy other weekends. He's busy in the support programme, because he does the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo as well, so he's used to hopping from car to car, which is never a bad skill to have, John.
Well, what I'm impressed with Dorian Boccolacci and a number of other young drivers coming in, it says to me that this form of racing GT3 that we've been enjoying for so many seasons now has got a safe future, because there is great talent coming through. In the past, for many years, GT racing was very much the domain of the drivers who had a career in other formulas, then was looking for a way of, let's say, gradually tapering down their career. Well, I'll tell you what, now this is about tapering your career up. And I mean, it's just getting better and better I mean, you've got right now Alessandro Pierguidi, who is one of the more senior drivers, being pursued by Fred Verbies, who is one of the more senior drivers, who is Marcus Winkelhock, who's one of the more senior drivers. But in their respective teams, they've got young drivers, particularly in the case of the third place Sandalock Racing Audi, Dorian Bacalacci, who is, to me, I just thought he was outstanding. The first time I saw him earlier this year, he is a racer, and I like seeing racers. I don't want to see drivers driving around. This is a 24-hour event. To me, I counted this 24 one-hour sprint events. And when you get people like that, or a Preening in the Porsche, other people throughout the field, you have to go through all the names. I mean, Dennis Lynn, for example, one of those drivers, likewise, they are going to be around for the next, as long as they want to be, because they've got oodles of talent, and they make it exciting to watch. And it's excitement that we want to convey and bring to you at every round, whether it's a 24-hour race or a one-hour sprint race. It's just, I think it's fantastic.
Well, it's a case of refresh, and it means that a bit of bodywork tape just flapping off the back of one of the cars. Nothing untoward, but it just means none of these pros can rest on their laurels. And more to the point, as you say, the drivers coming in are ever younger, ever keener. These aren't drivers looking for the second part of their career. This is their career, and I think it really is manifest in just the talent that's coming through. And as you say, it makes those who are thinking maybe backing off a little bit in their career, you cannot back off. No. You have to be fully on your toes. And don't think the drivers don't like the challenge. Marcus Winkelhock, great fun out of the car, but when he's in the car, super serious. And we heard Dorian Boccolacci's teammate talking about how the rain is coming. Look at that crew. Who do you want in the car when it's fully wet at Spa? I'd want Winkelhock in my car.
Correct. Just by the way, you mentioned that bit of tape that we saw coming up into Lake Coombe on the racetrack. That, I think, came off the lap prior from the 66 attempt to Audi. I noticed something just as they turned in, and I think it was a little bit of what they call gaffer tape that's applied to, particularly if the bodywork has been in contact with another car. So I think that bit of tape, which is harmless bit of debris on the racetrack, came from the 66.
Well, this is a great little battle here. We're looking at the Pro-Am lead battle. Barwell Motorsport, the Lamborghini, leading. In between is a Mercedes, but Giancarlo Fisichella is listed as Frogget on the screen, but on my timing screen it's saying Fisichella. I'll just double check. In the Sky Tempesta racing car, which started the laps 4.7 seconds in the rear. It's got past the Mercedes now, and clear line of sight to the Pro-Am class leader. So let's just ride. John, what are we seeing as we're looking at the Ferrari? Oh, nice tidy line there from Fisichella coming up through Blanchimont.
Well, what you're going to see is a quality driver. Again, referring to youth versus maturity. Giancarlo has got so much experience, so much knowledge from so many seasons behind the wheel. First of all in a single-seater career, now moving into GT. So he'll just be sitting there. He's been there, he's done it, and he's got just natural pace. He cruises up right up to the back of the Barwell Lamborghini as it goes into La Source. Then, of course, the usual seesaws, they exit out of the corner. But fundamentally, Fisichella is running down Leo Machiski in the Barwell Lamborghini, and the gap between them, well, it's probably a little over a second as they come over the crest of the hill. Giancarlo, oh, look at the speed he carried in the process. Took probably a little bit more of the inside of the corner than might be the norm, but he gave him an additional drive off the radio, and just the Lamborghini was sitting there like a sitting duck.
It was a good shot looking at his little in-car camera there. You could see already the Lamborghini behind him. There was a 3-second difference between these cars from the previous lap, but certainly Fisichella, the first opportunity to go past, grabbed it with both hands. No disrespect at all to Leo Mashitsky. He won't feel any pain there. He has lost the Pro-Am class lead. So Sky Tempesta Racing, 4.5 hours remaining. They came here looking to win the Pro-Am class.
Look again, how much quicker was the Ferrari over radio? I mean, clearly it was doing about 5 or 6, maybe up to 10 kilometres more as they climbed over the top of the hill, and Leo Mashitsky was a sitting duck. Nothing he could do. He took his own pace, which is the pace he is correct at driving at, and he didn't try and do anything that would prevent Fisichella in the Ferrari from finding his way around, and that was just simply by being quicker through Eau Rouge, but primarily the transition from Eau Rouge through and over radio. Ferrari carried way more speed and made the pass absolutely as easy as possible. I mean, that's the type of pass a driver always prays for. You don't want to get bogged down or caught behind a car which has got a similar top speed, and then you can't really make any move.
No, exactly so. But from Fisichella's point of view, what he knew he was going to try and pass him on that lap, but the first opportunity arrived at exactly a point where he could find an advantage. Alessandro Pierguidi still leading the race, 1.7 seconds. The good goes past the Parker Racing,
yes,
Bentley, and in the background the green-nosed Audi had got closer. So he's been falling back a little bit. The last few laps better for Pierguidi, not so good for the chasing Fred Verviche. Marcus Winkelhock now starting to come back.
But Marcus Winkelhock has actually closed up again to the tail of the second place Fred Verviche Audi. Now this again is often the case of ebb and flow of traffic. There's the Honda. Now that has been doing a sterling job. And we saw when it came out after that pit stop, James Calado couldn't do anything about the pace. Marco Feinbacher was all over the Ferrari, got past the two Audis, and in effect put himself, took a lap back from being what he's 3 laps down now. But I mean, a really impressive run from the Honda at that relatively early phase back into daylight, as we look at the 66 running in second place, 2.6 seconds behind Alessandro Pierguidi, but the Bentley is between the Ferrari and the Audi. Marcus Winkelhock again. I mean, you talk about oodles, but he's, I mean, such an experienced race driver, and so in the race car, Louis is a 100% racer. He's when you win a race like the Spa 24, it gives you that extra little level of confidence and knowledge and how and what it takes to come first at the end. We've only got 4.5 hours of this race remaining.
John, I think almost in any sport, if you have that mindset that you are going to win, it makes an enormous difference. And if you even find yourself behind, I used it in my days when I played rugby, you still expected to win, and you would win. You'd find a way to get that try at the very end to go back in front. Winning teams keep on winning. But what I love, the fact we've got Attempto Racing, they've never won the Spa 24 Hours before, but they're right in the mix. When we looked at that graphic a short while ago, the race predictor brought to us, powered by AWS, unfortunately for the 66 crew, they were dropping down to 4th place in the overall battle, and that was when they were at the very front. And now the sister car, the sister Audi, the 25, still predicted as a race leader. But how about the number 4 Mercedes running 5th overall? Mauro Engel putting in some very good lap times. He's catching the SMP Ferrari that's running in 4th place, but you cannot discount this team. I do still slightly close my eyes and still think Black Falcon, Mauro Engel, Lucas Stoltz, you think of the success they've had over the years. The team's been rebranded this year. Hubert Hout, long-time Mercedes racer, his name is over the door. He's driving the sister car in the Pro-Am class, but they're outright guns. Mauro Engel doing a really good job. That's a car you can never discount.
And right now Mauro Engel is running down that 4th place Ferrari, the SMP Racing Ferrari. He's in that lovely situation where, forget about what's behind him, it's not relevant, it's what's ahead of him that he's focusing upon. So he is trying to catch, but Giovanni Rigo, he's 8.2 seconds behind the 4th place Ferrari, and the last lap of each car, well, the last lap are almost identical times to within 1/10 of a second, but nevertheless that's a battle within the top 6 that will rage on all the remaining 4 hours and 29 minutes as we look at the 98 Porsche, which is, well, it's in 6th place. Earl Bamber, 12.7 seconds, and it's not, it's the lead Porsche, and you got Porsche, 6th, 7th and 8th, and with they had 11 entries in this race, the biggest single brand, and at one point it looked as if Kevin Estre could do some good business. Other Porsche drivers have been to the fore at different points, but right now that's a disappointing overall performance for the brand that was best represented with the biggest number of entries.
Well, I do remember, John, after a couple of hours you pointed at the screen and just held up lots of fingers and said, look, top 14, we've got 6 Porsches, they're all going one way, which is towards the front of the race. I think the biggest blow has been losing, the KCMG 47 Porsche losing, well, at least 5 laps with a repair for that front left upright, because that was the one that really, when the battle was tight, seemed to be the one working its way up through the order. Very close with the GPX racing cars, but it worked its way through. It had an advantage. Alas, now still running, but down in 18th place in the Pro-Am class. So it's we saw Giancarlo Fisichella take the lead. He's now 6 and a bit seconds clear, and pulling ever further clear of Leo Mashitsky, who's second in the Barwell Lamborghini. Johnny Adam, there's a name that's had success at Spa in the past. He's 3rd in the class. at the moment. 22nd place overall. He's about nearly 2 minutes down on Leo Mashitsky, but we know that the Scot really does fly.
They got the Honda Marco Farnbacher behind Giancarlo Fisichella, and a couple of hours ago we saw, well, maybe an hour ago, how good the Honda was when it had that fresh set of rubber on after a refueling and driver change. So can he do anything against Giancarlo Fisichella in a car which is identical in performance to the 51 Ferrari that's leading the race?
Well, Don, let's take a look at a masterclass from Giancarlo Fisichella up to La Source. Let's see how he fares.
So out of La Source, then the drop down the hill. So pulling gears. Oh, has a look down, makes a small adjustment on the car. I don't know what the adjustment he made is, and I'm just trying to see. Can't quite read the gears. Oh, he gives a bit of a lift, and there's just after the apex. I thought he was going to go through there without lifting, but there's a little confidence lift, whether that was to check the nose or to check the tail, one of the two. But anyway, look how calm and relaxed he is. I mean, there's very little going on. Oh, and he lifted off, let the Honda go past. Was that why would he have done that? I mean, certainly the Honda would have had a good run. Yes, well, the two cars are in a different race, which is maybe that's just why he decided, well, I don't need to race the Honda. What I don't want is a Marco Farnbacher giving me a hard time. But he certainly did back out of it.
Well, he did, but Farnbacher would have closed on him very quickly. He gained 2 seconds on the Ferrari on the last lap. They're racing in different classes, of course, as Mario Farnbacher. Speakers corner, wide, over the curbs. That proves it's dried out a bit, John. They're allowed to use the curbs now.
They can. I mean, the curbs have been getting a lot of usage. It's just that the overall track temperature, even the racing line, wow, again, look at the Ferrari, just the back end stepped out momentarily on Fisichella. The racing line, the track temperature is cold. The off line is even colder, and that's the reason why we're not seeing the track in general dry out. And how many times have I been to a racetrack where ambient temperature, remember places like Canada or North America, you know, at the end of September, wow, he's struggling a little bit, the back end of the Ferrari, and he's having to feather the throttle a lot. So I don't know how long Fisichella's been in this car. Again, making a change with putting the wiper on just to clear the screen. But I think Giancarlo maybe is feeling that the back end of the car has not got the level of grip. And again, he's having to be cautious going through Blanchimont, back up the hill, back into the chicane.
Well, it's interesting, John, looking at the race vision powered by AWS Speed Trap at Blanchimont in the Pro-Am Cup. Fisichella's only 4th fastest and 10k down on the BMW, the ARC car. Benjamin Lecen, who is at the wheel at the moment, but he did seem to be struggling down the lower part of the circuit.
Yeah, there was certainly a lot more work in the middle sector, the sector 2, than previous laps. So again, it's just, you know, the tyres being at the end of a stint, or possibly at the end of a stint, beginning to say, look, we've done our hard yards. There is the second place car, Leo Mashitsky, and he's dropped back considerably, as one might understandably and reasonably assume, from Fisichella. In the lead, Sky Tempesta Ferraris, they go up through Eau Rouge, and here we go back down to Pouhon. So Johnny Adam, 3rd place in the Aston Martin. This is the car, I think was this the car that we saw that massive spin up at the top of? So that was Chris Goodwin behind the wheel. So Johnny Adam, that car would have needed probably a fresh set of rubber, because there would have been, should have been, could have been 4 massive flat spots. Because
well, I think if
that car just locked them all up and spun like a top.
Yeah, we've seen speeds of 260 kph up over the crest there, so slightly slower with the car already spinning. But now, leading the Silver Cup class, Sergei Afanasiev, we could have the situation that the Hout Racing team wins the race outright and wins the Silver Cup, which is going to be a phenomenal accolade for a team that wasn't created until this spring. Of course, the whole season was delayed. We all know by what, but for the Hout Racing team, going very nicely in the Silver Cup class. Sergei Afanasiev just up the track ahead by about 10 seconds of Giancarlo Fisichella. Not in the battle though. Fisichella, of course, for Sky Tempesta Racing, is running in the Pro-Am class in Silver Club. It's now Russell Ward in second place.
Gaining an unfair advantage, cutting T19.
Okay, end of the lap, and that's the car in second place. Fred Vervish at the wheel. We do not know if that is actually from Fred's stint, or was it when Matteo Drudi was at the wheel, but it's been in the heat of battle for quite some while, and it's been the Audi, the lead Audi in the race, but still trying to hunt down the Ferrari of Pierguidi, but having got onto its tail to within 0.4 of a second, it's now 3.5 seconds the deficit to the Ferraris. So something not all going well. And when you get a little warning that they're looking at you, you may have an offence coming or being punished. It's certainly a weight on your shoulders.
Well, it's certainly, once the warning has been given, you need to be on your toes, and you do not need. We saw the Porsche earlier in the race, the 47, getting that penalty. Michael Christensen had to take the drive through, and that really put the team on the back foot. Of course, they've had other issues subsequently, but you know, that time lost in a drive-through is time that you'll never make back up again.
You never make it back. It's a car trying to make up ground, but it's not going to catch the class leader. In the Silver Cup class, Russell Ward running second for HTP Motorsport, but he's some number of laps down on the class-leading HRT Mercedes. So it's Mercedes first and second in class. And the third car in the Silver Cup class is a Lamborghini, which is Taylor Proto, British-born, American-based racer. The 555 Lamborghini, that's third in the Silver class. But for Russell Ward, he and his father Bryce put so much into HTP Winwood and competing in the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and great to have the car here. It really looks like it's sort of stealth racer, isn't it, in that sort of dark matte livery.
Yeah, and just a very nice entry. And it.
Nice entry to the corner, John, caught out by the commentator's curse of the cough. It catches you at the least expected moment.
Indeed. A very clean entry, good exit. Car looked nicely balanced, doing the job that they're to do. This is a car that's racing for its own class success. It's not looking for outright victory. So it continues on its way down into Bruxelles. Again, just everything done in a very measured, I mean, unexciting to watch. There's no movement of the car. It just looks like it's planted. So the car is doing its business. The driver, more importantly, is not ragging the car. He's not overusing the car. He's got a job to do, and that's why they're in that position.
Now for Bentley, it just has not been a dream race. Look, car 107, the green one, has been in trouble from the start, letting one of the two Rover Racing Porsches by. But for Seb Morris, we know he can make these cars fly. But down in 34th position, that's getting down towards the tail end of the runners. They've had their spins, they've had their moments, but right now, just trying to see what sort of lap pace Seb's managing, but it's looking slow out on the track. 2:27s. That's about 5 seconds, 4 seconds down on where it should be.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Derek Berner Rover Racing Porsche that slipped by the 99. But the rain, again, looks like it may be beginning to fall as they come through Pujol.
Yeah, a few cars using their wipers. We want to find out what's happening on down in the pit shortly, because always good to catch up with the people who've been most recently at the wheel. But talking things Bentley, let's go down to catch up with one of the drivers, a young French ace. He's only 19. Pierre-Alexandre Jean.
Pierre, you've just got out of the car, and you said the car's now finally feeling good after starting off troublesome at the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah, unfortunately we had a bad luck at the start of the race, which cost us 20 laps down from the lead. But yeah, honestly the car is amazing on dry condition. I'm very happy about my times, about my average. So yeah, it's good information for the next run. We keep working, we keep running. And yeah, as
I think
just
the car
said,
might be coming in, Pierre, just to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Let's step back out of the way. Seb seems to be having a bit of a problem.
So yeah, I was saying, yeah, we are running to take information for the next one. It's always good to run, try the different condition, try different things on the setups. So yeah, we are taking good information. I'm quite confident for the rest of the season in Paul Ricard.
Okay, but what's happening here? We can see slicks and wet tyres ready for the car to come in.
Yeah, the conditions are quite tricky on this track. It's always dry, a bit of rain, so we never know with the tires. But I think they are trying to put the rain tires.
Okay.
Well done to Nicky Shields catching. It's always great when you have an interview and the car in question is suddenly has something about to happen. So pulling in for a change of rubber by the looks of things. Car going up onto the jacks, and what tyres are going on? Are we going to see wet tyres?
Well, they have wet tyres prepared, so the wet tyre goes on to the bend. I'm yet persuaded that the circuit is sufficiently wet to justify putting those on, but what we're seeing here in the pit lane is the pit laners remain pretty much wet all the way through. So the Bentley, just for that entire stop, Seb Morris called the wet weather tyres. He knows the conditions around to the race, to the rest of the circuit. And there's a very nice, interesting shot of the protection on the pit wall, so the Mercedes rolls its way back down.
Okay, certainly much more windscreen wiper action. By the way,
Yep.
it was Gemma Scott catching that interview. Got a day crew, night crew interface there. But Lucas Stoltz back into the race. But again, we see the cars really twitching as they get to the white line at the bottom of the pit exit, and they're putting the power down. But they've immediately got to go in the dip and turn around the corner. Cold tyres on a cold track.
Right, just what I want to see is the dry line still a dry line, or is it in parts of the circuit only where we've got, looks not too bad, as we see Fred Verviche making his way up through the traffic. Up here, I would say it's a dry line.
Yeah, but just looking at lap times, John, we had the quickest cars going around the previous time, 2 minutes 22 seconds. Thereabouts, they're now doing 2 minutes 30s.
Well, Bruce,
It's come down very heavily at one point.
when the marshals put up an umbrella, you have to say they're not doing it to prevent sunburn.
Certainly not, but also a very good guide is these are Belgian marshals at a track where it rains a lot. They recognise they don't need a weather app. They can put their finger in the air and feel the water running down their necks.
Yeah, the difficulty is it's the usual story here. It's raining on parts of the racetrack, other bits maybe getting a smaller amount of rain, but right now, if I was on a set of slick tyres, I would be staying out as long as I could, as long as I can maintain a reasonable pace. And I mean, we're looking to see what the last laps have been compared to the best. So here, I mean, there's a dry line clearly down at Le Col, and you can run the curve very comfortably, as we're seeing Fred Verviche do. There's race leader Alessandro Pierguidi running the curve, coming out through Paul Frere Curve. So here, conditions are certainly usable for a dry weather tyre.
I think what we need to reiterate, John, we still have our first three cars covered by just a shade over 4 seconds, but the sky in the background, you can see big dark clouds over the far end of the circuit. When I say the far end, I'm looking from the pits back towards Les Combes, and a lot of cars now starting to dive into the pits, including the race-leading Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi comes in. Maybe he's decided, he, of course, got onto his current set of tyres a few laps ahead of the Audi, so maybe he is due one, but I think it is getting so wet, everybody's got to come in.
Let's watch this pit stop. Well, we're not going to see it because it's obscured behind another of the Ferraris. Well, there we go. Let's see what the team does. So the fueling hose is in, so we have to wait and see what sets of tyres they're opting to put on. So fuel goes in, driver stays on board.
Okay, John, so in fact, just checking the clocks, 1 hour and 3, the maximum time you're allowed for a stint is 1 hour and 5. He couldn't have afforded another lap, so he's got to the end. Ergo, the next two cars behind, Fred Verviche and Marcus Winkelhock, who came in, I think it was a couple of laps after the Ferrari for their last pit stop. They'll be coming in a couple of laps' time, unless the rain becomes appreciably heavier around the course of this lap, and they decide they'll trim the length of their of their sequence and come in and get wet with the tyres.
The car goes up now. What are they going to put onto the car? Still can't really see.
Can't quite see. I know,
so
it's
quick.
just behind the graphic there, of course.
Yeah, I think
we'll see when they come round
the
here.
slicks, they're going back. Well, I think that's the right decision. I don't know why the Bentley put on a set of wets for Seb Morris. Maybe an overreaction, I don't know, but certainly the Ferrari, the race-leading car, has gone on to a fresh set of dry weather slick tyres. Now, in the time the car has entered the pit lane, been serviced, turned around, gets back out on track, that's going to be the best part of 2.5 minutes. Has the racetrack changed at all?
You know, I think we can slightly discount what's happening with Seb Morris, because as Pierre-Alexandre Jean said to Gemma Scott, he said, it's a test session for us. We lost 20 laps early in the race. Maybe they just think, well, changeable conditions, let's try it out. They're not a factor. They're just going around gaining experience. But it's what happens with these lead runners that really needs to be seen. The 98 Rover Racing Porsche in from what had been 6th position. It went up to 5th with the HRT number 4 Mercedes making a pit stop a short while ago.
Earl Bamber, who stays on board. So it's a double stint for the New Zealander. Oh, it's getting fresh set of slicks as well. So the majority of the lead teams are staying with the slick. It may be slightly on the edge at parts of the racetrack, but these professional drivers, this is what the reason they are professional drivers, have got both the skill and hopefully they've got the common sense to know how far they can push in these conditions if they are changing.
Yeah, and if conditions are changing, you want them to change decisively at some point just before you were planning to come in anyhow. So in comes the Santalot Racing Audi, Markus Winkelhock. Just waiting for that time thing to come up on my screen, but my eyes didn't deceive me, into the pit lane. The Rover Racing Porsche should be about to leave the pit lane. Has got to run the whole way down the slope past one of the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghinis, but all nice and clean out on the track. Again, just trying to get weather clues from the outside of the circuit, looking for marshals. Down at the bottom of pit exit, they've just put their umbrellas up. 30 seconds ago, they were down at pit exit. So the rain that started up at Les Combes is now sweeping down to the pit complex.
So watch and see what happens to the SMP. Ferrari, they've got slicks all set and prepared to go back on. The colour of the race surface on the racing line, maybe it's just my eyes, but is beginning to look a little bit darker in shade. But that is just from one quick glimpse as they were coming down the hill into Eau Rouge. So there is the third place Audi. Again, up on the jacks. Set of tires will be prepared for it, and it's a set of slicks yet again. So consensus is amongst the lead cars, we're going to go back onto slicks, and it will only be if there's significant amount of rainfall that we will have to be forced back into the pits. So if the race leader, first, second, third are all staying in slicks, why would anybody else go on to wets?
Yeah, you could take a risk when you're about 4 hours into a race, not when you're 20 hours into a race. You've just got to match what your rivals are doing. And of course, the chance for team members to look at a screen in their garage and check what their rivals are doing is a very big helping hand in this. But right now, a bit more rain in the lower pits and at the upper pits there, yeah. I noticed.
Well, that's just had a message coming through just to confirm that there is rainfall here in the pits, but all the teams that are in the three leading positions have opted to go back onto a set of slicks. So what it may be doing here at pit lane, what it may be doing at the end of the first sector, which is up by Les Combes, what it might be doing at the end of the second sector down at campus, what it might be doing as they come up from Blanchimont up to the chicane. So, you know, it's Spa. Why are we surprised? It's a circuit in the middle of the Ardennes forest. It's got a lot of elevation. It's got squillions of trees around. They act like a sponge to any moisture. Matt Campbell comes in the 40 Porsche. So that car is an 11th as it came in. It was Thomas Preening behind the wheel. I beg your pardon, not Matt Campbell. So driver change. Yeah, Thomas Preening is one of those guys who, along with others that we were talking about, Dorian Boccolacci, very exciting talent and very exciting future for them.
Yeah, the new wave, and you know what, behind the new wave will be another new wave, but windscreen wipers on for the Ferrari since rejoining the race. Still the race led by Fred Vervies, but now he's come into the pits. He came in one lap after the fellow Audi of Winkelhock came in, but they're all going out, even though actually coming in a lap later might have given them more of a chance to read the weather changing. Let's see what happens to the 66 Audi. Wet weather tyres being held ready at the back, but are those the ones that can be put on?
Absolutely.
It's raining in the pits.
This could be a call that will have a significant bearing on the outcome of this race, because wet tyres are ready. Now, it's not how wet the track is as we speak, and how wet it will be in 5 minutes' time. That's more, for me, the concern as to whether you go onto slicks, stay on slicks, or you put on a set of wet weather tyres. This is rolling the dice for attempt to racing. This could either win or lose this 24 hours of Spa with just over 4 hours remaining. But the racetrack, you can see the grey line is getting darker, and the consensus view here in attempt to racing is roll the dice at this moment. We may not gain initially, but over a longer period, this could be the smart call.
On small things, a race can turn, John. We know that. So everyone is on slicks in the top six, except... Now, the thing about the 66 Attempto car, just remember a short while ago, probably about an hour, the race goes through very quickly, came into the pits with the 25 fellow Audi, but from the different cab, Santalot behind it. The Santalot car got out ahead because it took on less fuel. That gave this car one extra lap of fuel, and that extra lap has got to this point where it had one more chance to see what the rain was doing. The fact was it was raining at the far end of the circuit. Before it came in, it started raining in the F1 pit lane. That's exactly what the team needed to know, and they've plumped for those wet weather tyres. It might be right, John. It may not, but 5 of its closest rivals all on slicks.
Well, all their weather predictors, and they've got people working on the weather patterns around the circuit, around the general location from Verviers to Liège to Aachen, the German border probably.
So it's come back out in the lead because, look, the Ferrari hasn't managed to steal an advantage going around the top of the hill at La Source, while already the 66 back out onto the circuit. Fred Vervies just out ahead of Marcus Winkelhock. What's the difference? Winkelhock's tyres are a lot warmer. They're slicks. They're slicks, though. Windscreen wipers on. There's a bit of a clue. Might be the masterstroke for the Attempto Racing crew. In front, slicks versus wets on the Audis. The heat is in the tyres, and this is the moment that Winkelhock has got to strike before the heat goes into the wet weather tyres. But does the track look wet? There's the question.
This is the issue I've got. I mean, it's a brave call to put a set of wet tyres onto the 66 Attempto. Now, there will be an initial gain for that Audi, but if the track doesn't get wet, I mean, I call a wet track when you can see tyre marks on the track surface. I can't see those tyre marks. I mean, down here coming through Poole, I can't see it. Michael Winkelhock, who's on slick tyres, doesn't appear to me to be disadvantaged by being on slick tyres at this part of the circuit. The other bits, maybe the margins are greater. And we know that Alessandro Pierguidi, when he went back out, was on slicks. What's the Porsche done?
Well, that's coming. Well, let's see. Move aside, Mr. Mechanic. We'll see. No wet weather tyres. That's what I was thinking.
Well, the weather predictors must see on their radar a lot of smoke coming from the back of that car. Is that brake? I think it's just the brakes. The brake pads have been pretty hard used coming up into the chicane, and then you bring them to a stop. So
Fred Vervies running very, very wide there, but he's actually almost like he's trying to find some moisture. He knows that when he gets up to Blanchimont and beyond and towards the pit lane, we can see there in the pit lane it's raining at the top of the hill, but the lower part of the lap would have been really starting to get his tyres much hotter than you want your rain tyres to get, John.
Bruce, you do not want your rain tyres to get. They've got a window, an operating window, but if track conditions, you can see the struggle that the Audi has. Marcus Winkelhock, he's struggling because the level, it's a low track temperature. The fact that there's a small amount of rain has fallen, but it's enough to make the handling a lot more tricky. You've got to do everything a lot more progressively, not nail the brake when you come up to the corner, not slam down through the gears, clunk, 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 clunk. You've got to do it in a nice, gentle and thoughtful way, because if you lock up the rear axle, that'll just drag the car into a spin. Conversely, on the wet weather tyre, we don't know whether this is going to get worse or not. We're just having to judge it as we see it. Running at the pace that we're seeing Fred Vervies do, he'll burn those wet weather tyres up because the track, while it has got moisture, is not sufficiently wet. It's this crossover phase that we're in, and it seems to be lasting maybe slightly longer than the predictors have.
Well, it's very, very interesting. The Ferrari, remember that was leading the race before this flurry of pit stops, is now, I just looked at my timing screen, he's 20 seconds down on Fred Vervies. We thought he could have come round in the lead. He certainly hasn't, and now the Porsches are starting to catch and pass him. So Pierguidi clearly not happy just now. What I would love to see is a long shot so I can see where are the dark clouds. So far today, they've been coming from the east and sweeping down across the circuit from La Source end.
But what those that changed onto another set of brand new slicks have got to do is just brave it out, because the time that they're going to lose by coming back into the pits to make a further pit stop to go onto a wet set of wet weather tyres is offset by the time that they will lose by staying out. And other than you get biblical rainfall, you know, you can live with it. You can drive around it, but you're going to lose time. But are you going to lose more or less time by coming in and putting on a set of wets? Look, you can almost see a dry line down at the lower part of the circuit. It's not as big as it was, but it's still there.
No, but let's be quite clear on this, that we've got to change the lead. We've got Winkelhock has switched. They've decided, yeah, your slick tyres are good, but the lap pace, it'd be interesting at the end of this lap. Suddenly, you know, we had the advantage, 2 seconds at the end of the previous lap for Fred Vervies, just over 2 seconds. Now, not only is it swapped, but it's going out at a rate of knots, John. Where is the green-nosed Audi?
I don't know why the gap has suddenly opened up, been overtaking it. I mean, that, I think maybe Vervies might have made an error or something has occurred, which we haven't picked up on. But certainly, if that is the case, I mean, the wipers are going on the 66. Is it staying out? It's going to. They've made their bed on the wet weather tyre, and they're going to have to lie on it, because right now the slick shot Audi of Marcus Winkelhock is ahead of the wet tyre shot Audi 66. And look at Fred Vervies is looking for every bit of moisture, dampness anywhere on the racetrack. So who made the right call? Well, we can really judge by what we've got on timing and scoring.
How many fingers am I holding up? 7 seconds was the difference in lap time. 7.392 to be precise. The advantage gained by Marcus Winkelhock, and stripping clear. Was there a mistake? It was in the second sector alone that 6 of those seconds went missing. There could well have been an error from our previous race leader, Fred Vervies. Let's see what happens through the sectors on this lap, because really, on a crossover, well, but we're going to see a replay of the overtake.
Look, he is driving on the wettest parts of the racetrack. Let's watch and see. Here we come out of Brussels. So look at Winkelhock. Comes up, tries to get down into Speaker's corner. Can he get it done? Well, just about, yes, sneaks through. Fred Vervies had no real answer to what Marcus Winkelhock could do. And look, he's straight away onto the offline part of the racetrack to keep those wet weather tyres are probably about to fall off the cliff, because the track, in my view, as tricky as it is, still is more biased towards the benefits of being on a set of slick tyres, as long as your driver behind the wheel doesn't run too many curbs, or if he does it in a way such as coming off the curb at Pujol. The car's more or less Porsche, that was the one that was on wets or not. Alessandro Pierguidi out in the Ferrari on slicks. So is the Ferrari going to come back? So Patrick Pilet in the Porsche. What tire did he go? Did he go onto the wets or onto the? I can't remember the point.
He is a lap down, just worth stressing, in 8th place overall. He's got the pace, but I mean, the lap becomes a lot longer if you have to go looking for the red patches. We know the shortest line around is the dry line here, and that's why Marcus Winkelhock continues to stretch his advantage. 5 seconds it was between them at the start-finish line last time, going out all the time.
Just picking up though, okay, ran off the track at the edge of Portrait Curve, but am I beginning to pick up at parts of the track the indication, that little small plume of spray coming from the rear of these cars? It looked like the wet weather tire. The Fred Vervies is at it again. He's picked up the pace.
But the thing, John, the car's now having their windscreen wipers on the whole time.
Yes.
I noticed a short while ago it was on just occasionally.
But Alessandro Pierguidi going to do? Is he going to stay out? Because now clearly there is rain falling. He may be brave and hang out. He's going to be brave and hang out. Those on wet weather tyres have got to get onto the wet parts of the track to preserve that tread, otherwise they'll just wear it out. Whereas the cars on slicks must stay on the whatever dry parts remain, and there aren't very many of those, probably, as Marcus Winkelhock pounds his way through Eau Rouge and over Radio, happy as a sandboy.
Right, apparently the rain in the F1 pits is getting heavier and heavier, so just bear in mind, the end of the previous lap, Marcus Winkelhock, having just taken the lead, was 5 seconds clear. He's 8 seconds clear, but with rain getting heavier and heavier, those that suddenly went from zeros to heroes are now going back towards zero again and calling it all. In the background of the shot, windscreen wipers on, closing in as it gets wetter and wetter. And comes Vervies.
Now Vervies on the wet weather tire, as the rain is beginning to fall more heavily, is coming back at Marcus Winkelhock leading the race. Now Marcus Winkelhock on slicks is doing a brilliant job in very, very difficult circumstances, as the Porsche behind, likewise I think it is on wets. So here is Fred Vervies, who's started on the wets. Oh, the Mercedes has gone off, coming out of Speaker's corner.
So that's Russell Ward, nose to the barriers if he can get it. But now, of course, the grass is a bit wet, even less traction as he tries to get that car back. I'm not sure he's actually even collected that hit the barriers, may have just nosed in, but waved yellow flags. The field comes down, including the chasing Fred Vervies, but windscreen wipers definitely waving away. Let's take a look at a replay. Classic case.
Just the back end just stepped out, and that's just being caught, nosed into the barrier, and does a very nice little pirouette. But whether he can get the car, he's done very well to get the car back onto the circuit, so he'll have to go back into the pit lane to check, because there was an impact with the front of the car, just to make sure everything is aligned.
So really tricky conditions, and he did well. The gradient was against Russell Ward there to get the car, reverse it back up the wet grass onto the circuit. But for Ferrari in 3rd place, don't forget Alessandro Pierguidi had been closing in. He was 19 seconds down on the race lead. He closed in. He's now 14 seconds down. But the seesaw is moving in an opposite direction with that heavy rain up in the F1 pits. Not all the way around the circuit again. Gosh, how many times have we said that at Spa-Francorchamps? But the gaps are changing, concertinaing in an extraordinary fashion. But the middle part of this lap alone, Fred Vervies is now really starting to make the moves. The tyres are absolutely right.
So there we can see the second place Ferrari. No, it's not, in fact, it's the third place Ferrari, beg your pardon. There is the leader being caught now again by Fred Vervisch. So leader on slicks, Vervisch, second place on wets. So 5 seconds on that last lap. Vervisch took out of the race leader. So Marcus Winkelhock wipers now, no hesitation. He knows that he's being caught and he's got to be careful up through Eau Rouge. Tippy toe where Vervisch can lean on it. Those wet weather tires give him a significant gain at this part of the racetrack, and particularly on the exit out of Radion on the long haul all the way up. There is the race leader. There is the second place Audi, and it's only going to be the rest of this lap before positions are reversed.
John, what a time for you to step down for a coffee break, and for me to welcome David Anderson back just as the race is becoming very, very juicy. David, thanks so much for letting us know just how heavily it was raining in the F1 pit lane. Gosh, it keeps on changing.
Well, it does, and I think it had changed from letting you have the information to hearing you say it, because it is changing fast all the time. On the window of the booth, it's more like heavy spots of rain. You go out the back of the media room, and it's drizzling, so the teams have got to cope with this. And I heard you say about the 5-second gain last time by Vervisch, but you know, in one of the sectors of that lap it was only tenths, but the big gain is coming in the middle sector. It always this weekend, Bruce, has seemed to be wettest up around Les Combes, that long straight, the Camel Straight, Les Combes itself. That's where the rain seems to start, and it seems to be where it stays. And of course that's partly into that long middle sector, and that's where Winkelhock has been losing all of the time, and it's going to be on this lap surely where Vervisch gets the lead.
Absolutely so, but the weirdest thing, when Vervisch lost the lead, he lost 6 seconds in the middle sector, then he gained 5 seconds just 2 laps later. Now we're back. You could say it's status quo, but it's status quo that isn't status quo, because it keeps on changing. But this has been a fabulous race. I know, contradict myself as I go, but around the outside he can do that. He's got grip, but look how much spray came off the curves there, and much more rain flecking on the camera lenses as well. But Fred Vervisch wants to take the lead back, and Marcus Winkelhock, he's going to be on absolute tiptoes on those slicks, David.
Absolutely right. I mean, the good thing is that it's a safe pair of hands for which that Audi has been given, so Winkelhock, perhaps better than most, can rise to the occasion. He knows where to push, when to push, but it gets all squirrely under braking for the bus stop chicane that time, so the gap will be down, and it'll be interesting to see really if Winkelhock carries on this as a fight for position, or we go back to doing the right thing for Audi and just let Vervisch go through, because really the car they should be fighting is third. It's the Ferrari, isn't it? So the gap is down again now to 0.6 of a second. That was a 2.35 by Vervisch. It was a 2.38 by Winkelhock. And this is going to be the change for the race lead, because on wet tyres, Fred Vervisch has got the drive, got the traction. He's got the pace. There is no need for Winkelhock to fight him on those wrong tyres for the conditions. Let him go.
No, but at least he was kind to the TV commentators for a while, because he kept us entertained by driving a car on the slicks in a way he shouldn't. But we know over the history of his career, when it gets raining and when it becomes interchangeable wet-dry, he is absolutely the master. But right now, the writing was on the wall. He's ceded the position. So Fred Vervisch back into the lead of the race. Looking to see how much further back the Ferrari is. 9.6 seconds down. Alessandro Pierguidi, he's lapping at a fairly similar pace to them though, so let's see, because in these changing conditions, which car is going to be better suited as it becomes a little wetter. But of course, he's on slicks. The story right now is that Attempto Racing got it right with their call. Didn't look as though they had those first few laps for Fred Vervisch, but now with the rain heavier, at least they calmed down to the bottom of the hill through Pouhon and Fagnes. He's got in front, but he's not pulling away, David.
No, I was going to say, I think it's drying up again, because over here, the rain on the window has stopped, and therefore, with hot slicks on a slightly damp surface, they'll still cut through and they'll still work. You know, the lap times are not massively different. It's 3 seconds, but on a 7-kilometre lap. Look, Winkelhock is staying with now that leading Audi. If anything, you could argue he's benefiting slightly from being able to judge what that car ahead is doing, measure his pace against it, assessing quickly where the grip might be, where the line might be. But no, I think the road might come back to Winkelhock, so braving it out could turn out to be a really good idea.
But I'm just considering the risks he's taking at the moment on those slicks. Oh, yeah, you could just see in the lower part of the circuit there that he does not have the front end for turning in and sweeping around the outside, even using the curves, finding whatever moisture is there, again looking for it, is our man out front, Fred Verviche, but is it going to seesaw back the other way? How they have to take different lines. Marcus Winkelhock on the slicks just doesn't dare leave the circuit. Of course, he contradicts me on the exit at Blanchimont, but that's a fairly straight line they can take there. It's when you have to turn when you're on slick tyres outside the racing line that really hurts you. But he's pressing on, doesn't want to come into the pits. Why? Why should he?
Yeah, they've both got strengths and weaknesses around the lap. So where it is drier, Winkelhock gains. Where it is wetter, Verviche finds the time. He's the new leader. At the end of the lap, he is 9/10 of a second ahead. Well, he's not exactly gone storming away, as we've been saying. Look back to third, Alessandro Pierguidi. He is lapping quicker than the two ahead of him. So the Ferrari, number 51, that did a 2:34 versus a 2:36 from Verviche, but he had to overtake, and a 2:38 from Winkelhock. In fact, this is the lap more than the previous one, where the gap really does seem to widen at Eau Rouge and Radion.
Well, certainly our race leader Fred Verviche can just attack those two corners, those epic corners, with just a little more grunt than his rivals, because he can use all the power he's got, whereas Winkelhock is having to feather it slightly. But Marcus is nothing if not brave. By the end of the straight, I expected him to drop further back, but he actually closed in again. So he really did attack those two corners, but catching both, again looking for that first sector split, and half a second gained by the Ferrari, the 51 Ferrari, making a move. But Gemma is down in the pit lane, and the 66 car leading the race, and Gemma is down with the driver who starred in that car, Patrick Niederhauser.
Patrick, there's been a huge gamble between wets and slicks, but it seems to be paying off for you guys.
Yeah, currently we have a little bit more showers now, so we're praying for rain, for more rain. It's looking good so far, yeah.
And what are the conditions actually like out there in total around the circuit? Because we're seeing it sort of get heavier and lighter all the time here in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's a thriller out there. It's really difficult to judge it the right way. I think we just need a few drops more to really make the race tires work a little bit better. But yeah, it's difficult and it's a gamble.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The spots of rain are coming again on the F1 pit straight, so the moisture is back in the air. Weather apps are saying it's coming from the south, so there is rain on the way. It's just a case of when it's going to hit and in what quantity. The lead gap is going up this time again. The time is gained in that long middle sector, a second and a bit pull back there, but the real star at the moment is being Pierguidi. He is lapping quicker than the two Audis ahead of him. He's got to make up nearly 7 seconds against Winkelhock on those slick tyres, and he's looking wetter and wetter on this lap, isn't it?
Yeah, Fred Verviche down at Curb Paul Frere got a big twitch on the Audi, race-leading Audi from Attento Racing, got a little bit sideways. Well, it must have felt from the cockpit like an awful lot sideways. He got it together, but yeah, Pierguidi finding everything he can in the Ferrari, closing it in. So let's see what the gap is first back to third this time around. It was overall about 7 seconds last time, and it does seem to have come down a little bit more. It's 2.5 seconds between first and second, looking for the Ferrari to cross the finish line, trip the margin. 8.2 seconds. Actually, at the end of that lap, he lost a little bit. So I think, again, as you pointed out, David, the rain getting heavier towards the end of the lap. He's on slicks, don't forget, as is Winkelhock. So suddenly for Verviche, leading the race, is going his way. In the Pro-Am class, it's still Sky Tempesta Racing from the Aston Martin from Garage 59. They're running in 19th and 20th positions in the Pro-Am. But in Pro-Am, they're first and second. Johnny Adam putting on a good charge, moved ahead of the Mitchell-driven Lamborghini from Barwell. But right now, Sky Tempesta leading, but certainly some really quick laps coming in from Johnny Adam. But there's no surprise there.
No, indeed.
Gained 2 seconds on one lap alone, the last lap.
Yeah, we know that Johnny is a real star. So hustling on. He's got a lot of ground to make up. This is Fisichella's view then out of Poumon. Wiper on. Still only moving spots of rain, but rain it is nonetheless as he comes up now towards the pit path. And so Giancarlo Fisichella, with all his years of experience and pole position in Formula One here, knows what to do around this circuit. Look, so gentle with the power, isn't he, coming through the pit path, gently squeezing the throttle, not stamping on it and risking the car snapping away underneath him. There is Johnny Adam giving way in the traffic to the number 10 BMW, the Boutsen-Gignon car that Benjamin Lessin has just put ahead of him. Johnny Adam actually looks like he's struggling a little bit at the moment on the conditions. You'd normally expect Johnny to be quicker than Lessin, but he's being very circumspect, which again might well come down to tyre choice. That car is now 71 seconds behind the class-leading Ferrari, and it doesn't look to be taken by the scruff of the neck. Here comes the Ferrari. It's heading towards the bus stop now. A pit stop is due, though this should put the Aston back in front. Let's see, into the braking zone for the bus stop comes Fisichella. Is he in this time then? This will be the end of lap 4.46 for the Ferrari. Yep, he's at pit in.
Such a tricky pit in as well, David. We've seen a few cars get very close to that wall on the right-hand side, but Fisichella's old and wise and manages not to scrape the wall. But yeah, look at the shine on the pit lane. Definitely you've had a fair bit of moisture there.
Precisely so, and I fear we have got more to come, as do all the teams, but the next stop cycles through. This car, you keep saying in every pit stop, but it is going very strongly, going like clockwork, as you might anticipate from AF Corsa. But the sister 52 car in Pro-Am has been off the road multiple times and is now out of the race with damage, so it comes back to the need to keep out of trouble, not make mistakes. Easier said than done in the race this year. The leader has gone by, incidentally, and the gap is 3 seconds now, so only 6/10 the difference between them on the lap last time through. Vervish to Winkelhock. Pierre Guidi is lapping quicker than Winkelhock, not as quick as Vervish, as the 93 Ferrari pit stop cycles through, and the car controller there with the board is ready to wave it away when required. Up it goes, but is that going to go onto slicks or wets, that Ferrari?
Well, what we know for sure is out of the bus stop goes the Aston Martin to take the lead in the Prime class. Johnny Adam, again, we don't know what tyres he is on, because suddenly seemed a little bit circumspect, but if you're still, as well, we're getting rain tyres going onto the Sky Tempesta Ferrari, down onto the deck, bearing a few battles of war. So actually rain on commentators' eyes through the night, and opting for slicks. Will that be wise? Johnny Adam, I don't know when his pit stop is due, but let's see what he goes on to. But still rain in the F1 pit lane. What's it like around the circuit? They'll have to keep on checking on it every lap. You have to, David, see are the windscreen wipers on? Are they putting up spray off the curb? They are at the moment putting spray up, but only hit the curb.
Johnny Adams,
that's where the water sits.
Yeah, indeed. Johnny Adams, to answer your question, is 58 minutes into his stint. A stint is 65 maximum, so he's got another just about 6 minutes on the stint remaining. It was a maximum, so this will put Johnny Adam ahead for the moment. They're on the same lap, so the Aston Martin goes ahead, but that's largely because of the Ferrari's pit stop. So Johnny Adam has got probably 2-3 laps more before the stint time is up, in which he's got to make that next pit stop.
Honda's still going well, up to 8th place, Mario Farnbacher, but they taped up the bodywork at his last pit stop. There's a little bit of something trailing from the rear right corner. Whenever you get a rear shot, if we come around here, you'll see a little bit of cable or something running on the edge of the track. But if it was considered dangerous, they'd have been given a warning, a black and orange flag, the meatball flag, to tell them to come in and attend to it. I'm sure it'll be taped up next time around, but it did delay their pit stop. But we've seen great pace from Mario Farnbacher, and it's great to have Honda in the mix. 8th overall, about half a minute down on Patrick Pilet, the GPX Racing Porsche.
So they're 93, back out on track. This will be a fairly tippy-toey outlet, won't it? Discovering on this new set of tyres where you can push, how hard you can push. And so the Ferrari comes over the brow down towards Bruxelles. The car in 3rd place in Pro-Am is also on the same lap, so 40 seconds back, Sandy Mitchell in the number 77 Barwell Lamborghini. So this is another good fight with 3 3/4 hours still to go. Fisichella fights the car down the hill, now being a little bit more committed as the temperature starts to come up in the rubber. He makes his way then now down towards the long looping left of Pouhon, turns into the corner now, the wiper's still working overtime, and back onto the real loud pedal now, out the other side of Pouhon. Here, road doesn't look too bad, does it, as he makes that run down towards the pit path. Winkelhock is back into the lead of the race, incidentally. So number 25, Marcus Winkelhock, is back into the lead. Fred Vervish has lost the lead, and he comes through a 1.5 seconds back. So the Audis have switched around. Johnny Adam now 19th in the 188 Aston Martin, leading in Pro-Am. This car, Giancarlo Fisichella, then after that most recent pit stop, dropping behind, but will get the lead back on the next pit stop. But the Audis are the significant
very interesting
ones.
lap there from Fred Vervish. Because 25 now back into the lead of the race, 4.5 seconds quicker on that lap alone on his slick tyres, whereas with the windscreen wipers still going, the Audi with the green nose from Attempto Racing lost a bit more time in the opening sector on this lap as well. So I just don't understand. Maybe it is drier than we're thinking, or maybe simply those early few laps that Vervish had to do when he opted for the wet weather tyres have taken more out of them than the team would have wanted. The track wasn't hot by any stretch of the imagination, about 10 degrees track temperature, but you really do damage rain tyres if it's not wet enough, and I think that could be what's happening for Fred Vervish. He got ahead, it seemed the predictions were all right, but then the positions have changed the other way, and now he's falling back. He's going to have the Ferrari with from AF Corsa, the 51 car, Pierre Guidi, all over his tail very soon indeed. Just coming into the background of the shot, about 3 seconds in arrears. So first to third, not covered by much. The complexion, though, David, keeps on changing. It's about to change again. Look how the Ferrari's coming on its slicks.
Well, absolutely right. So if now the track is going back to the slick-shod cars, Pierre Guidi, who we know is fast, will be reeling in Vervish, but equally, I guess Attempto are waiting for the next rain to come, because all the predictions are that it will get wet once again. So what do they do? Do they bring him in? Do they try and brave it out to the end of the stint? Or is the weather going to save them? All of these imponderables they can do very little about second guessing, because there Pierre Guidi is hunting down the green and grey Audi ahead of him, isn't it? That gap is absolutely tumbling. So Winkelhock goes through in the lead. I mean, here it looks treacherous again, doesn't it? It looks slippy coming out of that last sector. But Vervish loses 4/10 in that final sector alone to the race leader, so it's 2.3 seconds now. Winkelhock to Vervish. There is Pierre Guidi in third place. And just to clarify again, that last pit stop from the Sky Tempesta Ferrari drops it to third in class now. Johnny Adam ahead, Sandy Mitchell second, with only 37 seconds between those two. So it's still a three-way battle in Pro-Am, as it's a three-way battle for the overall lead. And up through Raidillon goes Vervish, and Pierre Guidi is almost with him. Davide Rigon is in fourth, and he's not that far behind either. So it's becoming a four-car battle pack for the lead now.
It is top four cars covered by 6.5 seconds, David. That's not too bad, is it? Just under 4 hours remaining out of 24 hours that seem very long indeed, with that super long night session, of course, running the race at the end of October. Far less daylight running. The teams that have got through the night, some of them cruelly did what often happens. You get through the night, you've done the really hard bit, and then at dawn we had just a number of incidents, and of course that took out number 63, our race-leading Lamborghini, to the the absolute distress for Dennis Lind, who'd driven so well. We lost the 88 Mercedes that was leading through the night as well. They had the front left wheel parked company after brake failure. That must have been an absolutely frightening moment up to Les Combes when that came off for Felipe Fraga.
And the rain is falling again, much more heavily on the pit straight. Johnny Adam, by the way, has just pitted the Pro-Am leading Aston, so Sandy Mitchell's Lamborghini, if it stays out, will take over the lead of the class. That is Davide Rigon going through Pau fourth overall. But like I say, the rain is falling. It's, well, rain, drizzle, heavy drizzle on the pit straight here, the F1 pit straight. But we'll now start to see the lap times. Look, the wets have kicked in again. Here comes Vervish. The track has saved him. The weather and the circuit conditions come to Attempto. So Winkelhock, when it was drier, had the advantage. All of a sudden, another coating of rain, and look, the number 66 Audi is back at the races. So Vervish, with the tyres working, is able to just breeze past Winkelhock, and look, starts to extend the advantage 2, 3, 4, 5 lengths at Blanchimont.
Quite extraordinary. The end of the previous lap, 6.5 seconds covered the top four cars. Winkelhock was leading, Vervish was second. Now big twitch from Winkelhock. He knew the writing was on the wall, and the move was very soon after that. Fred Vervish going through, thank you very much. And finally, look how Winkelhock is struggling on those slicks. That gap for the first four cars is going to go out. And in fact, Winkelhock said, no, I need rain tyres. I'm coming in now. Too wet to continue. Will Pierre Guidi? No, Pierre Guidi goes on for another lap. The SMP Racing Ferrari in the background, fourth in the race. Davide Rigon, he goes on for another lap on the slick tyres. So on this lap, Fred Vervish, armed with wet weather tyres, will stretch his advantage in the lead of the race. And for Winkelhock, he's raced here over the years, over the decades. He knows when he sees a fully wet circuit here at Spa, he's coming in to change off those slicks. It was a gamble, and it hasn't worked at this point in the race.
It oh so nearly worked, didn't it? That roll of the dice down the pit lane, then comes 25. So wet tyres are standing by. Now, of course, Pierre Guidi is trying to do exactly what Winkelhock was doing. Brave it out, tiptoe round, and see if the road dries. Or at least see if you can go to your next scheduled pit stop, rather than have to change the strategy and risk losing yet more time. So the wet tyres will go on to the 25 Audi. 2 mechanics only, remember, to do each corner. On go the new wheels and tyres. Scamper away. Car will be dropped down, And no, that needs tightening. Oh, one more corner to do, so a bit of a delay there. The team had almost done the work. Now the car can be dropped down, and away goes Winkelhock. I'll give you a pit stop time for that in a moment when he gets to the end of the pit lane and breaks the beam. But this, Bruce, was the move that gave Vervish the lead.
Yeah, the move where Marcus Winkelhock just couldn't get the power down the tail of that pink and dark grey Audi, really kicking out on him. But the way with which Fred Vervish rocketed clear once he got past showed that the right choice had just been made by the Winkelhock crew to get him in, get him onto wet tyres. But just think, a short while ago we were commenting about how Sky Tempesta Racing doing everything right. I mistakenly thought they'd gone onto slick tyres, onto wet weather tyres. They did go for another set of slicks. They must be wishing that I had been right, because we know that Johnny Adam leading, in fact he just must have made a pit stop. Sandy Mitchell is now leading the Prime class. He is coming due a pit stop, so he can come and change onto the correct tyres. But Sky Tempesta Racing, 2 laps ago, changed onto what are now already the wrong tyres. They're going to have to come in and change the slick tyres.
Yes, indeed.
So the pendulum swings the other way. Suddenly, Barwell back into the Pro-Am lead.
That's right, yes. And that stop from Johnny Adam puts him back behind Fisichella. I mentioned he'd come in, I think he got about 2 more minutes of his stint time allowed. But Johnny Adam came in, giving the lead to Sandy Mitchell. But Fisichella back ahead.
Involving car 4 and car 98, exit turn 1, under investigation. Incident involving car 4, car 98, exit turn 1, under investigation.
Right, that's Lukas Stoltz and Earl Bamber, numbers 4 and 98 under investigation. So Pro-Am shuffling all the time on pit stops. Let's just tidy this up for a minute. Sandy Mitchell for the moment is in the lead. Fisichella is second and Johnny Adam is third. And they are all on the same lap. So it's a proper 3-way battle, that, with Sandy Mitchell for the moment in the lead. But it'll change on the next pit stop. It is getting darker. It is getting wetter. And the lap times are getting slower, and 51 Ferrari has also now given up the unequal, so has 72. The 2 Ferraris are in for wet tyres, and Vervish thinking, haha, told you so. Told you wets was the way to go. Trust a Belgian for the weather, trust the Belgian driver for the choice of tyre at Spa.
Exactly. I think every team should have one, but the 2 Ferraris, don't forget, they were running almost nose to tail. And in that, we've been talking a lot about Pierre Guidi catching up with the 2 Audis, but Davide Rigon put in a really, really good stint. He was just eking his way closer, but every single one of those drivers, David, who were out there on slick weather, on slick tyres, will have had a moment or 10 out on the circuit. We saw it from Marcus Winkelhock. He only just managed to catch the car, but it was very, very tough for them. But as we've commented before, conditions changing by the lap, but look how much spray is coming up as they just go over the painted red line demarcating the pit lane here in the upper pits. Very, very tricky all of a sudden.
So where is the next drama going to come from? The weather, I think, is now going to be the big story for the next hour or so, because it is set to deteriorate, and you can see how much wetter the road is. This is about as wet as it was in the night. Also intriguing to know what's going to come from this investigation between Lukas Stoltz, number 4, number 98, Earl Bamber. Indeed, what the incident was. It was at La Source, but it's being looked at as the next wave of cars heads down the pit road ready to rejoin. The pit stop that Marcus Winkelhock made last time around was 1 minute 52.9 seconds. Let's just see in a minute how that compares against the Ferraris, which are about to leave. The Honda is back in, and also expected the Amil Frey 11th place Giacomo Altway Lamborghini. So there are the SMP run Ferraris. 51 leaves, 72 the SMP Racing badged car leaves, and it was pit stop times in the 1:47s and 1:48s for the Ferraris against 1:52.9 for Winkelhock. So quicker pit stops for the Ferraris. Is that going to be crucial? Will that get them ahead? Let's see.
Well, they've done it before. They seem to have done it again, but all along, while they were in the pit stop, Fred Vervish on those wet weather tyres, the correct tyres for the condition, will be stretching that advantage. It was 22 seconds over the AF Corsa Ferrari that James Collado has just taken over, but it's going to be way, way more than that, because another lap has just been put on the board. 2, 4, 5, 7 laps now for our race leader, Fred Vervish, the Attempto Audi, trying to get back into the mix again, the 25 Audi that it's being run by the Sansalot Racing crew. Marcus Winkelhock, don't forget, he kept seesawing, changing race lead with Fred Vervish, but now it's a question of which one's out in second place. The Ferraris, both of them, the SMP car and the AF Corsa car, in second and third at the moment, but standing pit stop time, oh gosh, you can see the story there. The race leading Audi has had almost a minute and a bit more than the Ferrari in second place. That is a lot to still be in front.
Yeah, the Ferrari's dropped back on the stops, hasn't it? 25 has taken second place back again. So the screen will update at the end of the lap. But yes, you're right about the pit stop times. 66 leads, but 25 is on track now, ahead of the 51 Ferrari. After that most recent round of stops, there was enough of a gap in hand, it seems, but only just. So that's the leading car then, the Fred Vavish Audi. 52 seconds it has spent in the pit lane. It has had one extra stop, though, over the number 51 Ferrari, as through Speaker's Corner it comes. 3.5 hours now still on the board, as downhill drops the number 66 Attempto Run Fred Vavish driven Audi. Fred looking for a Spa 24-hour victory to add to his impressive CV of successes both in touring cars as well as in GT cars. He has been a regular race winner within all manner of GT categories, but he's not won this one yet. And the weather, you can see, getting worse. Headlights having to pierce the gloom, the spray, as he goes now through the pit path. So he's 1 minute and 39 seconds ahead of Marcus Winkelhock after Winkelhock's unscheduled stop. James Collado is back at the wheel of 51, and Davide Rigon in 72, and the Ferraris are now over 1 minute and 50 away from this car. So that last round of unscheduled stops, thanks to the weather, really has made it advantage Attempto Racing on this, Bruce, lap 458.
Well, there I was a short while ago just saying what none of these teams can afford is a drive-through penalty, but what takes far longer than a drive-through penalty is coming in, having to tiptoe in on the wrong sort of tyres, bracket slicks at this point in the race, and then do a full pit stop as well. So suddenly, for the Attempto Racing Audi crew, it's looking fantastic. Not only did they get into the lead of the race by guessing correctly, it looks as though they got it wrong, David, for the first handful of laps, because certainly Fred Vavish was going nowhere fast. Those tyres were really starting to overheat on the circuit, but then several, not one, but several flurries of rain, and now proper heavy rain, Spa-type rain, is just giving him that advantage to stretch. He puts another lap on the board. It's going to be, I could almost boil the kettle before Marcus Winkelhock will come round in second place.
Now, there's trouble.
Perhaps I think I might.
Yeah, there's trouble at Mill for 188, because Johnny Adam, I mentioned, had pitted. The stint was only 5.5 minutes before he came back in and has given over to Alexander West. So I'm slightly puzzled by that. It wasn't a longish stop relative to a problem, if you like. 2 minutes. It was long, but not going into its garage type problem. So 188 may have a drama. We'll try and chase that. In the meantime, this is your battle for third place in the spray. The Ferrari fight. James Collado being caught by Davide Rigon as the drivers now accelerate up towards the pit path. They've got the Bentley there to try and negotiate. Number 3, which is Maxime Soulet. Soulet, remember, is 3 laps down, and he's trying to keep out of the way of the quicker cars. One passes him. Both should go round on the outside, but you can see how track conditions have really changed over the last, 3 laps here. We've now got a properly wet road as Collado and Rigon go up now to Stavelot through that right-hander, the Cour Paul Frere in modern parlance. But the Ferraris are 12 seconds back from Winkelhock, who is a fair chunk back now after the unscheduled stop from Fred Vavish. So Vavish staying out on those wet weather tyres. It was the correct choice, the correct gamble. And there you see the spray hanging in the air, making life really difficult for everybody out there now.
Yeah, well, I'm just waiting to see the interval, but I think we can call it a lap that has been gained by Fred Vavish and the Attempto Racing crew. They gambled, they guessed. So second, third and fourth, really not too separated by an enormous amount. Those 2 Ferraris separated by, a car length. SMP Racing charging, but for the Attempto Racing Audi crew, Audi Sport Team Attempto Racing, I have to say that because they'll feel very happy with that, because of course their first time as an Audi Sport Team entry, they've had the honour of running one of the works cars, and they should be looking at teachers saying, I'm doing rather well. Right, now we've finally got the interval. It's 1 minute 40 seconds back to Marcus Winkelhock. That is an advantage you cannot buy. They guessed right, and they've got to see if they can keep that advantage to the end of the race, but it's been a massive turn of events in the last 20 minutes.
Absolutely right. The leader is coming up to the bus stop, whereas second, third, fourth are just heading now into Les Combes. So into Les Combes is 25. Audi out of the bus stop is about to come the race leader. So it's 2/3 of a lap by way of a margin. Over the timing line is about to go Fred Vavish. Yep, just goes past the window. So Vavish goes through onto lap 460 as into Bruxelles turns Marcus Winkelhock. So right now Vavish has got a big gap, but he can't afford to get it wrong here. He's still got to be oh so careful in these conditions as the Ferraris drop downhill. And actually, Bruce, if these two start squabbling now for third place, that might just help the Audi and Winkelhock get away, because inevitably they're going to hold each other up whilst they battle.
And absolutely so. I was just thinking, let's battle commence, because, yeah, they're both racing Ferraris with massive pride at stake, and Ferrari haven't had the greatest success in the Spa 24 Hours in recent memory, but these two cars heading to the podium, you'd have to say, but they want to be the other way round if you're SMP Racing, and certainly you can be sure that James Collado has no intention of letting the red, white and blue car come past his more traditional Italian red Ferrari at the front of that little queue. But you can see how treacherous the conditions are. But, and I'll give you a big but here, there was a high shot a moment ago and suddenly the weather looked a little brighter, but you can see going over the curbs as Collado did there, they really want to bite at Pouhon if you get your wheels over them, and that in fact, and Fagna as well. It was the exit of the second part of Fagna where we had the big twitch there. But I think the weather's about to change all over again, with the amount of water on the track and particularly on the curbs means this track isn't going to dry out anytime soon, but perhaps the rain is soon going to stop falling. Let's see.
We shall see, indeed. It was the weather that brought 188 in, I understand. I mentioned Johnny Adam had only done 5.5 minutes before he came back in, and Alexander West took the car out. I understand it was a pit stop triggered by the change in the conditions, so if they banged slicks onto the car, it turned out to be the wrong choice, whereas Fisichella is also still tiptoeing round 2-minute 42s in his Ferrari. The whole pace of the race has gone up, but actually last time around Winkelhock did that quicker than Verviche, so he's throwing more caution to the wind than is the race leader. So the lead gap is 1 minute and 37 seconds in the Ferrari fight here for third place. Collado keeping Rigon at bay, but only half a second between these two. So downhill they drop. This is lap 460. In fifth place, just to complete the order, it is Earl Bamber ahead of Patrick Pilet, Porsche. Seventh Mercedes, Lucas Stoltz. 8th Porsche, Sven Muller. 9th Porsche, Dennis Olsen. And 10th is the Honda. Renger van der Zande still metronomically going round and around and around and keeping out of trouble in the Yas Motorsport run car. So 1 minute and 37 seconds between the top two, and then it is half a second between third and fourth, Collado to Rigon. There is Alexander West in the third placed car in Pro-Am, and he's only recently taken the car over. Johnny Adam quickly bailed, and Johnny is in the pits to talk to Gemma.
Johnny, you've just come in and changed over. Conditions out there were pretty mad with slicks on, right?
Yeah, it was interesting at the end there. It got a little bit tricky just when we went back out. It actually looked reasonable on the way into the pits, but then obviously the heavy rain came as we were in the pits. So unfortunately the wrong call, but it looks like the weather's setting now for the rest of the race. But we kind of had to roll a little bit of a gamble there, just see if it would pay off, and unfortunately never.
But the Pro-Am battle is certainly pretty hot.
It's been good fun. It's been a great 3v5 all the way through, and we're still not out of it. Well, I think we're just hanging on to the lead lap, so there's still enough racing to be had to hopefully challenge for a good result.
Well, look, we can see the weather systems on the computers behind you. This rain looks pretty set to stay now. Yeah, this was the forecast. It looked like the majority of the race is going to be sort of mixed until now, which is heavy rain. So, yeah, I can't see anyone getting back on a slick now for the rest of the race. Thanks, Johnny.
Thank you.
So Johnny Adam, the Scottish driver, former Knock Hill instructor, where bad weather is not unusual, knows all about racing in the rain, but a real star he has been. 4 times a British GT champion, Le Mans class winner, and of course multiple times a race winner within the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, to just add to the CV. But Johnny Adam for the moment watches Alexander West brave it out. Sandy Mitchell leads then in Pro-Am, and Sandy's last lap was a 2:39. Giancarlo Fisichella's was a 2:42. So Fisichella, who I don't think has yet come in, Bruce, has he, to go on to wet, still tiptoeing round.
Yeah, no, doing a fantastic job. I didn't spot him coming in. You just mentioned a short while ago, before the interview there with Johnny Adam, that Marcus Winkelhock was just taking a little bit of time out of Fred Verviche. I'm just wondering how much life Fred took out of his tyres on the Attempto Audi in the opening laps when he went out on the wets, because he certainly had to push them hard when the track was drier rather than wetter, and he's also further into his life on those tyres come what may, so I do expect the gap to come down. But if it comes down to 1.5 minutes, teams would pray to have that advantage with just 3.5 hours remaining in this race. The pendulum really has gone Attempto's way, and it looked so marginal. Did actually look as though they got it wrong when they went to the wets, but clearly they did get it right. But it really could have gone either way.
Absolutely right. Just looking back to the stint times. Alexander West, 8 minutes he's been in the car. Fisichella's current stint is showing 9 minutes, so he has definitely been back in. So because it was a lot longer ago than 9 minutes that we saw that last stop going back on the slick, so he must have crept in while we weren't watching and gone on to wet tyres now. So Fisichella is on the right tyres for the job, but Sandy Mitchell is still outpacing him in the number 77 Lamborghini, 2:39. This current stint is a very, very impressive one for the young Scottish driver Sandy Mitchell, and he's 19th overall, and he's extending the advantage within the lead of the class. It is at the moment something like 40 and a half, heading for 41 seconds.
Yes, and importantly on the last lap, he was about 2.7 seconds faster than Fisichella. Maybe Fisi's just getting used to the circuit. Now he's out on rain tyres, the applicable tyres to the circuit as it is at the moment, the circuit surface. But hey, you talked about Johnny Adam having cut his teeth racing in Scotland. Sandy Mitchell also will not be a stranger to rain from his very, very early days in racing. But a driver who crossed over to single-seaters, from single-seaters very, very early on. Sandy Mitchell. In fact, did he even do single-seaters, David? I suddenly had a doubt.
No, he did. He did the early days.
Thoughts about his early career.
He did the early days of the BRDC F4 Championship, the MSV Formula 4 Series.
MSA Formula, yes.
No, the MSV Formula, not the MSA, the MSV's Formula 4 Championship. That was the one that got the F4 tag initially, so it was the MSV run series he did, and it was very quick. But in Lamborghinis, he's been impressive both in the Endurance Cup, but also in America. Last year, he drove in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo North America, learning new circuits and learning the double driver discipline, and doing a very, very good job indeed. And right now, there he is, extending the advantage over Fisichella. Now, this Ferrari fight is still threatening to change, isn't it? But is Davide Rigon being careful? Is he just keeping to a pace? Or is it so difficult to get offline and overtake that it's just not possible for him to find a way past Collado? It's becoming very difficult for him, is it not?
Oh, you feel the stakes are getting really, really high in this battle. It's sort of swinging one way than the other, but the risks you need to take to get past a car of similar pace on a dry circuit are quite something at Spa. But on a circuit like it is now, where it's properly wet, he'd be well, of course, it's his ambition to go past, but the risk quotient is so high. I think he's best placed just sitting there and seeing what they can do about catching up again with Winkelhock. But Winkelhock's best part of 15 seconds clear of them, so he doesn't have to worry. He can pick his own line, which is a hard, big enough job on its own on a circuit like this, David.
Looks like it, doesn't it, at the moment, certainly. What about Fred Verviche up front, lapping in the 2:38s? He's actually, again, it could be traffic as much as the conditions. He is being caught a little by Winkelhock and Collado and Rigon. They're all able to do 2:37s. Rigon looking as though, were he to be released, he might be able to bring that gap down further against Winkelhock. But for the moment, as he's totally entitled to do, James Collado is keeping him at bay. Down the hill they run once again. So out of 56 starters, 34 still in the race. And now Davide Rigon comes up to the outside line. He finds more grip, possibly on the outside line, gets run out a little bit wide over the curb, but coming off the corner, yes, he's done it. Davide Rigon right round the outside of Pouen. That was brave stuff, wasn't it?
And breathe. Wow, that was an absolutely fantastic move, and certainly James Collado would have looked out the side and thought, oh gosh, he's going for it. Well, let's not have the two of us off, but you have to commit very, very early to go the whole way around the outside at Pouen. It's a corner, as you said, I think, early on in the broadcast. It goes on and on and on. So just hanging on there, just hoping you've got a modicum of grip. But what a move, David.
Here it is again. Have a look at this. So Davide Rigon reads it absolutely right. Often you find more grip on the outside of a corner. There's a bit of debris to avoid, but he did that. Sits on the outside. He even gets a wheel onto the curb, but he stands his ground, flat through the corner and out the other side ahead. Very, very good indeed, and it's worked. So Davide Rigon goes up into third place, and the SMP Racing Ferrari does extend that margin by a couple of lengths by the end of the lap. And to do that round the outside of Pouen and in the wet, don't forget, that is real commitment.
Yeah, I mean, a great move if that happened in the dry, but in the wet, when they're both absolutely on tiptoe. But I was wincing when I looked at the replay of just how close his wheels were to the painted lines on the outside of the circuit. As we know, painted lines and rain aren't the best of buddies. But a great move from Rigon there. And he and Collado have had some fabulous battles over the years. Sandy Mitchell still going at great guns. Art car also, we've had you know, the art car's going very well. It's a tip of boost on Gignon. It's running 1, 2, 3. I'm just trying to see how far down the Pro-Am class it is.
5th.
It's running in 3rd place in the Pro-Am class. Sorry, 4th place behind the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. Sorry, I forgot. I tipped up. But Sandy Mitchell, though, in the Pro-Am class. 5th in class. Sorry, I've scrolled my screen one place too far down.
Yeah. But you're right, it is going well, and that car keeping out of trouble. So it's Sandy Mitchell from Fisichella, from West, from Mastronardi, from Lessen. In other words, Benjamin Lessen in the art car. But Sandy Mitchell's lap times remain mighty impressive here. He is lapping in the 2 minutes 40s. Now, so too last time around Fisichella, but actually Mitchell has been able to go a bit quicker than that pace hitherto, if traffic permits. So Sandy Mitchell here being given the task of fending off a Formula 1 driver of years past and trying to extend that gap. So Sandy Mitchell rising to the occasion. And don't forget, this Barwell car is in the top 20 overall, which is a great effort.
It is, and obviously Mark Lemmer and the gang wise enough to give it a race livery that stands out in Spa-type weather. That bright day-glow yellow and green combination certainly helping. It almost feels like we're going back to nighttime racing. Any vision here, the headlights coming up towards La Source, then only when the car gets to the corner can you really pick out its livery, but certainly with that bright yellow and bright green, that really stands out. Will it still be standing out at the end of the race as the class winner in the Pro-Am class? Giancarlo Fisichella giving chase. Sky on the side, but you can't really see the sky above us here at Spa-Francorchamps because the weather is becoming worse and worse. Rain, we think, set towards the end of the race. We were told it was going to arrive a good hour and a half before it finally did, but that's Spa and that's weather apps for you.
Yeah, and also bear in mind, of course, that the race started half an hour later than expected, so whatever rain is forecast for 2:30, they're going to have to cope with to 3 o'clock, aren't they? Because that's when the race will finish. It won't be a 23.5-hour race. It will finish, of course, after the 24 hours, but start half an hour late. You're going to finish half an hour late, and who knows what might come in that final 30 minutes, which ordinarily they wouldn't have had to cope with. Let's ride with Giancarlo Fisichella. This is the car second in Pro-Am. Its last lap was a 2 minutes 40.3. Sandy Mitchell's last lap was a 2 minutes 40.2. It's real cat and mouse between the two Italian cars, and let's ride. Bruce with Fisichella heading up to Le Camp.
Luckily for him, no car close enough in front of him to give him a face full of spray. He can pick out, he's got a little bit of a gap. There's a car in behind. Look at his little rear view image. You can see the headlights of a car behind, but no one troubling him. But oh yeah, staying off the curbs as much as he can. Up the top of the hill now, dipping down again. Yes, you can see they're very much, apart from the exit where they're quite happy. There's quite a flat top curve there, David. Happy to ride it on the exit, and then down to Bruxelles they go. You see quite a lot of cars going really towards the outside of the circuit. But the thing with Fisichella, he is so smooth, come what may, rain or shine, and that's just always been a mark of the man. But again, of course, his target is to try and catch Sandy Mitchell. But right now, yeah, there's sort of a drier line. Of course, that they have to race somewhere. One part of the track will get dried out. But down at Pouhon here, he's taking the sort of middle part of the circuit. And just imagine, now he goes towards the exit. That was where Rigon went round the outside of Collado. It still makes me smile just thinking about that great move, just a lap ago with the lead Ferraris. But the lead Ferrari, of course, in the Pro-Am class is the one being driven by this Italian great, Fisichella. It actually seems to be enjoying the conditions, dare I say, David.
He does, and I think we discussed, didn't we, yesterday, how Giancarlo has adapted to this role of being the pro driver within a Pro-Am combination. He doesn't come here as a prima donna thinking he should be above a Pro-Am drive or longing to race in the pro category. He accepts what he's here to do, and he gets on and does the job very well. And of course he's helping to bring on Jonathan Hui, Chris Froggatt, Eddie Cheever. They're all getting faster and faster with a little bit of his tutelage as he comes now through Blanchimont. But put him into the car and unleash him, and he absolutely flies. Down to the brake as he comes into Blanchimont, runs it up over the curb, back onto the tarmac, down towards the bus stop. So Sandy Mitchell has been up towards the timing line, and his last lap was a 2:37. Lap times are improving noticeably. We've gone from the 2 minutes 40s down to the 2:37, so the wet tyres are still working, but I just wonder whether conditions are improving a touch, as over the line now goes Fisichella. Interestingly, that lap was a 2 minutes 38, so yes, he's going quicker than he was, but he's still given away a second and a half to Sandy Mitchell.
Yeah, there may be traffic involved in some of that, but I just sense it's a little bit lighter. I know we're dealing in shades of grey. 488 Ferrari in the pit lane. What a shame for Rino Mastronardi. Well, he's running 4th in the Prime class. Very wet in the pit lane there. That was a car that was not ordered combat, but certainly in combat on lap 2 of the race so long ago. And, you know, a lot of cars have moments at Spa and they have to spend their time fighting back, but when you're spending 23 hours and 50 minutes on a fight back, it really can be quite draining. There'll be various other problems for the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari as well, but Rino Mastronardi doing a good job in what are certainly really tricky conditions. Lots of spray down the middle part of the lap around, and again coming back up the hill, so every time I, as an optimist, look for the conditions getting better, they appear to be very bad. But particularly, David, up with you at the end of the lap, it seems very wet indeed around the pit still.
Yes, it is, and actually for the first time, probably in the race that I can remember, there is a puddle forming on the pit straight, just where the grid forms. There is quite often a patch of the road where a little puddle can form, and it is starting to fill up that section. It's off the racing line, but it does prove the point. The rain has continued to fall for quite some period now. The lead gap, well, Verviche has gone over the line, and his last lap was a 2:39. Winkelhock here up the curb, pushing, and his last lap was a 2:37, but the comparable lap to Verviche has yet to be finished. But Rigon and Collado and Earl Bamber are all lapping in the 2:36s. Now, Earl Bamber is currently the last driver, 5th, on the lead lap, but he's not going to go a lap down anytime soon because he's pulling away from the race leader. He's lapping quicker, so Bamber is doing a good job here of making sure he keeps the Rover Porsche on the lead lap going into the final 3 hours of the race.
Right, we've had a race that's seesawing, but that big advantage that came the way of the Attempto crew, it was a gift, and it was such a marginal gift. It was almost like a lucky dip. Dip your hand into the barrel, see what you pick out, and they opted for the wet weather tyres, and they cannot surely believe their luck that they rode their luck, because it didn't stay wet for very long. And then it became properly wet, so just as they thought, oh, woe are we might have to change back to slicks, their weather app really proved very good indeed. And the Ferraris, having sort of got relatively close, are now lapping at the same pace as each other. Davide Rigon actually just slightly pulling away from Collado, but they're just not in the game at the moment. But we're talking about degrees of wetness, David, aren't we? You know, it seems a bizarre thing to talk about. It's either wet or it's dry, but no, we're Spa. You get degrees of wetness, and at the moment it's definitely favouring the Audis. And I can't see this weather. This looks though. This is what we expected from Sunday morning here at Spa. We expected it to set in for the day. It came later than expected, but I don't see this track drying out, do you?
No, and the rain out of the window, I tell you, is heavier now than it has been all day. So from what we've had as spots of rain and drizzle, and then heavy drizzle, and then easing off again, now we are getting a properly wet circuit. It's properly heavy rain, and I think this is what the likes of Johnny Adam and others have been alluding to, that it is going to be set as heavy rain. It is coming, the track is getting wetter and wetter, and you can almost feel the dejection from the teams as they think, oh no, we've got all of this wet weather running to go. That in itself will bring a whole heap of problems, because the chance for spins and incident and damage might be on the increase, although we've actually got away for the last hour or two without too many dramas. He says tempting fate. On board again with Fisichella, he's just got a lap down to Winkelhock, and the leader is into the pit lane. The leader is in, so Fred Verviche from the race lead comes in. It'll be interesting to see how much time this stop costs him relative to Winkelhock, Rigon and Collado when he exits. So in on lap 466, there he is. The leader comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, certainly if he sees a mechanic coming forward with a set of slicks, he'll be rather unimpressed, but clearly full wet, and it's going to stay this to the end of the race. Just remember, his margin was about a minute and a half. What a gift by getting it right at the last round of pit stops. All the rivals, all the chasers who've been so close went for slicks. It was the wrong choice. Markus Winkelhock pressing on as hard as he can. He'll still have a good number more laps before he needs to come in for what would be, yes, of course, another set of wet tyres. They could have guessed right, they didn't, but one team did, the 66 Attempto Audi Sport Team crew. Looks like a long pit stop. It's a standard pit stop, the refuelling complete. Now up for a fresh set of wet rubber. And on this one, he'll be able to treat them like proper wet rubber. wet tyres. When he's got the last set, he went out on a track that was still fairly dry, and it certainly would have hampered those early laps. Certainly it would have shortened their tyre life as well. But he's got to the end of that stint, staying on board. Fred Vervisch will go back into... Well, he won't be in the lead of the race because it's going to change, but of course when the other cars, his rivals, have served their next pit stop, he'll be back out front all over again.
Yes, indeed. So he's on his way down the pit. There is Winkelhock paddling his way out of La Source, and you can see just how the conditions have really turned nasty in the last few minutes. We've gone from light rain to very heavy, so Winkelhock will put himself into the lead. There is Vervisch's headlights creeping down the pit lane. And of course he stayed on, obviously, on wet tyres, goes without saying. You've got Rigon and Collado to factor into this as well, as they will possibly jump ahead on that round of pit stops. In answer to the question about how long before Winkelhock comes in, he's got at least another half an hour that he can stay out on track for, so he can keep going, try to build a gap if possible over Vervisch. It'll be interesting though next time around to see what the flying lap time of 66 Audi might turn out to be. So that's Winkelhock. He's in the traffic, he's in the spray. Now remember, to do the overtaking of the back markers, he's got to be ever more cautious. He's got to go offline to do it. There, Vervisch accelerates up the hill. So you see how long a drive it is down the pit lane. He's desperate to get on with the programme here, but as he makes the run up the hill, now the two Ferraris have indeed moved ahead of him.
So with about a half-hour difference between their pit stops, it's half a stint, effectively. So we'll have to wait half an hour, barring anything extraordinary happening. God, the spray's got worse. Before Fred Vervisch in the 66 attempt to Audi resumes in the lead of the race, but he's very much got the upper hand. He's got the right tyres for the right conditions, as he did last time. It came to him. It wasn't quite right when he left the pits, but he braved it out. Marcus Winkelhock, I must say, I was super impressed with his performance on those slick tyres, but it became a battle that he couldn't continue with, and obviously they all had to come in and put wet weather tyres on. But the amount of spray is the worst it's been at any point. We had a little bit of spray off the track in the night, but nothing like this. This is a full wet Spa track in October.
Indeed so, as the cars then now work lap 4, 6, 7. So remember, Fred Vervisch last pit stop he left with 3 hours and 7 minutes to go. So keep an eye to the next pit stop and the next pit stop, and then we'll try to get a prediction as to the race winner, because it's all dependent now really on who stops when. Now let us catch up with the exploits of the Mad Panda Motorsport team, because the Silver Cup Mercedes is 29th. Gemma.
Ezekiel, you've just come in and experienced how difficult the conditions are out there. How wet is it?
It's really tough because at the beginning it was quite dry. So let's say I think everybody went out with really low tire pressures, and now there's a lot of water building up. So everybody's just sliding around and trying to survive for the next till the next pit stop. But yeah, it's a lot of fun for sure.
The objective for you guys now is to keep climbing back up.
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
The objective now is to just keep climbing back up through the tracks.
Yeah, we had some trouble at the beginning of the race that dropped us to last place, and now we are slowly but surely starting to go up, and yeah, it's a tough job, but yeah, this is fun, you know. That's how we like it.
Well, look, we haven't got long left in this long 24-hour race. Will you give John Watson a treat and reveal why the team is called Mad Panda?
Well, depends. If you get this hat off, for sure. Let's see. Maybe if I see you wearing this till the end of the race, maybe I tell the secret behind the team's name.
I'll take that challenge. I'll wear the hat. Perfect. If you give us the name of the team and the reasoning.
I want to see you coming around here with the hat on. Perfect. Thank you very
much. Brilliant. Well done, Gemma. Well, you've got a hat out of it.
What a character.
Great guys, Equal Perez Compact. Right, so if nothing else, Gemma can keep warm with a spare hat. Everyone comes in for fresh tyres. Gemma Scott has a pit stop for a fresh hat. So here we go. You've got 40 seconds to do this. That's the refueling time, Gemma. Yep, new hat. Perfect. Only at Spa. Right. Where's our hat, Bruce? We don't get one. Not fair.
No. We'll live with it, David. We'll somehow struggle through. But yeah, great touch. A Mad Panda Motorsport. We like that splash of humour in the pit lane. Ezekiel always just such a character. But I love the fact he just said, David, how it was fun out there.
Yes.
But just the amount of puddling now, it's really becoming a factor. But I'd hate to think that the drivers are going, I hated it out there, because, you know, they have to race in all conditions, and, well, at Spa you do get all conditions, but particularly in October, I think the lack of track temperature has been a massive factor that they're just not really accustomed to here at Spa.
Absolutely. Do you remember a little while ago I mentioned that the incident, or an incident between Lucas Stoltz and number 98 Lawrence Van Thor was being investigated? Well, Lawrence Van Thor and the team manager are being asked to go to race control. So I suspect we're about to hear more on that saga, because the driver and team manager of Rover Racing, the fourth placed car as it is now, going to race control. Fred Verviche has dropped behind them after his most recent pit stop. So Fred Verviche now down in fifth because of the pit stop that we witnessed a little while ago.
And all his rivals effectively half an hour until their next pit stop, whereas for Fred, he'll have another, well, just approaching an hour until he comes in, presumably to hand over, but he should be back into the lead of the race once all his rivals make their pit stop. He is the one now out of sync. We get stages in the race where you get someone out of sync, but he's not just out of sync, he's the out of sync leader as well, and I think that's the big difference.
Yes, I mean, in theory,
the conditions do seem to be getting worse and worse.
In theory, he should be in with 2 hours and 7 minutes to go, then an hour and 7. But if a stint time is 65, he's going to have a drive-through. So he needs to eke out the next stint to over an hour, doesn't he? He needs to do a sort of 62, 63-minute stint. Maximum is 65, but he needs to be over the hour mark just to make sure that they don't need a final extra stop to reset the stint time, like we saw Christian Engelhardt do at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, they've cut it fine, but I mean, circumstance really drove them to get into that situation. It's worked in their favour. Riding around with Earl Bamber at the moment, he's running in fourth place. The car that does have potential punishment hanging over it, while Lawrence Van Tor and the team manager go to race control. Earl Bamber, the Kiwi, is just doing what he needs to do. Top of the hill, through Lecon, through, and then as they go down. But windscreen wiper, we're not getting so much rain on the screen, but if he, of course, David, was riding behind another driver, he'd be getting a face full of spray. So be thankful for small mercies for the Rover Racing Porsche, the lead Porsche in the race. Full course yellow coming our way.
It is indeed. There's a yellow flag set to 1. So the 10-second count given, and
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
Full course yellow on lap 469 at Spa. Full course yellow, and straight in has dived the GPX Porsche there. That's number 12 that has come into the pit lane. That could be very important because it'll buy a huge amount of time here with everybody going at such a pedestrian pace. And the incident is, as I say, within the first sector. It could well be at Radion, but coming out of La Source there, the intervention car heading down towards the incident zone. So the full course yellow called for, and in these wet conditions, no surprise that a car has gone into strife. But let's see who and where. It is the 33 Audi that has gone wide into the barriers. That is Ben Goethe. That car's had all sorts of woes and penalties in this race. It has had 31 pit stops, and now it's embedded itself, by the look of it, in the tyres on the outside of Eau Rouge, though it's gone wide, shedding bodywork as it's gone, look. And so the car needs to be extracted, driver needs to hop out, and so we go under the full course yellow. It is car number 33 that has triggered this one, and we are just about heading for the hour mark. That'll give us 3 to go. So really the teams now, Bruce, are looking at 2 more pit stops, aren't they? If they can structure this with 2 more stops, that'll do them to the end of the race.
No, absolutely so. But the Atento Audi team, obviously, we've just explained how they have to run right to the end of their stint lengths to make sure they can do it. But they're running out of sequence with the rest. But now we have the run into the pit lane. Of course you can at this stage in the race, if you want to adjust your stint length to get it right to the end of the 24 hours. And from the lead of the race, Marcus Finkelhoff in. When I say in, I mean out. You just climb out of the 25 Audi, and was that Christopher Haas climbing on board, or was it Dorian Boccolacci? Could be Boccolacci, actually, because he was around the pit lane about an hour ago being interviewed, maybe 2 hours ago.
Right.
And you do tend to scurry off and hide if you're not involved or the next one up, but we'll see when he leaves.
Yes, I've not really talked about Boccolacci
51 in the pit lane as well.
A huge amount of driving, so it's Boccolacci on board, we hope. and 51 in as well, as you say. Also 54 Porsche is in. 93 Fisichella is back in. So you might as well take the time now to top up on fuel at least, mightn't you? Because you're not going to lose that much with the pace on track being so slow here.
No, and you do notice over the years in great races like the Spa 24 Hours, teams just decide every time there's a full course yellow, come in, top up. If they've assessed this situation, don't think it's going to be a really long one, just splash, dash, keep on going.
New wets for 51, but yes, it's one way to make sure you win long distance races that are much interrupted. Every time there's a full course yellow, in fuel, and Rover Racing experienced in that as well, so keep an eye to 98 because that's still just about in contention. And again, looking at the tyre stack and the damage to it, you get the feeling, don't you, that this could be a lengthy period of a good few minutes while that car is retrieved. It is Boccolacci, quite right, Bruce, that they're walking away is Benjamin Goethe, but that's going to take some time, isn't it, to get the car from under the barrier and then to make sure that that tyre wall is safe. So the driver, of course, will go to the medical centre, as is always the case in incidents large or small. And as the cars circulate, we'll welcome John Watson back in a moment. And come, Bruce.
I was going to say, we're ready to circulate because Watty's sitting alongside me, rubbing his hands, waiting to get back in the action. Just a little thought, though, David, when you're driving a car with the driver on the left-hand side and you go into those sort of barriers and you get the car buried underneath, it's quite hard sometimes to get the driver out. So it suddenly becomes a bit dark for the driver, rammed in against the tyres. But good to see young Benjamin Goethe, very talented young teenager, out of the car. But a situation that, you know, it's just how it is.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, you're right. It is good to see him out of the car.
That looked to me to be a fairly... Sorry, David. Just looked to me to be a fairly high-speed impact. The car buried well and truly in that tyre bale. And, of course, it's a left-hand drive Audi, and it's the left-hand side of the car that's buried in the bale. So just how do you get out of the car? There's not a lot of space to crawl across to the other side of the cockpit. So, anyway, he's out of the car, and he'll be taken away and given a check over to make sure. But it will take a little bit of time, to extract the Audi from that tyre bale in the first place, then to assess the damage, and then to rectify it. And at the point prior to that incident occurring, I was sitting here thinking, look, the rain's falling, it's steady. It's not the kind of rain we've seen where we've got these sort of deluges, these biblical, you know, thunderstorms that come through from time to time. But gradually, the circuit has been deteriorating. The visibility, particularly where you've got groups of cars running around together, was pretty poor. If you're on your own, that's not a problem. But I just wondered if we were actually going to end up with the rain continuing to fall as it is, with a full course yellow, just in the interest of safety, to stabilise everything, give everybody a chance to settle down, as they say, rather than just pound on into what could become a very difficult and demanding track condition. But right now, I'm just wondering, has the rain begun to ease off? It looks as if maybe it has, and so it may be fortuitous for the field, not for Goethe, who's unfortunately out of the race, that the full course yellow is implemented at a point when maybe the rain is backing off slightly.
Yeah, I certainly slightly feel in this situation for the Audi Sport Attempto Racing crew, because they rolled the dice and came up with the correct score. But this has enabled all of their rivals to do these stop and go, not stop and go, but stop, refuel. They can therefore adjust their stint length. And whereas it seems as though for the 66 crew, they've got it absolutely almost spot on to the minute to divide the final run into the flag to just how their stint lengths could work. It looks as though it's going to stay full wet for the rest of the day. But as I say that, looking from the pits over towards Les Combes, which is where the weather had been coming in from, it's much, much brighter down there. Look, in the background of the shot, top right-hand corner.
I mean, you're at Spa. Expect everything and nothing, because at this time of year in particular, that these rainstorms come in and they go through. There you can see, look at the background. If you were really, really, really intensely looking at it, you could almost swear there's a patch of blue somewhere over there in the far distance. The main thing is the cloud base looks like it is beginning to rise over the... here's the Ardennes forest. We're in the heart of this part of the world. 9.2 centigrade on track, 10.8 Celsius ambient temperature. It's been around that pretty much all through the day. And even if it does stop raining, between now, with 2 hours and 54 minutes remaining, okay, you may get a drying line, but we're still going to have the situation that we had earlier in the morning when we saw cars getting caught out by that very dry line, and then immediately to the left of it or to the right of it, depending on the corner, that very dark bit of racetrack, which was racetrack that was wet, cold and wet, and it proved to be, well, let's say challenging is the understatement of the weekend. To experienced drivers, just if you get a wheel fractionally too far to one side or the other, it can be enough to take that car out. And in the case of Benjamin Goethe, it was just simply the racetrack. I don't know why he lost control of the Audi, but it looks to me as if it more or less just plowed off. I don't think it spun. It's just as if it went straight over off the track and didn't have any grip, and then just buried itself and stopped rather abruptly too in that tire bale.
What we don't know, John, was he running on his own at that time, or was he right behind another car, blinded by the spray?
Of course.
Many, many factors. But one little thought on the weather. When you can see the top of the trees around the circuit, that counts as a fine day at Spa-Francorchamps, because many of the time you can only just about see across the pit lane when the weather comes in. We knew the weather was going to be a massive factor here. It always is. But at the end of October, we just have to reiterate, track conditions so different from normal, so much cooler. And certainly for drivers, well, not that we have many drivers here who are short on experience, but going out on rubber that's cold, that loses its heat. David came out with a great figure about how if you change your tyres in the top pit lane, you lose 15 degrees of tyre temperature. Don't know who told him that. By the time they struggle their way all the way down through the lower pits and then rejoin the circuit.
As they say, this is Spa. This is what you get. You know you're going to get it before you come here. So to some degree, you have to make your plans accordingly. But what was interesting was that the Attempto team, I mean, over an hour ago, when I was in commentary and saying, oh, well, have they made a mistake? Have they gone maybe too early? Well, with hindsight, they called it correctly. But at the point, definitely for me, everybody else in the leading group changed onto slick tyres, and I would have said, stick with what the majority are doing. But normally that's the correct way to go. On this occasion, Attempto, either they've got really good meteorologists somewhere in their team, or they just got the guess, they got it right. It doesn't matter. It worked in their favour.
Yes, it certainly was marginal. They went out, and in one lap alone, suddenly Fred Vervies was no longer in the lead on his rain tyres. It just went 7 seconds in one lap. There were five, nearly 6 seconds lost in the middle sector alone. And then it swung back the other way within 2-3 laps. But now we get a chance without any spray to look at just the tyre debris as ever at the arrival point, the entry point to Les Combes. A lot of drivers have been diving very deep into that corner, just not getting their braking points right as the track cold, wet, slippery. But I must say, at dawn, when the night shift came to an end and we came back in, John, there seemed to be quite a few incidents. But since then, ironically, with the weather being far, far worse, they've behaved very well.
Maybe the fact that we are, if you want to call this daylight, we are in daylight hours, so that's a factor that makes it a considerable amount easier. I mean, I felt for every competitor here, once it got dark, and it was dark at what, 5:45 or something, or 6:45 in the evening, and it was for 12 hours you're racing in darkness, and you had to deal with spray, and you had to deal with the effect of those unbelievably powerful lights that these cars all carry. A lot of external pressures that were just beyond the normal. Let's go. Oh, there we are. Look, they're still struggling to get the Audi pulled. I mean, it's so well buried. And how do you get? There are pickup points on these cars, but the pickup point goes through the cockpit, and it comes out of the sort of at the middle of the roof. As we go back to the Honda, it is pissed off. So probably they can't get the car into a position where they can lift it out safely, so continues to work. There you've got the ground, the earth thing to the car that when come in do a pit stop, particularly for refueling, the car is earthed. So I'm wondering, are they going to have to remove the tyre bale before they can get the car extracted?
Well, it's not often, John, you see a marshal having to climb over the roof of the car to manage to squeeze down the far side to try and attach the point from which they will lift the car. But again, we talked about the problems of getting a driver out of a left-hand drive car that goes off under a tyre wall on the left-hand side of the car. But now the further permutations of removing the WRT Audi. This is number 33, and for Belgian Audi Club WRT, they normally have fabulous runs at the Spa 24.
This has been a lemon for them.
This is the worst.
That's been awful. I mean, they had two great cars in this event, and I mean, Dries van Thor and the car that Charles Verts was in, which was taken out very early when it was hit up the back going into Brussels, and then the Kevin van der Linde car likewise. I mean, a car that was doing a sterling job, absolutely fantastic, and then it is out of the race too.
So still the full course yellow, not turned to safety car, waiting for the number 33 Audi to be removed. But let's go down to WRT. We spoke about how they've had a really rotten time, and Gemma Scott has gone down to just find out what exactly is happening.
Okay, Rick, we're just seen Benjamin have a moment on track. We've seen him go off. We've heard he's okay. What happened?
Well, we were closing in on the top three, and he was doing a really good job. So, yeah, we were giving everything, and unfortunately, in these tricky conditions, he made a small mistake, which ended up that we are out of the race. But the most important thing is that he's okay, and he was doing a really good job. So I'm still really proud of him.
This has been a really tough weekend for WRT.
Yeah, for all our cars, we had a lot of penalties and different issues. The 31 car had a mechanical issue. So yeah, it's not really the weekend for WRT, but it's still an amazing team. They are doing a great job, and hopefully next year things will be different.
Absolutely, thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
How can you say anything positive?
You can't.
I mean, normally WRT here run metronomically. They are a superb team, and you know, to have one car taken out because it was, you know, there we see the car now being lifted. It's been clear of the tyre bales. The tyre bales have more or less fallen back into their correct position. Now the car is, but you know, it's a perilous angle. Hang on to it, you guys, because that car is very nose down, and I'm not quite sure that the crane operator is on top of the job at the minute.
Yes, you normally have a marshal hanging off the rear wing, but it's too high for that to try and you know, balance the car as it goes down. It's just an interesting thought there, John. Rick Broiker's coming to explain, you know, the shoulders down attitude. Unfortunately, the car's retired from the race. I still think of him as a teenager. He's now the massive ancient age of 22, I believe. But Benjamin only just turned 17.
Yeah, so he started, I remember at Monza, one of his early races in a Porsche, in fact, and he came out of the pit lane exit at Monza and booted it, and the car turned sharp left and went virtually 90 degrees across the racetrack. So he's moved on, it's experience. So there we finally the Audi is safely on the back of the flatbed, and you can see that the left side, the rear wing, is all mangled, but most important thing is the driver is out of the car and looked to me to be fine. He'll be shaken and stirred, and of course when you get a very abrupt stop in an incident such as that, you take a big impact, and you know, the seat belts really dig into you to keep you in place, and the seat belts are normally, a driver would have them as tight as they're possibly bearable, but even when you're in a race you tend to move around and there's a small amount of slack appears, so you get rattled around, and again it's your limbs, your legs, your arms, they all fly around, and there's lots of you know, hard objects like a roll cage, for example, and you hit that with your arm or your knee, it is painful.
And the following morning when you wake up, the sort of bruising you'll have got really starts to manifest itself, I can imagine. But right now, John, for all these crews running around at the slow pace, you might think, of course, that means they could eke out another lap. Their fuel consumption isn't so big, but their stint length's mandatory 65 minutes maximum. So it's not really helping anybody to find an extra couple of laps between their pit stops. Of course, they're all running at exactly the same pace under the full course yellow, so no one gains track advantage. But with the mandatory 65-minute maximum pit stop time, pit stop time, that would be a disaster, wouldn't it? Stint time, no one benefits from that either.
Not really. So, I mean, I don't know how much longer we're going to be under a full course yellow. We will then inevitably go to a safety car. It's probably less critical, the safety car, after a full course yellow in these conditions, because the wet weather tyres operate in a totally different window, temperature window. Nevertheless, it is good to run behind the safety car for maybe 2 or possibly 3 laps to let the wet weather tyres get up to their window of temperature, and then release these cars once again with, what, just 2 3/4 hours of this race to go.
Okay, so the situation we have, John, is a while ago it was 2 Audis from 2 Ferraris. We're back to that situation. We've got Dorian Boccolacci, the young French ace, leading the race for Santalot Racing. Behind him, though, is Fred Verviche, he won't mind being called a Belgian star, Belgian veteran, but he has the advantage. His stint length, he doesn't owe us a pit stop for a very long time. He will assume the lead, resume the lead, if you will, for Attempto Racing. Then come the 2 SMP Racing Ferraris there, not far off Verviche's tail, but he's done very well since he went back out on his fresh wet weather tyres, whereas the SMP Ferrari, the AF Corsa Ferrari, they will owe us a pit stop way before the Attempto car, so that should go back into the lead of the race. So it's Dorian Boccolacci leading in the 25 Audi for Santalot Racing. Fred Verviche second in the 66 Attempto Audi. Then SMP Racing Ferrari, Sergei Sirotkin in third place. He's 9 seconds clear of the AF Corsa Ferrari of James Collado that lost position when Davide Rigon, I don't know if you saw the move, John, went around the outside.
Outstanding. I mean,
Pouhon.
I live for moments like that when you see 2 racers absolutely, door handle to door handle. I mean, Pouhon for me I like it. It's my favourite corner here at Spa-Francorchamps because it's, look at the side of the Audi. That has buried itself. I mean, a lot of the damage will be superficial, but nevertheless, a lot of damage indeed to the left side of the WRT Audi, the number 33 car. Yeah, but to go back to that incident, Davide Rigon went around the outside of James Collado. That is just, moments like that make this race special. 2 professional, extremely accomplished GT, well, James Collado coming from single seaters, Davide Rigon's been in GT racing for a longer period, but at the top of their profession, and they gave each other working room. They fought for the position. How many other drivers would you see not managing that situation with the degree of professionalism as those 2 did? Outstanding driving.
Professionalism and considerable precision. The conditions were their very, very worst. But let's go down. The Santalot Racing leading the race. Dorian Boccolacci at the wheel. But let's catch up with Christopher Haase with Gemma.
Christopher, obviously another safety car after the number 33 Audi has gone off. But you guys are commanding this start.
Yeah, well, after the safety car, we will be, it looks like that we will be on the P1. But all the strategy stuff, it's not clear yet actually who is or who would be in front at the end. So it will be a very hard last few hours.
Look, this is a long race, but we're coming into the closing hours, and the weather has really given us everything we expected here in Spa right now.
Yeah, the weather is, it's a crazy race so far. It's a very, very difficult conditions, especially for you as driver, when you always switch between drizzle condition with slicks, then it starts to rain, so you're thinking what rain tires I have to use, and this condition and rain tires is not easy to handle here. So but Dorian, he did a so fantastic job the whole race, and I cheer for him behind the monitor.
With this last rain shower that's come through, it feels like the air temperature has dropped down. What about the track temperature?
Well, the track temperature normally it drops a bit later, but for sure it will drop. And we all know keeping the tire temperatures is an important key factor. Let's see how we can handle it.
Dorian's quite confident under the restart situation, I assume.
Yeah, he's a good guy, so just keep your fingers crossed, and hopefully we can turn this in a good result.
Fingers are crossed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Haase there, been there, seen it, done it. Talking of track temperature, stayed resolutely below 10 degrees. And
yes.
It's just so tricky.
Yeah, just on that shot we had it from Lake Coombe, looking down pit straight, I was able to notice that, in fact, the rain is falling steadily. So while on these shots, different areas around, different angles around the racetrack, it's hard to tell, but certainly the rain is falling and the racetrack is not going to improve in the short term, that is for sure. And again, the issue I mentioned, that prior to that accident with Benjamin Goethe, it wouldn't have surprised me if we had seen a full course yellow cold, just simply because the visibility with cars coming together, and you get clumps of cars at different points in the circuit. You also get cars running around on their own. but simply because the level of visibility was going to get so poor. And look at those brave guys. I mean, they've done an unbelievable job standing out in all weathers, all times and nights of the day. I mean, you couldn't, well, I can't say, but be careful what I say here. Could you ever pay them enough to do that? They have to have a passion for that job. They're not the normal 9-to-5ers, going in, taking the tube into London or whatever. Those guys have a passion for their sport, and I mean,
I tell you what,
awful conditions to be in.
But also, even if the race had run in completely dry conditions, that number of hours of darkness, just think their eyes must be out on stalks, trying to pick up the cars as they come towards them. All you see are headlights, add in the spray. They've done a fantastic job. And again, the artwork we see in the pits, capturing a pit stop, and again, just capturing a moment like that as the remaining GPX Racing Porsche gets its tail out. These moments, they just add to the excitement of the overall mix, don't they?
Without getting too eulogistic about it, but they are creative, artistic people, and that's what makes covering an event like this the spectacle it is, because you're getting fantastic images for the entire 24 hours. In fact, for the 4 days of this event, it's not just a 24-hour race, it's a 4-day, actually it's a full week if you take into account all the other activities that would, under normal circumstances, be part of the whole Spa 24 celebration.
So our full course yellow period turned to safety car period once. God, the amount of spray as they come over the top of hill at Radillon, it really felt like it was picking up. A few minutes ago, John, in a typical Spa fashion, we thought it might have been easing away. But when you have a train of cars led by Dorian Boccolacci, he's in the best place to be, because the lights will at some point go out on the roof of the safety car, and then he will be the only driver without spray in his face. He's also got other cars, but no, he hasn't. In fact, I was going to say, looking for Fred Verviche. Fred Verviche is right on his tail. I was going to say there was another car or two between them, which is exactly what the race leader would like, but no such luck for him.
Yeah, it's one thing having a full course yellow because the cars are spread all around the racetrack, but once you go to a safety car deployment, then the cars are permitted to catch up. So the line of cars, which goodness knows how long it might be, but certainly it's probably the best part of half a mile long by the time you take where the leader is to where the tail of the field is. Nevertheless, the cars are all compacted, and when they are released, which will be as they come onto the start line, not the finish line. The finish line, of course, is down on the other side of the racetrack on the historic pit lane. So there's going to be a large number of cars running in very close context on tyres that have been running around the racetrack for the best part of 15 or so minutes. Temperatures are down, the cars are colder, the drivers are colder. There's a bit of a gap you can see between there's almost like two groups of cars running under safety cars, so that second group ideally would like to catch up to the tail. Just this last car coming now, we see the headlights. Nevertheless, I am concerned that when these cars are released and they go down into Eau Rouge for the first time, there will be a total lack of visibility for the cars that are maybe 6, 8, 10 cars back in this chain, let alone what's further back.
Yes, and of course with the cars running behind the safety car, of course their pace is picked up considerably from where it was under full course yellow, but still way below racing speed. And with the cars all closing together, it means the rain will continue to fall. So when Dorian Boccolacci arrives, the track will be fully wet. There'll be no point at which the water has been dispersed by the cars. It would have filled in effectively since they were coming around last time. But for the young Frenchman, he's got Fred Verviche, super experienced under his rear wing. Verviche, don't forget, has got the advantage in terms of stint length, so he will be going on for longer than all his rivals. Doesn't need to take a risk to try and get past Boccolacci. Boccolacci will know that. They're both in Audis, and if they both go tumbling off the circuit together, that would be a disaster, except if you're a Ferrari fan, because their cars are second and third and fourth.
Look at the cars are running around at 70 or 80 miles an hour maximum, but look at the spray. And again, part of the characteristic of a circuit like Spa-Francorchamps, it is lined in
safety car in
forest.
this lap. Safety car in this lap.
Okay, safety car coming in. So the spray goes up, and then it sort of hovers. I don't know how much wind is blowing right now, whether the wind is eased off, but certainly the spray goes up, and it hovers, and then eventually it falls in conjunction with the additional rain. So the visibility from this point onwards, when this race goes green, is going to be a major issue as the cars run down the hill have to make the commitment into Eau Rouge and up over the top of Radio and then continue all the way down the Camel Straight. I hope that everybody in that line of cars understands that this is the first lap after a restart. Take it cautiously.
You can say that as much as you like, but one thing that some of the teams already just protesting, could the cars in the second group, please, the one at the head of the second group, catch up? Certainly Emil Fry Racing complaining about that at the moment. They want their car to be with the lead group, not half a lap down or a third of a lap down when we get to the restart. We know the restart will be at the end of this lap. The safety car just leads the field up the top of the Kemmel Straight into Les Combes. Again, a little bit brighter up there, but then if you're further back, suddenly, as John's talking about, you just get a face full of spray.
Well, here we are coming into second sector. So the second sector acts as the length of circuit between the bit that goes up the valley on the one side and the bit that goes up the valley on the other side. So there aren't as many trees as we have on both legs of the valley. So when the spray goes up, it's got a greater chance of dissipating than it does if you're going all the way up the Camel Straight or all the way back up towards the chicane. There you can see the other leg in the background. So another very, very fast part of the racetrack. Of course, Blanchimont in the dry is flat out for these GT3 cars. In the wet, they have to breathe it, still be in sixth gear. Nevertheless, just in excess of 200 kilometers per hour, they're going to go through Blanchimont.
Well, let's just pick up on the class positions as well before the fury of this race starts all over again with 2.5 hours remaining. In the Pro-Am class, it's Barwell Motorsport. Leo Mashitsky's taken over from Sadie Mitchell. He's leading the class from Sky Tempesta Racing's Ferrari with Giancarlo Fisichella on board. Third in class, 22nd overall, Alexander West in the Garage 59. Aston Martin. In the Silver Cup class, it's Michele Beretta, the HRT Mercedes driver, leads that. Second in the class is Indy Doncia, another Mercedes HTT Motorsport. That was one that Russell Ward just put off, but in no time at all, as the lights go off on the safety car, we will rejoin the battle. And just to complete it, the third place in the Silver Cup is Florian Latour for the 555 Lamborghini.
Just looking at the exit Paul Fret curve, look how slick and slippery that exit is. Again, once this race gets underway, drivers have been running out using that part of the racetrack. Right now, stay away from it because it's too slick and too tricky to negotiate, particularly if you've got a large sort of acceleration and drift as you move over that part of the circuit. So stay away from it.
John Watson, words of wisdom. Team managers will be offering their own words of wisdom, but they will be absolutely identical. The green flag is waved. We go racing again. 2 hours and, well, let's call it 2.5 hours between friends. Fast and furious. Doran Boccolacci will lead the group. Lead a fellow Audi racer, Fred Verviche, up to La Source. It's what happens when they get to La Source. And remember, they have to do braking that some further down in the pack may discover the edge of their abilities. The Bad Panda Mercedes keeps the outside line. Challenging car, the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari, Giancarlo Fisichella deciding the wide line's good, but Boccolacci's nailed the restart. Fred Verviche chasing him down the hill, and then further back in the pack come the two Ferraris, James Collado and Sergei Sirotkin, their third and fourth. Fred Verviche playing the clever game, don't make any challenge into Eau Rouge. You might be able to find your way past the top of the hill, but what can you see? Next to nothing, John, as they go up in the spray.
Well, look at the spray as they're coming through Radio. So the lead two cars not too bothered by, they've got reasonably good visibility. Boccolacci with Fred Verviche all over the rear as they come into Les Combes, but it's a little bit further back than the lack of visibility. I mean, it is driving in your worst motorway fog at 150 or 160 miles an hour, 260 kilometers per hour up, where you can have barely even shapes that lone headlights.
So tricky, but great pressure there exerted by Fred Verviche. Doran Boccolacci leading the way over the curves, but they can see what they're doing. Nobody else can, John. Super tough.
Yeah, and even Fred Verviche has sort of just reined back slightly.
Very tricky conditions. The field released here at Spa-Francorchamps. 2.5 hours remaining. It's two Audis leading from two Ferraris. It's Doran Boccolacci, young French ace, from Fred Verviche, doing a fantastic job, but you feel as though Fred Verviche is coiled like a spring, waiting to take over in the lead of the race. Very difficult conditions. Super tricky conditions at Spa-Francorchamps. Just had a restart after a safety car period. It's the two Audis, Dorian Boccolacci and Fred Verviche, in the lead of the race, nose to tail, a little bit of a gap, then come the two Ferraris, but conditions, look how horrendous they are here. We've just had a pause while the 33 Audi was pulled out from under the tyre wall at Eau Rouge. The driver, Benjamin Goethe, is absolutely fine. The car is not. A little bit of a mistake over the curbs at the bus stop from Boccolacci in the lead of the race. He's racing for Sansalot Racing. It's a rival Audi sport team, Attempto Racing, giving chase with Fred Verviche. They're first and second. In the early hours of the race, they weren't in the mix, but it's been a long race, a race full of incident, John, and I feel there are a few more chapters in this book yet.
Oh yes, there's a lot more to happen. Just watching, coming out of the Paul Frere curb, one of the drivers I described as the quick and the brave, Kevin Estre, and I love Kevin Estre behind the wheel of a Porsche. There, no, that's the sister car. Anyway, he was way wide. One of the few who has got the skill to manage a very tricky exit of that Paul Frere curb. But look down into the middle of Eau Rouge. All of a sudden, just it's as if the lights go out. It just gets darker and darker and darker. And I mean, drivers are driving. You use your peripheral vision as best you can, but even that's not going to tell you where you are.
Yes, I mean, it does feel at the moment as though we're doing what we did yesterday evening, going from light into dark. We did have actually a relatively bright morning here at Spa-Francorchamps, but the rain came in. It was promised. It came an hour and a bit later than anyone expected, and the Santalok Racing team went on slick tyres, but a real roll of the dice from the car with the green flanks, the Attempto Racing version, Fred Verviche at the wheel. They gambled. They went onto those wet weather tyres, on those rain tyres, and then it went the wrong way for them. But then they had patience and it came back. They resumed the lead, and all their rivals had to put on those wet weather tyres as well. It was a bold move, but John, it's still bearing fruit for them.
Yes, it is, but bear in mind that the car that's leading the race was one that changed onto slicks when the car following the green flash on that Audi went on. So the benefits that Attempto Racing generated have now been neutralised because everybody's now on wet weather tyres. The racetrack has changed dramatically. But Fred Verviche, I mean, he is harrying at every opportunity the young Dorian Boccolacci and the senior, I would call him senior rather than elderly or old, Fred Verviche. And it is experience in these circumstances, especially for Fred Verviche, who knows this track. He could drive it two hands in front of his face, but he's having to find places where he can run without having his visibility completely just, it's almost like a whiteout as he's driving in the spray of the leading Audi up the hill into Blanchimont, dab on the brakes for Dorian Boccolacci. I didn't see a dab on the brakes for Fred Verviche. He may just have, well, he would have just rolled out of the throttle momentarily to check. So it's one of those things you call a coast and lift into a corner. But Boccolacci did dab the brake, a left foot brake for the young Frenchman. And Fred Verviche just rolling the throttle out and letting the car run into the corner and not changing the stability by just that little bit of dab on the brakes.
Yeah, and just keeping an eye on the gap back to the better place of the Ferraris. It's James Collado now. Sergei Sirotkin was third. He's gone back into fifth place because Nick Tandy, the 98 Rover Racing Porsche, gaining ground. The Porsche's looking good, John. You suggested when it got wet they might do that very thing. Nick Tandy certainly had a good stint through the night and now really attacking after the withdrawal of the safety car. Oh, we've got a spin of the Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche, and it's gone right across the nose of the number 5 car that was leading the AM class. Off at the edge of the circuit, but it's almost inevitable at La Source someone is going to get it wrong in these conditions.
Yeah, don't know whether that was a self-induced incident or whether there was an assisted incident. We just caught the tail end of it, so back to this battle going on up at the top of the circuit, the high point here at Spa-Francorchamps. Then you start to descend, first of all, down through the right-hander. We're coming up to now to Bruxelles. And a long 180-degree corner, a variety of lines that drivers will opt to take. In the wet, probably even more variety. Then the cut back to go through Speaker's Corner. What a name for a corner. But anyway, let's watch and see. Was it an assist or not? Well, there's 3 in that's the 4. That's the Lucas Stolz, who's behind Maro Engel behind the wheel of the number 4 car. And then the sister car got involved. But it actually was the number 4 car trying to split the 2 cars on either side.
Yeah, just to correct myself, I said that was the AM class leader that we saw shuttle to the side of the track from Michele Beretta, of course, correct. It's the Silver Cup class leader, so certainly an unfortunate moment for them. Didn't lose too much time, but for the Fricadelli Porsche, not its fault. Helping hand from the Honda on the inside, but Honda running still in the top 10. Renger van der Zande at the wheel. He's just a shade of a second down on the Fricadelli. Well, he was a second down on the Fricadelli Porsche, but of course he squeezed it and has moved ahead. The Fricadelli Porsche losing positions.
What I'm going to keep an eye on is the battle for third place, because Nick Tandy is closing on the third place Ferrari of James Collado. Look, Fred Vavish has taken the advantage, slipped up the inside, coming up into Lake Coombe, got a better run out of the Paul Frank curve, and there is what experience is all about. Read the position, executed it perfectly, takes the lead.
So for Dorian Boccolacci, now he finds out what it's like to race with a face full of spray. Wet at Spa, Francorchamps. And it was dry for the early stages of the race. Flurries of rain, John, that never amounted to much for very long as we went into nightfall. Big rain during the night, but the proper heavy Spa-type rain was about half an hour ago. Everybody, of course, running on wet weather tyres. Very few people can see what they're doing. Very, very tricky conditions. The track, super cold, about 9.5 degrees. So hard to get any grip anywhere on this circuit.
There's not a bunch of grip anywhere, and normally in these situations drivers start to look to the alternative, which is the long way, the perimeter line around a corner, rather than taking the traditional exit. Normally after 21 and a half hours of racing, well, you'll be looking to stay on the racing line. That's where the grip is. But in these circumstances, with that amount of rubber down on the racetrack, you might look to go the alternative, the longer way around, to look for grip. I mean, that's the dirty part of the racetrack. Look at this coming up into Blanchimont. Look at the amount of rubber there is on the outside of the track. Here's a replay of what, I mean, Fred Vavish, I think Dorian Boccolacci, and whether he was slightly caught unawares, but it was almost as if he stepped out of the throttle to let the attempt of Audi go through.
Well, he was running quite a wide line where you had all those balls of rubber sitting. Maybe he just slightly spooked himself. Maybe he had a message from Audi, don't run the risk.
Well, that we've seen throughout the race that maybe the Audi independent teams are operating as a family, and right now Fred Vavish in the 66 Audi is the quicker of the two Audis on the track. James Collado in the Ferrari only 2.9 seconds behind Boccolacci, and they don't want that car running up close to the tail of the two Audis, so let Vavish go.
Exactly so. So it's two Audis. That's Vavish from Boccolacci, then Collado, Ferrari, in third place. Rover Racing keeping an eye on that fourth place Porsche. Nick Tandy at the wheel. He's dropped Sergei Sirotkin. He passed him. He's dropped him. And he's trying his best, but Collado now really starting to find some form as he closes in on those two Audis. It's now Fred Vavish after that great overtaking manoeuvre. Maybe, John, you were right, maybe he did catch Dorian Boccolacci slightly by surprise. I think Dorian probably surprised himself and had to adjust, and in that moment, that blink of an eye, Fred Vavish said, I thank you,
yes,
and has moved through.
Yeah, I mean, it looked to me as if either it was an assisted overtake, or maybe he caught slightly unawares of this gaggle of cars. You know, what, five of them look Audi, Ferrari, Porsche. So different categories. Kevin Estre there in the blue and white. Porsche gets up alongside the Ferrari just on acceleration. Kevin Estre will have taken that corner away. They're racing in different categories, so it doesn't matter. It's the 488 Ferrari and his Perret, Daniel Kelevitz, Rino Mastroianni and David Perel.
The thing about that Porsche, the KCMG car, it was a challenger in the early stages of the race. Then early hours this morning, front left upright, came in, had it repaired, is 5 laps down on the race leaders. So despite the fabulous pace that's provided by Leitz, Christensen and Estre, there's nothing they can do in this race. They're going to go around and see if they can pick something up. But you get this confusion. You get the class battles, and then you get cars coming up from the tail of the field. And then if you're a cameraman up at Les Combes, you get a wall of white, which is the cars coming towards you. And eventually, as they brake, you can see which cars are in that pack.
Yeah, but Kevin Estre, in these conditions, is absolutely scintillating. He's up behind the Ferrari, the 93 Ferrari. So Giancarlo Fisichella still behind the wheel, keep the mature. In these situations, this is where the mature side of your driver lineup pays bonuses in dry conditions where everything is stable and controllable. That's when you get your hot rod or your young up-and-coming rising star. Oh, contact with the Ferrari and into the tyre bales, and that was an avoidable contact.
Well, it was Patrick Pilet in behind Sergei Sirotkin. I could sense the intake of breath from your side of the commentary booth, and certainly on my side, minor damage, but that was the battle for 5th place. And suddenly, move up everyone, Maro Engel and the gang, they will go forward.
Yes, but for Patrick Pilet, will that be adjudged to be an incident that was avoidable? And certainly there the Ferrari, which was car running in 5th place. Let's look at it again and see. So the Porsche gets up alongside. Is it far enough? It's not quite far enough up. And Sirotkin takes his line, and the contact occurs around the left rear quarter of the Ferrari, enough just to tip it into the tyre bales. So how much damage has been done to the Ferrari? Because the right front, difficult to tell if the bodywork has made contact with the suspension or the front wheel and tyre.
Well, it didn't look as though it was going to be driven out of the tyre wall there, so I fear we might have a yellow strap at the top of our screen. Any moment now, another full course yellow, presumably on its route, looking for any signal. Yellow flags have certainly been shown. Turn 9, Speaker's Corner. And unfortunately for the car in 5th place, the SMP Racing Ferrari. Looking at the replay, you could see what Pilet was trying to do.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe just quarter of a car length, not enough.
It wasn't
of advance.
Look, everybody's a racing driver. They're all trying. We're all doing the same thing. We want to gain a position. He was better off the corner than Sirotkin. He took a different line around the corner. He gained an advantage as they got to the point where they were, a few metres from the corner. Pilet must have thought, it's going to be my corner. But the reality was that Sirotkin had to turn, and Pilet found himself in a closing gap. And the last thing a racing driver should ever do is find himself in a closing gap.
Yeah, absolutely so. Well, still it looks as though we may be able to get away without a full course yellow. No signal yet that it's on its way. We sometimes get a bit of warning. So hopefully that car has been recovered from Speaker's Corner, the downhill left-hander. At that point, the drivers... It's a tricky corner, Speakers, but you're largely thinking about what might happen at Pouhon as you go down the hill.
Still there. So I don't know why Sergei Sirotkin can't get the car. I would have thought he could have got it reversed out. I mean, I don't anticipate the damage on that right front is so severe that the car cannot be reversed out and arguably driven back to the pit lane. But right now, I suspect Sirotkin is on the radio to the team saying, what do I do? Tell me what button to push. Do I have to do a reset? Or maybe saying, I can do nothing. We're finished.
Yeah, very hard to tell. So 1.8 seconds the gap between the two Audis at the front of the race, and the red and white Ferrari. James Collado closing in on the two of them. So we've got 3.5 seconds covering the top 3 cars in the race. It's Fred Verviche. And we go to full course yellow in 10 seconds.
5,
not surprisingly,
4,
John.
No, I think that's the decision that was inevitable.
1, full course yellow. Now.
So the Ferrari hasn't moved since it's been there nearly 2 laps now. So we have to wait for outside assistance for that car to be certainly pulled from that tyre bale, as already some of the corner workers are about, and you can see them having to clamber over the tyre bales to get to Sirotkin and the Ferrari. And they're going to try and push it back. I mean, these cars have a reverse gear, but why he wasn't able to select it, I don't understand.
So Sergei Sirotkin's Ferrari now, with momentum and gravity, slides on down the hill back into the race. It's lost a lap, 2 laps. It was in 5th position. A big disaster for SMP Racing.
Yeah, something the car actually, the rear made contact first of all. So I don't know.
Start on short
frankly,
notice.
why Sirotkin couldn't have got the car.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
Back in the races, Bruce.
Yeah, back at the races. Let's just take a look at the restart of the race. It's still those two Audis, Fred Vervies from Dorian Boccolacci. We go racing at this very critical point in the race, like in a tag wrestling team. David Addison is on the ropes. He's off the ropes with tapping hands. David, I'm bowing out. Take it through to the end of the race. Enjoy your time. It's been fun. Watty, thank you.
Pleasure, Bruce.
Bruce, well done. Herculean task this morning in the commentary booth. Bruce Jones, thank you very much. Right, so green flag on short notice. None of this safety car stuff. John to close them all up. Gaps remain. We go racing. It's a wet track and 2 hours and change remain. It's gloves off, isn't it?
It will certainly be a battle to the finish. Yeah, 2 hours and 14 minutes. It could be the shortest 2 hours, 14 minutes for us, or it might be the longest for Fred Vervies, we don't know. But there is the third place Ferrari, and it's got Nick Tandy. Now Nick Tandy, for some reason, he was within 4 seconds of James Calado before we had that full course yellow. Now he's dropped back to 14. So what has taken, what's the reason for that?
Well, Nick Tandy, if anybody can rise to the occasion, he is that man. So the number 98 Porsche that a little while ago looked like it was struggling to stay on the lead lap is on the lead lap. He's 25 seconds down on the leader, and with 2 hours and 13 minutes still to go, that is certainly a car. Remember, Nick Tandy, runner-up last year, would dearly love to win this race. That is certainly a car that can yet have a big part to play in the outcome of this race. It's Audi 1-2 right now as we work lap 482 here at Spa. So Fred Vervies it is who leads the way. Another car, we've been cheering for it race long. John, it's doing a good job still. The Honda, it's in 8th place in the hands of Renger van der Zande.
I mean, it was impressive this morning when they did that pit stop.
Car 22 and car 29 in turn 1 under investigation.
Right, that was Alain Ardon, the race director. John, sorry, the Honda, yes.
Yeah, the Honda, when it came in back on air, and all of a sudden that Marco Farbacher and the Honda just reeling in the 3 cars directly ahead of him. He wasn't on the same lap, but he just reeled them in, and the Honda was absolutely stellar. The reason was he'd come out with a brand new set of tyres while others around in that leading group were midway through their stint. Nevertheless, it illustrated, I think, to everyone the potential that the Honda has got. It is a really, really fantastic GT3 car, and we talked about this, David, earlier in the broadcast. We would love to see more of them racing over here in Europe in events like Spa 24 or all the other events in the SRO calendar.
I totally agree. We'd like to see more of them. Now, let's ride on board with Nick Tandy. This could be the stint of stints, couldn't it? As the British driver, Le Mans winner, Nürburgring 24-hour winner, goes for a Spa 24-hour win as well. 5th gear, a climb up towards the Nicom here, Watty.
Yep, and I know that you're thinking back to December last year when Nick Tandy was absolutely stellar at the Kyalami 9 hours. So these conditions, well, the only thing that's similar is it's wet. The ambient temperature in Kyalami was a little bit warmer than it is here today at Spa-Francorchamps.
So Tandy is hustling on. Well, he was 25 seconds back, wasn't he? He's now 13.9. Fred Vervies' lap time a 2:48. Tandy a 2:37. So that was admittedly as they were released from the full course yellow. This will be a proper flying lap. Mauro Engel goes through. And remember that car is under investigation. You heard the race director talking about the incident that John and Bruce had been describing that involved also 22 Porsche, the Fricadelli car, and also 29, which is the Honda. So that tangle down at La Source a little while ago. But the Honda there in 8th place. It is now a lap down, but still doing a stellar job in that leading 10. But Vervies 1.6 seconds up on Boccolacci. The gap between the 2 leading Audis is coming down and down and down with only 2 hours and a bit remaining.
It is certainly seesawing around. I mean, look again, coming out of Pujol. Where are you? Can't even pick out any one of the 4 cars until they slow down enough to come into Fagnes. The number 4 is under investigation. There were 3 cars involved. The Mercedes was the middle of the 3 cars, and there was a bit of a pincer movement as they all came into La Source, and really none of them had anywhere to go, having sort of dived in thinking they were going to come out of the corner ahead of the other 2.
So they're the Honda, a lap down, remember, and holding up effectively the number 4 Mercedes, because Engel can't find a way by, and Engel has got Patrick Pilet on his tail, and we've just seen how forceful Pilet can be when he needs to. Just go and ask Davide Rigon here. Sergei Sorokin, who was in the 72 Ferrari. So can Pilet find a way up on the inside as they come out of Blanchimont? Which pair of headlights is which? Well, the one at the back is going to be the Porsche. Patrick Pilet through the gloom, through the spray, up to the bus stop, can't find a way round the inside. Up the curve goes Engel, one car bails for the pits, but number 12 Porsche, Patrick Pilet, is right there on the tail of the Mercedes as they boom up past the pits now, heading towards La Source. Verviche 1.6 seconds clear of Boccolacci. Collado is still third, but the man that is absolutely flying is Nick Tandy at 2:34.8. Boccolacci has done a 2:34.7, actually fractionally faster, so he's almost up with Verviche for the race lead.
I tell you what, the gloves are off. This is a 2-hour sprint race at the end of a 22-hour endurance race, which is really still a 22-hour, 1-hour sprint race. But look, I mean, the conditions are appalling as they come up the Campbell Straight. How they can see. Now, look, Maro Engel trying to find a way past the Honda and can't do it one way. Honda goes to the right to block the Mercedes. I mean, this is racing you'd expect in clear, bright, sunny conditions. Not in these appalling. Maro Engel, can he get up alongside the Honda without getting into contact? Already investigation for an incident a few laps earlier up at La Source.
So Engel is trying to get through the traffic. He's trying to mitigate the time lost against Nick Tandy, but he cannot get past this Honda, and he goes deep into Bruxelles and runs off the road, certainly with two wheels, and that's going to give Pilet an opportunity. Here they come down the hill. Mercedes on the inside, claims its line, hangs onto the position as they drop through that left, but way out wide goes Engel. Right there behind is Patrick Pilet, hustling on. Can he now make a move? Can the Porsches late race in these increasingly wet conditions start to come good? We've got the leading 7 cars all on the lead lap and all covered by just over 34 seconds. That is how close this race is. Through the spray, Maro Engel really under attack. No wonder he's desperate to get through the traffic, because he wants to somehow wriggle clear of Patrick Pilet. The Porsche stuck to the back of the Mercedes.
Yes, but the Honda really is well, Maro Engel thought he maybe would have a chance. The Honda ran slightly wide, but Patrick Pilet certainly thought he had a chance coming out of Bruxelles. Think back a couple of laps earlier where he was doing the opposite of the power. So he's up alongside as they come out of, and he's got ahead of the Mercedes. So Patrick Pilet has used his thinking. Well, side by side up in the Blanchimont. Is the Mercedes going to concede? It's on the inside, side by side, but Pilet will come out just ahead. Wow, that was, I tell you what, serious motor racing.
Absolutely. Neither driver giving an inch, but it was Pilet's bravery on the outside line that came through. So Patrick Pilet up there now into 5th place, and no investigation necessary for the incident between Pilet and Sorokin. So that goes as a racing incident. It's not being looked at as number 12 there. Patrick Pilet now up into 5th place. Sets off in pursuit of Nick Tandy in number 98 Porsche. Downhill they plunge then as we work lap 4.85 here at Spa. Now Pilet, having got ahead, looks as though, John, he's going to be able to extend that margin. The Mercedes does not have an answer in the really wet conditions, or does it?
Difficult to tell. I think Maro Engel will have been slightly wrong-footed with the realisation that Patrick Pilet very strongly came up and got through.
Penalty to
at the exit
car 4 to be taken at the next pit stop for causing a collision. So 10-second time penalty to car 4 to be taken at the next pit stop for causing a collision.
Right, Maro Engel, John, cops a penalty.
Yeah, well, that was for the contact up at La Source, I suspect. So he was the car in that middle of that pincer attack, and I think that the general consensus from the race director and the stewards is that he was the party that was maybe most responsible for what occurred. So another 10 seconds added to a pit stop for the number 4 Mercedes. The last thing it needs, having just lost a position to the flying Patrick Pilet, from going from 5th place down to 6th. There we see it again. So tagged the back of the Piccatelli Porsche. That spun round. Then the sister car from the HTP team also got in. Yeah, they can see it having a bounce across and going over that little sausage curve on the exit of La Source. So back And the Honda finally, Patrick Pilet's found a way past. Maro Engel had struggled, still struggling to find a way past the Honda, but Patrick Pilet has done so. So he has not wasted time getting around the very, very competitive, albeit lapsed on Honda.
And Engel just does not have an answer, does he? So he couldn't find a way back onto terms with the traffic ahead. He couldn't get past the traffic. We're getting ready for the next round of pit stops then, because Attempto is ready. That's Patrick Niederhauser, who is going to get on board the car. So in with 2 hours and 4 minutes to go. So they've got one more pit stop after this, I would offer you, and looks like Niederhauser might bring the car home. So in has come 66, and also we've got Patrick Pilet coming into the pit lane as well now. So Pilet down.
So having done all those hard yards, Pilet is into the pit lane, but it's all roundabouts and trying to get the netting, put it back in place, take the bottle, no, carry it up, there we go, take the bottle along with you.
So Patrick Pilet brings number 12 in. The fuel goes into the Audi. Only then can you jack it up, can you change the tyres, a new set of wet, so they're going to bother. No, keep it on that set of tyres, so fuel
they're
and
not
driver.
bothering, no, they're just going to continue. Yep, now that's the stop, so that's going to save them. So, the wet weather tyres, in their opinion, are in sufficiently good condition. The tread blocks are still got nice, sharpish edges around them, which in wet weather conditions, they don't get rounded off in the way you would when a track is in that semi-slick condition. So, again, a great call by the Audi Attempto team, and rolling back down the racetrack. Fred Verbisch was on board, waiting for the transponder to tip over to see who is back. Who's back in it, David?
It is Patrick Niederhauser, who is going to do the next stint and hopefully take that car to the end.
Right. Yeah, so Niederhauser has just tripped over now the transponder, so always wait and see what the transponder says. So, the number 12 Porsche, it's a GPX car, that's the car Patrick Pilet brought in. Again, it's been a quick turnaround for that car as he makes his way back onto the racetrack. Now the Porsche's going to make its way all the way up to the top of the Grand Prix pits, then inside the source, all the way back down the hill, and this thing is powering its way up the hill, absolutely flat out, and no spray around it, which is a great advantage, certainly in the initial phases.
So this is going to put Dorian Boccolacci in 25 into the lead of the race now. So Dorian Boccolacci, who up until this stint had done 6 hours and 10 minutes against the 7 3/4 of Marcus Winkelhock and the 7 hours 2 minutes of Christopher Hauser, he now gets behind the wheel once more, and up into second place for the moment will come James Collado. Up into third will come Nick Tandy, and we'll give you a Niederhauser position when he gets to a timing point with just over 2 hours to go. So there is Boccolacci through, and he stays ahead of the Porsche. Yes, John.
Yeah, in the gloom, 8 seconds behind is James Collado, but in slightly less of a gloom is just under 4 seconds now, Nick Tandy to James Collado. So the two Brits in different brands, two iconic brands in the world of sports cars, GT cars. As we look at the Audi, still comfortably, well, by 8 seconds, if you call that comfortably, ahead of James Collado and young Dorian, and he is young, Dorian Boccolacci. He's going to come out of this event with a huge amount of experience you never imagined.
Is he ever? But if you've got Collado and Tandy and others bearing down on you, GT experts, long distance experts, Spa experts, it's not a nice situation to be in. There in Pro-Am is Colin Braun in the SPS Automotive Performance car, and that is a little way down in 29th place overall, but 6th in class, going nicely. And the main aim, get to the finish, and if you can cope with the conditions, bearing in mind that we've got only really 33 of the 56 starters, so the majority of the field having hit problems, you've done well. But this team has come over from America, regulars within GT World Challenge America, come over to do this round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Great to see the commitment being put in, and very, very good to see the American team still there, heading towards the finish.
Well, first of all, great to have an American team coming over to race at Spa 24. Remember, their championship in North America races, in my view, on some of the best circuits in the world. I loved racing in North America, and a lot of the circuits I've had the chance to race on, proper, what I call old school, almost like Harry, back of the hand stuff. And I tell you, coming to Spa-Francorchamps this weekend with the weather that we've had, the temperatures have been low, the time of year, the long hours, 12 hours of darkness, real test for any team, let alone a team coming all the way from the United States.
Well, they're going to get sixth potentially in Pro-Am. Pro-Am is certainly not resolved. Leo Machitsky for Barwell, still ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella. Maxime Martin has now taken over the Aston Martin and he's on the lead lap of the Pro-Am top two, so he's still in the mix. But Boccolacci impressed us at the Nürburgring until he had a spin. His racecraft, his attacking style was really good to see, and as he comes now up out of Radion, he leads by just under 9 seconds. In fact, last time he extended that margin over James Collado. There is Leo Machitsky, who is an experienced and quick AM within the Pro-Am Lamborghini. Fisichella, in the meantime, is 1 minute and 42 seconds back. So Leo Machitsky needs to keep his car out of trouble. It'll be interesting to see who they put in for the last stint of the race as well.
Well, you got father or son. It'll be interesting to see, indeed, as you say. But the Sky Tempesta Ferrari, unless there's some other unforeseen circumstance, let's say another full course yellow and then a safety car, the chances of that car getting on terms with the time remaining is probably unlikely. But right now at Spa, who could call anything?
Indeed. Sergei Sorokin has got going again after the recovery down at turn 9. So Sorokin is in 12th place. There is number 5, which is Michele Beretta, who has brought in the HRT Silver Cup Mercedes. So driver change goes on there. So Gabriele Piana, Sergei Afanasiev or Hubert Haupt will take that over. You can see the rain still falling, still looking pretty horrible for the teams, for the drivers, as the fuel goes into that Mercedes, and the car now goes up on the jacks ready for the tyre change. That's the Silver Cup leading car, remember. So with the tyres going on to number 5, Silver Cup lead from 84 Mercedes and Indy Doncia and the 555 Lamborghini Florian Latour. That is the order within the class at the moment. That looks grim, John, doesn't it? Heading up towards Les Comtes through the spray.
Final warning to car 27 and 108, track limits in turn 3.
Well, still getting warnings for drivers at Eau Rouge and Radio, but indeed, as you pointed out, David, track conditions are extremely difficult, and the visibility and how these drivers have been able to see through it, particularly when you're getting groups of 3 and 4 and 5 cars, especially on the section of the circuit from the Paul Frere Courbe all the way up through Blanchimont. I mean, that is a really fast part of the circuit, and I mean, many drivers have been exceeding track limits, partly because they don't even know where the track ends and where the off-track bit commences. But extremely testing way to finish a 24-hour race here at Spa.
Absolutely right. As you look at the AM leading car, Romano Ricci, the Perfume Air, is behind the wheel of it, and that car from CMR 32nd, as paddling out of the bus stop comes there the Honda. So Renger van der Zande still going nicely in 8th place, this Intercontinental GT Challenge regular, but we don't see much of it in Europe, but it's good to have on the grid, as we have been saying race long. The lead gap is 10 seconds now, Boccolacci to Collado. Number 30 Audi rounding their source, that's Dennis Marshall, who is in 17th place in the WRT car right now, and the leaders go downhill once more, but Boccolacci to Collado. Looks like the Audi has got the measure just at the moment, as 54 Porsche Matteo Cairoli now comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, the gap has opened up fractionally. The gap also between second and third has opened up as well fractionally, so it may just be just where they are in the circuit at a given time. So the number 4 Mercedes, which is going to have to serve a penalty, goes past the sister car, the number 5, which is running in the silver category, so that steps aside and lets Maro Engel try and make up ground, having been wrong-footed somewhat a few laps earlier.
Now down in the pit lane, Nicky Shields has found Fred Verviche fresh out of the number 66 Audi. Let's hear from Fred Verviche right now.
I mean, Frederick, just talk us through how challenging it is at the moment, given these current conditions. It's incredibly wet. I mean, how you can see what's going on, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, for sure it's not the easiest conditions, but I think the most difficult ones were when we were on dry or on slick tires, and then having rain. This was much more dangerous and much more potential for crashing. Now it's quite, I would say, quite standard, quite the same the whole time. A little bit more rain, a bit less, so that's quite good for the tires we have. And at the moment, let's see.
I mean, is it quite hard just having to sit now and be patient to see what happens?
Yeah, I mean, I just got out of the car and it's quite difficult. We had a big lead and then we lost it again with the full course yellow. But okay, that's also how we came back. So it's a very challenging race, a very nervous. You don't know where you are, and now we have to push flat out. But you also have to be careful for track limits, which is easy to have in a rainy condition. So. Yeah, it's still a long time to go. Yeah.
And, you know, considering it's supposed to be a 24-hour race, it does feel more like a 22-hour endurance race with a sprint race at the end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we were with 7 cars, all fighting very hard. It's now a 2-hour race, like you say, and at the last hours there'll be 1 hour sprint. So let's see if we can make it. To be honest, at the moment we have some small electronic problems, so this is also something that's not great, but yeah, let's see. Let's hope we can bring it home.
Good luck. Thanks very much, Frederick.
Interesting to hear about an electrical problem as well. So Fred Vervish, he has done more driving in that car than anybody, incidentally, and well versed with car conditions. But now into the pit lane has come the race leader, Dorian Boccolacci. Mauro Engel is in, and remember, this will be a longer stop for the Mercedes because of that extra 10 seconds. Away with fuel only goes Boccolacci. Didn't change tyres by the look of it, so again, keeping those wets on the car, and therefore, John, saving a big chunk of time in the pits. Now, the last pit stop that 66 did was 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Let's see how that compares with this stop of Boccolacci when he gets to pit out.
Yeah, I think everybody who's been coming in to make a routine service, driver change, refueling, has been able to retain the wet weather tyres. They seem to be standing up to the conditions extremely well. And as long as you've got to say that it's the depth of tread, so the important thing. Ideally, the sharpness of the tread block helps a great deal as well. But principally, it's the depth of tread that you have in these wet conditions. If you've got a good depth, then you can keep that set of tyres on, and it helps you get through the whole pit stop sequence very much more quickly.
Does indeed. There goes Boccolacci then, and that was 2 minutes and 14 against 2 minutes 5 from the Attempto pit stop. So the Santalot car slower in the pits there, losing a chunk of time to the rival Audi number 66. 2 minutes 14 plays 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, just listening to the interview with Fred Makovic, his wrong team, wrong driver. But you can just imagine that Fred Vervish, it's almost more difficult to be out of the car watching what's going on than it is to be in the car and being in control and controlling your destiny. It's almost like you're sitting in eggshells in the garage, waiting. Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Where are we now? We're currently 6th, but Boccolacci's leading the race. But how many more pit stops are you going to have? Will there be any more full course yellows? It's an unknown, an absolute unknown.
Go back to your sports car days when you did these multi-driver style races. What do you do when you're out of the car? Do you stand in the garage studying all the data, keeping tabs on the car, or did you have to walk away and try and think about something else?
Well, in the really old days, you'll probably pick up a copy of Playboy magazine and read that.
I asked for that, didn't I? So, Dorian Boccolacci is the man in 3rd place, and James Collado there is the on-the-road leader. So it's still this seesaw as we have a look at the speed through Eau Rouge. Now, the speed, of course, is somewhat different right now. We've reset them for the wet conditions, so these are the recent speeds on a wet road. Who is the bravest? It's Mauro Engel, 198 kilometres an hour in the wet. Through Eau Rouge, Alvaro Parent, 194. Maxime Martin, 193, and then Kevin Estre, and that man on screen, James Collado, 191. But close to 200 clicks in the wet through Eau Rouge. That's impressive, Wassy.
David, very impressive. But you know what's impressive to me? all top 3 cars are mid-front engine GT cars.
Yeah.
And I always go on about how good a mid-front engine GT car is. The balance is probably the best. May not be ultimately the quickest, but the balance, and that I think has been confirmed by just seeing the fact that all 3 quickest cars through Eau Rouge in these conditions are mid-front engine GT cars.
Nick Tandy is the fastest man in the wet through Blanchimont. You are riding with him. You are approaching Blanchimont. Dorian Boccolacci a kilometre down, so 2:30 place, 2:29. Romain Dumas 2:24. Kevin S 2:21. James Collado 2:19. But Nick Tandy goes through Blanchimont with barely a lift. Spray, water, wiper going down to the bus stop. You could ride with Nick Tandy all day on this camera, couldn't you? Because he's just a joy to watch as he comes then into the pit lane. So the car that he's up into second place on the pit stop cycle comes down the pit road and of course now will drop away on this next sequence.
Yes indeed, but again I'm assuming this will just be a driver change. May not even be that, might just be a refuel, because I don't know how long they might keep Nick Tandy in or how many hours he's done already. But there's the car that is most likely at the end of this lap to reclaim the lead, and that's Patrick Niederhauser in the 66 attempter. So it's fuel in, Tandy's staying in, so it's going to be a quick stop go here for the Porsche, but it's at the top end of the pits. There is the Audi all the way down at the exit of Pujol, so it's just about at the lowest point of the circuit. It's going to be interesting to see how quick the Rover Racing team can turn that car around and how quickly this car can get backed up to start-finish line, or finish line more than start-finish line.
So there is the Audi. Porsche serves its pit stop here at Spa. Nick Tandy, when he came in, had done 6 hours, 18 minutes and 33 seconds worth of driving, according to one of the many screens staring at me. And by the look of it, he's going to stay behind the wheel. So here is Patrick Niederhauser pressing on, and it's going to be fresh tyres, interestingly, on the Porsche. So it's going to be a longer stop relative to the Audis.
Yes, it is, and I think the team must have decided that let's put a fresh set of tyres on, we lose extra time in the process of doing it, but we may end up getting the Porsche now rolling. But of course the Audi is coming into the chicane here, it is coming out of the exit, so it is going to overtake the 98 Porsche pretty quickly, because it'll be stuck at 50 kilometers per hour all the way down the other side, down past the historic pits. There it comes, it's just about gotten round the inside of La Source. And where is Niederhauser? There he is now, coming out of La Source. So easily reclaiming the lead of the race as Nick Tandy, stuck at 50 kilometers per hour for an interminable amount of time it will feel to him. He'll see the Audi disappear over Eau Rouge. He'll go out of sight over the radio, and he's still only midway down the second leg of the pit lane.
So Niederhauser will go ahead of him, and James Collado is due a pit stop in the next couple of laps because he's almost up to the hour mark. 65 minutes is the maximum for a stint, and there is the Honda that Mario Farnbacher has brought into the pit lane, still going nicely, chipping its way up the order, 8th place, and of course gaining ground if others have dramas, like you've seen for the Sergei Sorokin Ferrari. More opportunity to gain a spot. Sorokin, as I mentioned, has rejoined, and that car now is down in 10th place as fresh wets go on to the number 29 Pro Class overall category Honda. That team cycle through. You see the battered bodywork on the right rear corner, but the gaffer tape has just about done its job, and the car now blasts off down the pit lane again. So, James Collado is the race leader on the road, but he's got a pit stop due. Nick Tandy was second, but has just left the pit, so that should, in the next couple of laps, put Patrick Niederhauser back into the lead of the race. Now, the Nick Tandy pit stop was 2 minutes and 19 seconds, which was not bad going for a full service, fuel and tyres going onto that car as well. So the tyre element very swiftly done by the mechanics. Saving time in the pits by not changing tyres is obvious, but it's not a massive margin. You're only talking round about 12 seconds.
Well, if that's the differential between staying on a set of tyres and putting on a fresh set of tyres, that I think was a good call by Rover Racing, because it gives then Nick Tandy a further small advantage in that he's got a fresh set of Pirelli tyres. Nothing feels better than going out on a wet track, a dry track, or whatever track it is, on a fresh set of tyres. So that will give Tandy, I'm sure, not only the actual benefit of being able to go quicker, but the psychological benefit of knowing I've got fresh rubber and my principal competitors didn't change their tyre. I've gained an advantage.
So James Collado leads on the road, but is due a pit stop then, as we are with an hour and 45 minutes to go. He'll have to do another pit stop, of course, because he'll be outside his drive time. But James Collado here now comes through campus up towards Stavelot, towards the Cours Paul Frere, and the car there, the team AF Corsa, getting ready in these still very, very wet conditions as the Ferrari powers on now up towards Blanchimont.
They've already set a set of tyres sitting prepared for the Ferrari, so it is an assumption that they're going to do as the Rover Racing team did. Have conditions gotten worse as it just looks as if the sky's descended? Maybe it's just all the spray just hanging in the air. Just wait for Collado to come into the pit lane. He does now.
So there we have the car coming down the pit road. James Collado comes in, and the Ferrari team will go to work now. Driver change coming up, and that car in with what, an hour and 44 minutes to go, so it's got one more stop due before the end of the race. But I've got to say, John, Patrick Niederhauser, who we've seen in other GT races, we've seen in winning the German GT Challenge, but he's really put himself on the map in this race, hasn't he? Because he's there in a car that's run so well race long, and he has driven very impressively indeed.
He stood up to the plate absolutely 100%. And in fact, the entire crew in the 66 Audi have been, I think, stellar all the way through. And the thing I like about this particular car is its distinctiveness. That fluorescent green makes it stand out. Sometimes colours on cars tend to blend in, or we went through a phase when every Audi was a shade of different, 50 shades of grey, to use a well-known title. But this one stands out, and it's standing out on the racetrack here this afternoon.
So there down the pit road is the Ferrari number 51, and the car heads down to the inside of La Source hairpin. There you've got number 66, Patrick Niederhauser, who should get the lead back here, because James Collado's got that long drive down the pit road. Clock ticks and ticks and ticks. The Attempto Audi flashes past the Formula One pits with an hour and 42 minutes on the clock. But I know we were always expecting the weather to play a part in this race, but right now, looking at different pit stops strategies and the times that the cars have been in and the time remaining in the race, it is still very, very hard to really call a winner to all this, as the Ferrari is about to drop back behind the Audi as it comes down the hill. So it's long drive. And it's the same for everybody, I know, but it must just feel so bad when you're in the top pits. James Collado will lose that lead to Patrick Niederhauser as the Audi is up through Radion. Nick Tandy is at La Source. So can the Ferrari stay ahead of the British driver Nick Tandy? Collado is on the loud pedal now. There is Tandy. Well, don't forget, he's of course on fresh tyres, and he's already done a lap on them. He's got them up to temperature. He knows what they feel like. There is the Ferrari. Nick Tandy is bearing down on him. There he is. So the Ferrari stays ahead in second place, but this is going to be a great fight now. Tandy hustling on in third.
Yeah, the gap is more or less halved from prior to when they went into the pit. And so it is Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel. He's taken over from James Collado, but Nick Tandy, oh, careful. I just thought Nick was a little bit late in the brakes, and the nose sort of hovered around, but he will now know the car directly ahead. He'll not maybe see the car, but he'll see the spray, and he'll be being advised by his team that that's the car you've got to chase down. That's the car that's being driven by Alessandro Pierguidi, and you want to get on with the programme, Nick Tandy, who is one of the greatest drivers in a Porsche, particularly in these kind of conditions.
So Tandy Porsche blasts on, and Nick, who gave it everything last year, didn't even lost out towards the end in that final safety car period, dives down now through Pouhon. He was great in the night, spectacular as ever. And so the Rover Racing Porsche, the same team with a different brand that won at the Nürburgring, comes now down towards the pit path. Brake down through the gears, second as Nick Tandy hustles on looking for grip. out of the pit path. Back onto the power now and runs towards campus. The target up the road is going to be the number 51 Ferrari, which Alessandro Pierguidi took over. So Pierguidi versus Tandy. They are hustling out of the long right of Stavolo and now make the run into the approach to the bus stop.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick Tandy took a chunk of time out of the Ferrari directly ahead. Of course, Alessandro Pierguidi in the car for the first time, probably in some time. Even he may not have been in the car in these conditions. So Nick Tandy has had the benefit of having he's in the car for a second stint. So look how close he's clipping. He's run down almost 5 seconds in one lap. The gap between the Ferrari when it rejoined the circuit and Nick Tandy now can't get any closer. He will look to use the benefit of having run down the Ferrari so quickly to try and get alongside. But once Alessandro Pierguidi's had that benefit, the one lap, the exploratory lap that he needed to know where the track is going, where the water is, where the grip lies, now he'll respond to the challenge from Nick Tandy, and this is going to be a battle we're going to enjoy probably for the next 1 hour and 39 minutes.
Absolutely right. So the cars then plough up through Ardennes here. Look at the spray. Drivers still having to cope with these horrible track conditions, but as the headlights pierce through the gloom, there is Nick Tandy. So after the recent round of stops, third and fourth they are. It is Pierguidi ahead of Tandy, who can barely see the car. Up towards Les Combes they come now, and where is the Ferrari? There is the Ferrari, just visible through the spray. The spray drops as the speed drops. Tandy right on the tail, but now he's going to have to go offline to find a way by out of Les Combes. Down the hill to Bruxelles they will come. Where does Tandy find a way through? Into the braking zone. Turn into the right-hander. Closing. Ferrari just ahead of the Porsche. Nose to tail, down towards Speaker's Corner.
Like a rash, trying to go all the way around. You can't go around the outside of Speaker's Corner. He's moving one way, the Ferrari's going the other way. Here, Guidi's trying to do everything he knows in his book and a few other things he's probably learning on the job to keep the Porsche behind. Nick Tandy's got the momentum. He's got his dander up, as we say in Britain. Looking to find a way. Can he dive down the inside into Fagnes? He's thinking about it. There's room, space, but he might be on the wrong side on the exit because the Ferrari will hug the curb on the inside. But Tandy has gone the long way around and taken the position.
Nick Tandy goes through, then gains the place. So the cars make the run now down towards the Stavolo right-hander, and not only has Tandy gained the place with a really brave bit of driving, but he's getting away, building on that margin. Straight away, the focus, forget the Ferrari, the focus is those two Audis up the road with just over an hour and a half to go, John. He's absolutely storming along.
Absolutely, that last lap and the way he managed to find a way around the Ferrari all began more or less as they got up to the top of the hill into Les Combes. From that point onwards, all the way down on the exit of Speaker's Corner, through Pujol, all the way down to Fagnes to go the wrong way around. I mean, he had the traction. That was what helped him a great deal. The Porsche had the traction. Remember, the engine hangs out behind the rear axle. In these conditions, you do have a small benefit. And Alessandro Pierguidi probably still just acclimatizing to these conditions, but Tandy struck at the earliest chance and he succeeded and is pulling away from the Ferrari.
Well, pulling away is he ever. So now 16 seconds to make up against Boccolacci, 25 and a half in total before he's on the back of the race leader. Niederhauser, Boccolacci, Tandy. If you had to pick a driver for your team out of those three, who would you go for? I reckon my money would go on Nick Tandy. So Boccolacci and Niederhauser are in for a really tough fight here before the end of the race. There's another pit stop due for each of the cars. There is 66 then, that's the leader right now. Niederhauser just needs to keep out of trouble, keep pushing on as best he can.
David, to answer your question, which of the three would I pick? I would pick all three and put them in one manufacturer, one car. Have all three drivers in one car, cover all your bases, and that's the best answer I could give to that question right now.
Well, we know Nick Tandy is a star. I mean, that goes without saying. Dorian Boccolacci has impressed us this year. Patrick Niederhauser comes with a good CV from single-seater racing and then into GT cars. ADAC GT champion, the German series. He's won that championship. So they're all good. Probably Boccolacci is the least experienced in GT terms. Might be the easier of the two Audi drivers for Tandy to get past, but That said, Boccolacci knew at the Nürburgring round of GT World Challenge Europe how to drive a wide car.
I tell you what, David, that's a broad brushstroke comment you made about getting past Boccolacci and the easier of the two. Right now, I tell you what, Dorian Boccolacci, there's more chance of Nick Tandy, well, you know what, getting past easily. This is a fight to the finish. And I mean, it's going to be a fight we can enjoy because we're going to be a part of it. Trying to bring I'm excited. I can't wait to see what happens when Nick Tandy catches up to the rear of the 25 Audi. When he catches up, or will he catch up?
I'm also trying to second guess who the next of the stoppers is going to be, but it's going to be, I think, the number 66 Audi that will start the next cycle of pit stops. And he's still, I think, in the box seat, but I'm not 100% convinced about that because I haven't had a chance to crunch enough numbers. But there you've got the Bentley going into La Source. Jules Goun on his 14th. Alvaro Parents is behind him in 15th. There is Boccolacci. The lead gap is 10.5 seconds. That lap from Boccolacci was a 2 minutes 37. Niederhauser at 2 minutes 35. So the leading Attempto car just has the edge for the moment on the Santalok entry. And then Nick Tandy has gone through in third, and he's lapping quicker than the two leaders. Gosh, what a surprise, you might say. But 2:34.8, Nick Tandy then. But the gap first to third is 24.6 seconds as Tandy with his foot. Oh, gets all sideways. He's off the road as he saved it. Oh, Nick.
He did. He got a tank slapper. He got into just at the apex of Eau Rouge. The back end stepped out. But wow, did he do a brilliant job at controlling the car, because that had tire bale written all over it like a piece of Bognor Regis rock.
Did it ever. Save of the race, Nick Tandy. Let's have another look. I was trying to say he had his foot nailed to the board, so quickly was he going. Well, talk us through it.
Orange flag to car 99.
Well, he comes into Eau Rouge, what's the back of the Porsche?
99.
There it goes. Now he's got to go into recovery mode. How does he do it? Because he's got the skill and the ability and also the presence of mind not to overreact. Watch for the back end of the cars stepping out. Just there she goes. Loss of rear grip, but he gets it, gathered it together. Luckily, there's loads of space on the outside. Now, Nick Tandy, that's the save, I would say, of the race so far. Others would have been buried in that tire bale and the race would be over.
Poor heart rate recovers, both in commentary booth as well as in Porsche. We also just had the race director talking about number 99 being given the black and orange mechanical warning flag. That's the sister Rover car. How did it look on board with Nick Tandy? This is how. Whoa!
Whoa! Right up, cowboy. He's got out of the throttle massively. But, as I say, that's the save for me of the race. Absolutely stunning bit of work by Nick Tandy to avoid having a marriage with those tire bales. That would be for life.
Right, so Team Laundry Bill, the operators of the Porsche. Nick Tandy carries on and in third place, but with his eyes out like chapel hat pegs now. That was a massive scare for everybody involved. There is the sister car, black and orange flagged into the pit lane, into the garage, rear wing hanging off after incidents earlier on. So 99 Porsche in its pit box. So it's Audi 1-2 still here at Spa, with Niederhauser ahead of Boccolacci, and Dorian Boccolacci just going round La Source. What's the lap time like for Nick Tandy after that big moment? Well, we'll find out when he breaks the timing beam. He's about so to do. It was a 2:37. He's still lapping quicker than Boccolacci on that last lap. Not as quick as the leader Niederhauser, but with 90 minutes to go, Tandy is certainly with a good chance of winning this race.
Let's see how he approaches Eau Rouge this lap, one lap after his biggest fright of the race so far. So comes in. I wonder, did that all begin? He ran the curve on the left before you make the cut across to the right. I wonder, was that the cause of setting the Porsche's tail almost about to do a 180 degrees in Eau Rouge? So he stayed maybe a little bit further off the curve, and he made the transition from left to right and sailed up and through Eau Rouge and Radion with no problem whatsoever this lap.
So the rain continues to fall. The circuit now absolutely saturated. The mechanics in the pit lane, all now wetter than an otter's pocket. They've been out in these conditions for hour after hour after hour. So, of course, of all the volunteer officials trackside. But Nick Tandy in the dry, sort of, in the Porsche, goes through Eau Rouge. Look at the water squeegeed out of the side of it as number 5 Mercedes goes through. That is Gabriele Piana leading in the Silver Cup, incidentally, with Phil Ellis's Mercedes in second place. Charging on behind, but he's got to make up a 2-lap deficit, so that ain't going to happen for him, I'm afraid. But Gabriele Piana here leads the Silver Cup, so the Hout Racing Team Mercedes is currently 23rd overall. Philip Ellis's Mercedes second, Florian Latour's Lamborghini third within silver. Fourth is Ricardo Sanchez, former Nissan PlayStation Academy driver. He is fourth. Frank Bird for the Bentley Motorsport Academy team. There he is, the British ex-single-seater and occasional rally driver for Stuart Parker's squad. He goes through fifth in the class. Now, what about the Pro-Ams? It is Sandy Mitchell for Barwell ahead of Maxime Martin, the local hero in the Aston Martin. Down to third in the class is Eddie Cheever in the Sky Tempesta Ferrari. David Perel is fourth ahead of Jens Klingman's BMW and Colin Braun's Mercedes. But Sandy Mitchell, we were praising him earlier on, and he's doing it again here because the Pro-Am car, he's taken it over from Leo Michitsky. It's the one he shares also with the Collards, Pere Fils, and comes up through Radion now. Sandy Mitchell just looking so strong in that Barwell Lamborghini, the surviving Barwell car, after we lost 78 earlier on this morning in that big shunt at the top of Radion. So for Barwell, it's a bittersweet race potentially as they lead in the Pro-Am Cup. And what about the AMs? 108 is still leading there. Romano Ricci in the Bentley, which I think is the surviving car now in the AM class. So class battles continue, and we have, of course, more shuffling of the order overall with Julien Andlau's Porsche in its pit box. But another hat tip here, Sandy Mitchell, John, young Scottish driver, doing a really good job in far from easy conditions.
Well, the entire driver lineup of this Barwell Lamborghini have been outstanding all through the weekend, and they've got a sort of, you might call it, comfortable advantage just over a minute or so ahead of the second place Aston Martin, Maxime Martin. But I'm looking at the, I mean, am I being negative again and saying, is the cloud base beginning to descend on the circuit at some parts? I thought coming up to the chicane, it looked, maybe it's just the spray is just hanging in the air now even more than it was previously doing. Other bits of the circuit, I mean, they're just coming up over after Eau Rouge, that's just a load of spray. But I was sure, looking from that long there, now is that spray or is that cloud beginning to descend? In other words, are we going to get into a sort of fog situation as well as the rain?
It's possible. I mean, the rain is still falling. It's still coming down over on the Formula One pits. So the rain continues, and on that section it's hanging in the air, which is part of the problem for the officials if marshals can't see from post to post. And we've got another car off the road. It's 163, I understand, that has hit the tyre barrier within the third sector. So we might be heading for full course yellow in a moment. Let us see, as 93 Ferrari, their third in Pro-Am, goes through. But there's a yellow flag out in the third sector of the lap right now. And it is 163, as I say, the Emil Frey Lamborghini, Franck Pereira at the wheel, that was in the top 10, but that is off the road, so we'll wait and see whether it can rejoin. So the spray hangs in the air, the rain still falls, and there Eddie Cheever turns through. That is the Lamborghini off the road.
Yes, going over the left rear corner, as you see, Frank Pereira behind the wheel. That car is sitting there until a recovery vehicle comes and picks it up. You've got about 50 degrees of positive camber on that left rear wheel. That was coming up to the entry into is it Blanchimont? I think it is. So somehow or other, I don't know whether that's been a mechanical failure or whether that's been a driver error. The car has clearly gone off the racetrack. You can see the marks on the grass, whether it's had contact with the left rear in that tower bale or whether that angle of attack on the rear wheel is whichever. So the car will need to be recovered and will no doubt be going to a full course yellow to enable the rescue crews to be able to get access to that car. It's not in an ideal place. That's a very fast part of the racetrack, and the last thing you want is to leave a stray car sitting in a vulnerable position.
Absolutely right. So the officials will be looking at the pictures. They'll also be seeing how long it's going to take to get the recovery vehicle there and then make the call. But yes, I would have thought full course yellow was certainly imminent. They ain't going to drive away from there, that's for sure. But as the leading car, Patrick Niederhauser, goes out of turn 9, an hour and 25 minutes on the clock. Dorian Boccolacci second, Nick Tandy running third, Pierre Guidi fourth, fifth Cairoli, sixth Jaminet, and Patrick Niederhauser turns now up through the double left at Podium. He's done a really fine job behind the wheel of this car. He has done, prior to this stint, the best part of 6 hours. Not as much as Drudy, not as much as Vervish, but if he brings the car home, or will Mathieu Drudy do the last stint as the regular Attempto driver? Interesting to see what they decide to do, but Niederhauser's drive time's going up all the while, of course.
Yeah, I often wonder when teams have got those decisions to make. You put Matteo Drudy in, clearly the guy was outstanding all the way through, but he hasn't driven in these conditions, whereas Niederhausen is in. He's the incumbent driver, he's accustomed, he knows what the circuit is doing, he knows he's going with the circuit changes. So do you put in your star in that car, or do you just stay with what you got?
Yeah, it's a big debate, isn't it? And if there's enough time for Fred Vervish, would you put the Belgian driver in the car as the headline grabber for the end of the race? There's the AM leading Bentley, bits missing from the front after a bruising old race. Romano Ricci, the Parfumerie Air, smells a class win here, and Romano Ricci is an accomplished driver. He's done a lot of racing over the years, both in GTs as well as prototypes, raced at Le Mans, for example, and he now works his way up into the right, left, right at Les Combes. This is the surviving AM Cup car now, so for Romano Ricci, for Clément Mathieu, Stéphane Tribaudigny and Stéphane Leberay, they just need to get this car home safe and sound as it comes now into the right-hander of Bruxelles. CMR had a win yesterday morning here. They operate GT4 Toyotas, and Stéphane Leberay, who drives this, won as one of the two drivers yesterday morning's GT4 race. So the weekend started well, and it might here be ending with a class win. The other car, 107, is a long way back, 34th, but it is still circulating and will gain a place, maybe two, before the end of the race. So you've got this one 32nd, and the sister car 34th, but effectively it's 33rd now, because the one it's trying to catch on the distance is no longer circulating. Ben Goetter's Audi that we saw crash out a couple of hours ago. So with an hour and 23 minutes still on the clock, Bentley, not much to cheer for, I'm afraid, outright, but at least a class win looks to be going to the crew manufacturer here, as into Podium now comes Romano Ricci in 108. So through the gloom, Patrick Niederhauser continues his advantage, 12.7 seconds, but John significantly, Tandy third, he's lapping quicker than the two race leaders now.
Yeah, he's 6 seconds behind Dorian Boccolacci, and he's got a 12-second, effectively a 12-second advantage over Alessandro Pierguidi, so he's more or less halved the gap between Boccolacci and himself, and doubled it between Pierguidi and himself. So you have to say the man on the march, the man who is really eating up this very, very wet Spa-Francorchamps circuit, is Nick Tandy in third place in the Porsche. But if we got another full course yellow, and we still have not been given an indication as to how they're going to remove the Lamborghini from that rather sort of vulnerable position down on the entry into Blanchimont. But if there was a full course yellow and then the subsequent safety car intervention, the top five would all be brought up to nose to tail in effect, other than there may be some other cars back markers between, but certainly would draw to a climax, an even more exciting finish than the one we've got in prospect.
Remember Mauro Engel and the Mathieu Jaminet Porsche when Patrick Pilet was at the wheel early on? They had a good fight. They're still at it. And there is Mauro Engel. He lost 10 seconds on that last pit stop with a penalty for another collision being applied. But right now, this is the contest for sixth place. Mathieu Jaminet having taken over from somewhat aggressive Patrick Pilet, who got involved with Sergei Sorokin's Ferrari. He is keeping Engel at bay, and Engel looking at the moment as though he is the more committed of the two. He's caught right up onto the tail of the Porsche, and he's looking for a way by now as they turn into Campus up towards Stavelot. Porsche sprints away by a length or two there, but is this a section of the circuit that might favour the Mercedes, John?
I think it's pretty much even Stevens, but you know, the way Mauro Engel's run down, Mathieu Jaminet has been all over him like a rash as they come up the hill. So we go past the scene of the Lamborghini. We can't see if it's still there. I don't know how it could have been removed or moved on its own. So there is the Porsche, the lights just bleaching out the camera lens. Mercedes crawls over the back of it all the way through this final right, then left, onto start, onto start, straight, finish straight, of course, is down the other side of the pit lane.
So through goes this fight for 6th place. Jaminet versus Engel. Out of La Source, an hour and 20 minutes still to run in the 2020 Total 24 Hours of Spa. Downhill plunges now. The 6th place Porsche, and Mauro Engel, having been right on the tail half a lap or so ago, has now fallen back by 2 or 3 lengths. So part of the problem is the grip, part of the problem is the lack of visibility. Look at that, the spray hanging in the air. And as it's been all weekend, this section up to Les Cotes, this is a real challenge for everybody.
I mean, this requires not just skill, it requires a great deal of courage and belief in the competitor you're competing against, that he's not going to do something irrational or unpredictable. But something that is, I suspect, both unpredictable and probably music to your ears is the gap between 2nd and 3rd, David. Has once again more or less been halved to 3.4 seconds. Nick Tandy's charge to the tail of Dorian Boccolacci continues, as this charge here from Mauro Engel likewise got to the back of the Porsche. But then the difficulty is, where do I go from now? Nick Tandy, there you can see, just is that Boccolacci directly ahead of him already?
I think it is. I reckon it is. That ball of spray should contain an Audi. Yes, it does. And Boccolacci has got traffic to worry about as well. So this is game on for 2nd place. 1 hour and 18 minutes of the Total 24 Hours of Spa to go. Up over the timing line now goes Boccolacci. Tandy is tenths behind him this time. 3 seconds has become 3/10 in a lap. Nick Tandy is driving the wheels off this car.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Full course yellow is coming to get the Lamborghini out of the way. Full course yellow on its way.
I don't know.
10 seconds.
10 seconds for full course yellow. Yes, John, sorry.
So I'm just going to say, I thought that might have been thrown a bit earlier, but clearly there are reasons why it wasn't. So here we go. Slow down, Nick, you can't overtake. But he's almost got the rear of the Audi sitting alongside him in the cockpit of the Porsche.
So the fight for 2nd place will be well and truly joined when we go racing once more. So Nick Tandy, having got himself onto the tail, that last lap that he did, 2 minutes 34.4, Boccolacci 2:37.5, but you're asking a lot of Boccolacci here to take on somebody with Nick Tandy's speed and experience when you're a relative newcomer to GT racing. But Boccolacci still, of course, very much in contention for a podium. He's not lost the place yet either. Let's not totally rule him out of this, having raced in not just World Challenge Europe, but also the German Series and Lamborghini Super Trofeo, doing a lot of miles in GT cars in a short space of time. But Nick Tandy, as the safety car blasts by, ready to control the field from the front. The leading car is just going out of turn 9. Nick Tandy will certainly not be wasting time on the restart. But of course, equally, Niederhauser's advantage has been taken away. And this is Nick Tandy in the replay, coming out of Radion. The full course yellow being counted to him, and he might be able to have a go just before it came out, but it wasn't going to happen. Better safe than sorry, he slots back in behind.
He hit the full course yellow. Sorry, full course yellow was out before he. I know that he just carried so much momentum, and in fact Boccolacci had backed off, so it was a combination of the Audi slowing down a little bit more quickly than anticipated, and the Porsche still running nearer to race pace than expected. So anyway, everything remains in status quo, I would say. So Audi, Porsche, that'll bring Alessandro Pierguidi back to the races, and also Matteo Caroli in the 5th place Porsche, and Mathieu Jaminet, who's got the Mauro Engel Mercedes all over the back of him. So that group of 7 cars are going to be all very much closer when we get back. Now, just look, amazing how quickly the circuit can clear.
Yeah.
The spray that was down there a few laps ago, very well, but clearly the car's running at a very diminished pace, but nonetheless, maybe the rain has stopped down at the bottom half of the circuit. don't see any spots falling on those puddles, so maybe the rain has stopped at the lower part of the circuit. The safety car picks up the race leader.
It does indeed. The good news for Niederhauser, it's not great, but it's a bit of good news, is that there will be at least 4, maybe 5 back markers between him and Tandy for the restart, unless anybody now pits, because, again, if this is going to be a lengthy period, I don't think it's going to be that long, but if it is, 1 or 2 might elect to try and serve a pit stop, but even if they do, they're going to have to make another one, because you can't go 1 hour and 15 to the end. You can go 65 minutes, you can't go 75, because that exceeds your stint time. So pit now, you'll have to make another stop, and that's what they're trying to avoid. They want to eke the next pit stop to within the last 64 minutes of the race, ideally.
So we just got a glimpse of the Lamborghini and whether it'll be able to be pulled behind the barrier. There's a vehicle there which has got a snatch cable on it. The 72 returns, so that is down in 10th place. Miguel Molina either behind the wheel or it's just been taken over. We're waiting to see. So Rover Racing are thinking about a stop for Nick Tandy.
Yes,
I'm assuming it's the 98 they're thinking of.
And the leader in as well. So, intriguingly, race leader comes in, number 66, with 1 hour and 14 to go. And is Nick Tandy going to be in? Keep an eye to the bus stop, because you'll see the white and yellow Porsche in a moment turn through. So back marker, back marker, back marker. Tandy does come in indeed, yes. So yet again, the race officials are going to have...
second and third.
I was just going to say, they've got the problem now of getting the right car behind the safety car, because the leader has peeled in, but we are still under full course yellow, so we don't yet need to deploy the safety car conditions, but the race officials with people pitting are going to have to do a little bit of shuffling. So what do they do here? Is this just going to be a quick splash for fuel, try to save time on the next stop? They're going to have to make another one.
They're going to have to. They can't go 1 hour and 13 minutes on a tank full of fuel.
No.
You can't do a driving stint more than 65 minutes.
Correct. So they're going to have to do another. So is this the long stop with a very quick final stop, or the other way around? We'll see how the pit stop times tally when they leave.
Well, if we could... Yeah, that'll give us the indication as to what their plan is, as the sister, the 99 car there.
Tyres out for the Audi.
So fresh tyres going on to the 66.
And the Porsche is on its way to take over the lead against the Audi. So they've kept that on its original set of tyres. Nick Tandy then gains track position over the Audi. Nick Tandy.
And I would always take track position over tyres with 1 hour and 12 minutes remaining. There will be one more pit stop for both of these cars anyway. So at that point, unquestionably, they'll have to put on a new set of tyres. They'll not be able to live for 2 stints and 1 set of wet weather tyres.
There's the Audi down the pit lane, but it's now lost track position against the Rover Porsche, which, remember, changed tyres on its last stop. New tyres going on 51. So Niederhauser set to rejoin, Tandy set to rejoin 51. Ferrari gets away, but as I say, they're all going to have to make another pit stop here because of the stint time being as a maximum 65 minutes, and there is more than that left in the race. Right, the Tandy stop.
So where will this feed?
It was 1 minute and 58 for Tandy, and it was 2 minutes 27 for Niederhauser.
So where will this feed these respective cars back in to the field? Is that the safety car stopped at the pit lane exit, or is that an additional safety car?
I think it was the safety car waiting for confirmation of who will be the race leader, which we will get at the end of the next lap, ideally. But it should put 25 into the lead, shouldn't it now? Because Boccaracci didn't pit.
He didn't, so it should be, yes, indeed, it should be the Santa Lock Racing, the black and red Audi as opposed to the grey and fluorescent. So in comes the Honda with its flappy right rear sort of bumper section that got tagged obviously earlier in the event, and it's hanging on just about seems to be good enough.
Still going strong. So the safety car awaits.
Oh, gorgeous oak tree.
Safety car sets off, so we are about to go to safety car conditions. And this is all, of course, to bring the cars back up to a proper speed. Some of the teams asking for 3 laps, actually, because the tyres are going so cold, but we will await the safety car's official deployment. We'll confirm the race order in a moment as well, as it is 25 Dorian Boccolacci now who should have inherited the race lead on these pit stops. So there, the Sky Tempesta Ferrari in the pit road, and fuel goes in. Remember, the Rover, just to go back to the most recent stop, it had done the tyre change on the previous one, so that was the full pit stop, as it were. So the time that Attempto gained on the previous stop over the Porsche lost out again on the most recent one. But with both of them stopping on the same lap with 1 hour and 14 to go, it's now a straight fight between the two. They're now finally on the same pit strategy.
So Honda waiting for the fuel to be complete before you can see again the earth strap attached to the car, which is mandatory during a refueling to make sure that the car is earth. So back to the Ferrari, there's the Honda rolling, and again that rear bodywork certainly not looking any better, but it's still sufficiently well secured not to be a problem for the team. They let it go.
Away goes the Sky Tempesta Ferrari, which was Eddie Cheever that brought it in. Honda rejoins. Still lots of pit stops all cycling through as more fuel is put into every car. Some go for new tyres, others don't, depending on what they did at the last pit stop, of course.
Honda comes back on track just ahead, I think, is one of the Bentleys, so that's a little benefit.
Pit stop infringement under investigation. Pit stop infringement for 51 under investigation.
That's the car that's fourth, and that's a spin behind the safety car, sorry, under full course yellow. Number 90, the Mad Panda of Ricardo Sanchez, the Mad Panda Mercedes. Could be a very irate Panda with that lose, won't it?
Well, I mean, I can't understand how you'd have a spin under a full course yellow at the pace that these cars are running, but I'm sure that Ricardo has got a genuine reason. Let's have a look and see. Was it assisted or was it... No, he just a little bit too much of the right foot, and clearly he hasn't dialed in the traction control to a high level in these wet weather conditions. So Ricardo, the back end, snaps around, and anyway, harmless spin, but just a bit embarrassing because we caught on camera.
We've had confirmation that the other Rover Porsche, number 99, is out of the race with accident damage. And 51, then the fourth placed car under investigation for this pit stop infringement. So the Pierre Guidi, Collado, Nicholas Nielsen Ferrari being looked at for a possible pit stop infringement. Just when you don't need it, with 1 hour and a bit to go, something else comes out of the woodwork to bite you. And it could well be something that a mechanic has done wrong in the pits. There is the safety car now joining the road, ready on instruction to turn on the lights, and it is indeed Boccolacci ahead, with Tandy up to second, ahead of Niederhauser, and the margin when they crossed the timing line was 1 minute and 14 seconds between Boccolacci and Tandy. But when the safety car uses its deployment, of course the gap will come down, so we need to be looking at the number of back markers between first and second, because that will be the cushion that Boccolacci has.
So the safety car has got to get ahead of the Audi directly in front of it. There it goes, and then it'll swiftly pull back in front of it to take control of the race. But it looks like there's not a lot of space to slide in. Well, he's managed to get... The safety car has gotten in, so now safety car has picked up the race
safety
leader.
Car procedure.
Lights are on.
Confirmation from the race director that we go safety car then. Safety car deployed.
So, what was the cause? Well, there was, we didn't see the cause. This is the penalty being served by the 51 Ferrari at the earliest convenience, so they're getting it over and done with and get back into the race while we are under this full course yellow now, a safety car deployment So the smartest thing that of course it could do is to take the penalty now and just get over and done with, and just, you've got an hour and 5 minutes in which this race can be turned upside down.
I think
look at the back of that Mercedes, the number 5, I think it is.
John, that
89.
That Ferrari, that wasn't its penalty because it hasn't yet got one. That's still being a pit stop infringement is being looked at. But what's happened is that Ferrari, has come in within 7 minutes of its previous pit stop. Okay, now when it leaves the pit lane, it will be within 65 minutes of the end of the race. That car, if it doesn't have a penalty, wouldn't need to stop again. So they've got one stint remaining. So when the car breaks the pit out beam, if it's under a minute and 5 seconds, that car can go to the end. Others will have to make a pit stop. It's going to be tight this, he needs to slow, but when that car rejoins the road, rejoins the racetrack, 64 minutes, that car doesn't need to stop again. That could, if nothing comes of this investigation for a pit stop infringement, that could have just given the car a win, I reckon.
And that's all dependent on whether the infringement, well, we wait to hear what the penalty is going to be.
Absolutely, it's being looked at. So, yeah, on the one hand, they've done the right thing, I believe, on that pit stop, because they've got the car out within a stint of the checkered flag, doesn't have to stop again, but the pit stop from earlier in the race is the one that is being looked at. So it's a bit heart in mouth, this. As I say, others still would have to do a pit stop, like the Audi, like the Porsche.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
So, of course, anticipated the timing, and they saw the opportunity to do what they had just done. Gives them the higher ground, albeit they have yet to see whether they will have to face a penalty as the Santa Lock Racing Audi comes in, and Dorian Bacalacci seemingly is going to stay on board to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, that will be its last stop. There's a stint there, so that car doesn't have to stop again, and Nick Tandy is in to reset his stint time as well. So 98 Porsche is into the pit lane, same situation with an hour and just about an hour and 4 minutes for that, an hour and 3 to go. So all of these now are to reset the stint time. We didn't even have to do anything to the car. There is the Porsche going down through the endurance pits. So a stint starts when you leave the pit lane. Doesn't matter what you've done in the pits, but a stint counts from leaving that pit line.
It's a reset.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, this is going to be an hour.
So there we go, Porsche trundling down. Yeah, just over an hour, trundling down the pit lane. Fresh rubber goes on to the 25. It's Dorian Bacalacci. So it's going to be I tell you, unbelievable. All the permutations. You've got to be almost a lawyer to interpret and read the rules and understand how to use the rules to your advantage. So as Bacalacci gets rolling, he's got to go up to La Source, go around the inside, and then as Niederhauser, he is making his way back onto the circuit right now.
So 66 has also done a reset. So that car came in with, 63 minutes pretty much on the clock. So the order we will be able to confirm at the end of this next lap. But basically, what this safety car has given us is almost a World Challenge Europe sprint race, hasn't it? Because everybody now is good to go for another hour. They don't need to pit unless they have a penalty or they have an issue. Wow.
And just safety car in at the end of this lap, and wondering just how much rain. I mean, the wipers clearly are still on board with everybody and those that are following in line, but has it eased any more? It's difficult to see. The camera lens indicates there's still rain falling, but is it any easier, do you think? I can't decide whether it's any easier or not. I think it has eased marginally, which can only help with the track conditions, but it doesn't mean it's going to make it any easier to see where you're going. There's so much water on the track at this point, just over a minute over the hour to go.
It is still raining, certainly on the F1 pits element of the circuit. Safety car in this time will be good to go racing. And there you have the 98 Nick Tandy Porsche going through. Safety car is in the end of this lap then, and the 98 Porsche there turning its way up through Blanchimont with a whole host of traffic ahead. So at the end of the lap, as I say, we'll give you the order.
One thing, David.
Go on, John, sorry.
One thing we know is that Nick Tandy made very, very good progress once with the previous safety car intervention to get through traffic. And the key, like everybody they're almost tripping over themselves as they all come up into the final chicane. But Nick Tandy did use that restart to jump on cars all around him to gain an immediate advantage, rather than their safety car is letting people filter through to try and pick up the leader. Yes. So there's going to be quite a long way maybe before we get underway once again.
I think the situation that we had earlier is being averted. So it is Nick Tandy on those pit stops who leads the race now from Patrick Niederhauser, and that is the car that is required behind the safety car. 98 Porsche leads the way, so it will be one more lap, I think, to get everybody up to speed, because now the safety car has got the right car behind it. The order changed on that recent round of pit stops, with more people, of course, needing to make, or choosing to make, their reset pit stops, as it were. So the order jumbled again, and it means that the race control team needed an extra lap just to get the right car behind the safety car. So we're going to have one more lap, then we will go racing, and we're going to be down to, what, 57 minutes before the end of the race. So it's all building up really nicely here at Spa. The 2020 Total 24 Hours at Spa. The rain is still falling, but we've got Nick Tandy at the head of the queue, and it's going to be a real fight to the flag here in Belgium. Whoa, right, where do we go from here then? Tandy, Niederhauser, and all of a sudden Matteo Cairoli's Porsche up into third place, John.
Yeah, but well, on timing and scoring, he's 36 seconds behind. In reality, we have to see where that Porsche is in the line of cars we've got now coming up the hill, up to Lake Coombe. But Nick Tandy has gained, he's in the pole position. He's got clear vision. There's nobody who's going to challenge him initially, and he can just effectively use that to his. There's the 54 Porsche, Matteo Cairoli in third place. So not quite as bad as we anticipated, but nevertheless a lot of more traffic to get through and to worry about, whereas Nick Tandy at the front of the field has got clear vision and can just go about doing what he's done so successfully during these last hour and a bit.
So Rover keeping Nick Tandy to the very end, keeping him fresh, keeping within his maximum driver allowance at the time. And for my money, the rain's getting heavier, having said that it might be easing, and I think it's getting heavier again.
Well, I mean, just because there's no spray, the visuals make it look as if maybe it has eased off, but I suspect that you're right, that it is beginning to fall. And the trouble here at Spa is it can be easing maybe at the top of the Lake Coombe, but the pit lane, it can be tipping it down. Yeah. It's the nature of the topography here at Spa-Francorchamps. You get every season in a lap, and right now I would call it late autumn winter. The one thing I sort of rather cynically thought, because we've had this happen at Nürburgring at this time of year, events have been snowed off, let alone rained off. Nürburgring had 9 hours where the race was red flagged because the rain was so torrential it was impossible to run the event.
Well, the good news is we have been uninterrupted in that respect. We've had safety cars and full course yellows, yes, but the race has kept going. The one that's lost out, on that round of pit stops is Boccolacci, down into 5th place now in Audi number 25.
Safety car lights off. Okay, safety.
So the race control team, for what they hope is the last time, command the safety car's lights to be extinguished. Gosh, they've had a very, very busy few days in the race control building with a smaller team than normal, so they have done a brilliant amount of this. So the cars accelerate up then towards the left-hand Blanchimont. We'll go racing at the end of this lap, and in the rain that still falls, we are set to get the race back underway there. Alessandro Pierguidi in the now 4th place Ferrari, Dorian Boccolacci right on his tail in the Audi. So into the bus stop they come. Green flag, he's ready, we go racing. And look, Nick Tandy is on his toes because he gets away, whereas there is a Porsche set to block the Audi here. Different team, same brand, so Niederhauser has got to fight his way up past the slower Porsche as he comes down towards La Source, and Nick Tandy can just get away, can't he, and drive clear of the opposition.
Yes, and I mean the assist from the Porsche will be, oh, squeeze in the middle, 25 and the 51 Ferrari, did they get together? Oh goodness, that was almost a repeat of what we saw a few minutes ago with the number 4. Now the Ferrari trying to find its way past the Bentley, down the hill into a spray you can't even see your hand in front of your face.
So down the hill they come for the run to Radion, but Tandy is away and gone, and now he has got to keep out of trouble for an hour, because has Niederhauser gone through? Yes, finally he puts the move on Louis Delatraz there, who is in 11th place in the GPX Porsche. So through goes their number 66 Audi, up into not second place, he's there anyway, but ahead of the traffic. So now Niederhauser's task is to go after Nick Tandy. Is he going to be able to rise to the occasion? Niederhauser gets it a little bit wrong going into Bruxelles. No, that's not good news. Scrabbles round the corner, but a tiny error made there.
Yeah, he did get a bit of grip actually on that very outside edge of the circuit, because there's a different compound to the tarmac. But anyway, it gives you an indication that there was nothing left in the plate as he braked down into Bruxelles, but gathered it up in his response to try and run down the leading Porsche. The gap was 2 seconds for what it's worth. What will it be at the end of this first flying lap? Now the safety car has returned to its little safe spot in the pit lane.
And are we going to see it again? Who knows? 54 minutes on the clock then, so the last hour of the race well and truly joined as the cars paddle their way down through the Piff Path. 54, Matteo Cairoli ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi, but it's a battle for position there. The Ferrari tries to get through. Does it go through? Yes, side by side they come. On the inside for Campos, it's going to be the Porsche, but round the outside goes Pierguidi. That gives him 3rd place. That was brave.
Yeah, it was a good move. Pierguidi was on it a little bit more than Cairoli, and he got the advantage, he got the position before they came into Campus. That was a pass, that was a real bonus for the Ferrari. At a lower speed part of the racetrack where visibility is that little bit greater, but now as they climb up the hill, and you can see what it's like driving into this spray, I mean, it is virtually impossible. There is a corner there, it's a high-speed corner. Everybody makes their way through, but look at the Audi behind, trying. Oh, like Dorian Boccolacci up alongside Cairoli. What's he going to do? You got Slur for 4th, 5th, and the Mercedes also now. Arrow Engel joining into this battle.
Well, Cairoli skips the bus stop, misses out the chicane. He's going to have to give the place back, I would have thought, to Pierguidi there and fight again. The lead margin is 4.2 seconds then. Tandy to Niederhauser as the cars come through La Source, and Pierguidi does indeed get his place back over Matteo Cairoli as the cars again in the horrible conditions. Look, the rain just hanging in the air. It's not pouring down, but it's the spray that is becoming the real problem for the drivers as they now charge through Radion once again. But you've got 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all in a queue, all fighting for place with 52 minutes still to go, and there's a yellow flag out in the middle sector. There's a car off the road.
Yellow in 20 seconds.
Here we go again, full course yellow. There's a car off. And
I mean, these conditions are absolutely horrible.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
There, side by side, Boccolacci and Cairoli.
4,
Cairoli stays ahead.
2, 1, full course yellow now.
Right, full course yellow, but that was a significant move because the place was gained just before the full course yellow was called for. So now everybody has to hit the button, slow right down. And it is the art car BMW, Benjamin Lessen, I understand, that has gone off the road. So, I know I keep saying it, but safety cars breed safety cars, and there it is, the yellow flag situation concluded. The cars bunch up, they're let loose, and off goes another one. Out comes the yellow flag again.
Yeah, where the BMW is a relatively easy place to pluck it. It's only in a gravel trap. There's no apparent damage to the car, although it'll be probably filled with gravel. So that should be able to get a snatch, a tie to it, pull it to safety. But just indicative, I mean, I suspect all due to lack of visibility. Coming into and through the 5th path.
It's on the exit, isn't it?
So you can see the marks on the gravel where it went into the gravel.
So there is Nick Tandy thinking, oh no, here we go again. But that's going to be a little while to get the car out of there. So is the 4-second margin going to be taken away if we go to a safety car? 51 minutes on the clock. Of course, then you bunch them all up. You run the risk of some drama happening on the next restart. But Alain Adon next door with the team of officials looking at the best way of doing this. Yes, the full course yellow keeps the gaps. Perhaps in some ways it's safer on the restart, but his problem, his desire is not to let the cars go on tyres that have lost temperature. Put them under the safety car, they can go quicker, and that brings the tyre temp back up again. So that's what he wants to do. So the
just depends really on just how quickly they can get the BMW removed and back onto the circuit.
Sure does. So we've got 31 cars out of 56 starters, I reckon, still circulating, as there is number 4, Maro Engel. This is Nick Tandy's view, so time to sort of relax, but of course what he'll be focusing on now is what happens next. I suppose he would quite like lots of laps under full course yellow, because it means nobody can get to attack him for the race lead, and he's up front where he wants to be.
Yes, but as you pointed out, I mean, the longer you run under full course yellow, the greater the possibility is of that safety car to enable the drivers to get up to a higher speed to get some modicum of temperature into the wet weather tyres. So while it's comfortable for Nick Tandy to be sitting here cruising around with a 4-second or so advantage over second place Niederhauser, nevertheless, it may well be that if the safety car is deployed, and on it goes and on it goes.
Indeed so. Right, we've got 49 minutes, as you can see on the clock, counting on down. It has been a very strange kind of a race this year. On track, it's been fascinating, and we've had a lot of drama, as ever, and a lot of excitement, as ever. And it has, in that respect, been a typical Spa 24 hours, one that keeps you guessing all the way. But, of course, it's felt strange with the grandstands being empty, with the paddock not having quite the same hustle and bustle. But on track, the teams have really delivered in this race that's had far more nighttime running than ever in the history of the Spa 24.
Well, I think, I mean, apart from the obvious reasons why we're holding the race in October, the fact that so many teams were able to put together the operations to come here and put on a 24-hour event. But the thing I miss, I suppose, is part of what you've mentioned, David, is the atmosphere that we normally have, particularly in the area of Eau Rouge. All the entertainments that light up during the nighttime hours, just the general feeling that what a fantastic event it is, and how much it is supported by race fans from all over Europe and from around the world.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's been a mega entry, both in terms of the drivers and numerically, given all the dramas that are going on around the world at the moment, and the situation is ever-changing in Belgium. So it's great that we've been able to have the race, and we've had the entry that we have had. And we are not done yet. We're just over 3/4 of an hour still to go. So the cars heading uphill. Normally, of course, there'd be a raft of fans on there. Maybe, actually, we wouldn't be quite so busy today with the weather as it would have been. But even so, the
safety car procedure, safety car procedure.
The regular Spa fans are much missed, but we hope you enjoyed watching on this fantastic coverage, which is a Herculean task in itself. I've talked about how race control have to do all of this. Well, it's a mammoth job for Mike Scott and his television team as well, with shifts of cameramen and with all the onboards and the whole technical process that goes into this to bring you some fantastic pictures. So well done to everybody that has had a hand in bringing this to you. It has been a joy to call the pictures, John. I think you'd agree, and a lot of effort's gone into that side of it.
Well, we know all about it because we work with the group of people that weekend in, weekend out. What I like, I mean, this image here, Richard Leach. I mean, how many drivers do we know that wear spectacles when they're driving? Richard Leach clearly does. I didn't know that. But that spy in the cab gives us lots of insights into what racing drivers and how they prepare, how they approach the job they're doing. And just to see some of those onboard shots from within the cabin of these cars and how the hand movements on the steering wheel, the way some drivers, in a way, they can shape and guide a car into a corner, where others, maybe the more youthful amongst them, almost you imagine they're racing a single-seater rather than a GT car. It's a more frenetic style of driving. So fascinating. You can almost have an entire 24-hour race with all the cars with onboard cameras and just watch what the drivers do and forget about what's going on the racetrack. Certainly make an interesting documentary.
Sure would. And we've got an interesting 46 minutes of the race yet to come. Nick Tandy has got to be in the pound seats, though, hasn't he?
At this point, 100%. But what's going to happen in the next 45 minutes? Because we know you keep preaching it, almost like you go to church. And my lesson for the day is safety cars breed safety cars. That's chapter 1.
Well, it's true. I mean, we've got the evidence of it, and fingers crossed we can get through to the end without another drama. What we now want is a real gloves-off fight, don't we? We don't have to worry about pit stops. Only if there's a penalty or a problem will a car now enter the pit lane, by which I mean there are no scheduled, no routine pit stops for fuel or tyres to come. And therefore, with Patrick Niederhauser now on the tail of Nick Tandy, Alessandro Pierguidi needs to get past a lot of traffic. He's about 25 seconds off the leader, 15 seconds down in the queue. He needs people to peel into the pits or get out of his way on the restart to give him a chance of getting back up through the order when we go racing again. So here at Spa, 45 minutes and counting of what has been a really topsy-turvy race. 98 Porsche, which has always been there or thereabouts, but only now as the pattern starts to form for the last hour of the race does it look like the car to beat. They've done a really good job within this of just building further and further and further up the leaderboard, haven't they?
Well, first of all, when I went back to hotel for the evening, what's happened to the Rover Racing Porsches? They didn't seem to be as far up through the field. But I also remember one of the observations that I made as the BMW's back in the garage, having been into the gravel, was that the way that the Porsche approach to endurance racing is not to be the quickest car from the lights going out or the flag falling, is to be the car that takes the checkered flag. And I think what we've seen time in memoriam is this is what Porsche succeeds in doing. They know that winning a race is about taking the checkered flag. It's very simple, but think of all the obstacles, the hurdles that teams have had to go through. I mean, the weather primarily has been the biggest one, but also those 12 hours of darkness. The only other time I know you race for 12 hours of darkness, certainly that I've competed, is at Daytona 24, and they've got probably about 11 hours of darkness, but an entirely different racetrack. It's an oval with an infield in it. This is a much more complex and demanding racetrack, not unlike Nürburgring, just a few hundred kilometres up the road.
I was just looking back through the hourly bulletins that give you the classification on each hour, and if you go all the way through, the first time on an official bulletin that 98 led was at the end of the 23rd hour. So it's chipped its way up the order. You've had all these other cars leading, and sometimes pit stops and the deployment of a full course yellow near the hour mark and people diving in will jumble the order, I'll grant you. But the first time 98 appears on one of the bulletins as an hourly race leader is at the 23-hour mark. And here we are with now 42 minutes to go. Can number 98 stay at the top of the order with really only Patrick Niederhauser in touch? The Audi in second place there. So out of the Paul Frere corner, Stavolo it comes. And as the field works its way up towards the bus stop, we'll have at least one more lap, I think, before the safety car peels in. And many of you on Twitter are in agreement, shouting back at me, safety cars breed safety cars. But we look forward to a green flag pretty soon, which hopefully will get us back underway here at Spa for the end of the 24 hours. So down to the bus stop chicane comes Nick Tandy, Patrick Niederhauser second, and then look, if you can, through the spray for the red 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, because that is third, but he's got a lot of traffic to wriggle away past.
Yes, and the clock's ticking down. We're almost now 40 minutes to the end of the race. While we were watching the cars running around behind the safety car, my mind cast itself back to the days when Spa was the original 7 mile, not the 7 kilometre circuit it is. And frequently races were run in these conditions on the original Spa-Francorchamps layout. If you think this is scary, do yourself a favour sometime if you're driving through Belgium and look at some of the other roads that comprise the original Spa circuit. They were heroes. These guys are heroes today, make no mistake. But those that raced on that full 7 mile circuit, hats off. Hats off.
And you raced there in Formula 1, Formula 2?
No, I never raced at Spa in a Formula 1 car other than in 1983 on this circuit. There was a slightly different version of the bus stop chicane. I have to say a preferable one to the one that we have today, and it had a little bit more flow to it, but it had to be changed for a variety of reasons. Mainly the exit speed was so high out of that chicane it could have, I think the danger was then the pit lane entry was a hazard to the cars exiting that chicane. But fundamentally, I never raced on the original layout that I think was used up until certainly for Group C sports cars or FIA sports cars at the time, and Formula 1 was up until about 1970 or 71. I think the sports cars raced up until 73. Henri Pescarolo set a lap record of 163 miles an hour, not kilometers per hour, miles per hour.
I had it in my mind that you would have done maybe a Formula 2 race or something around here on the old circuit, but no, just in the hard car when you've recreated it. Yeah.
Certainly going back to the hotel, given large going down through. I mean, there's a sequence of course called the Mazda King, and I remember one of my friends from Bognor Regis, a well-known racing driver, not mention him because he gets so many mentions these days, it's almost whatever. Anyway. He always said, I'm flat, mate, flat through the Mazda King. Well, he must have been mad if he was, because I tell you what, the Mazda King is a massive challenge, even in a higher car.
Right.
Today.
Well, he still exists.
Safety car lights off.
Are about to have the safety car lights off. Right, back to the plots, everybody. Here we go. We are set to go racing at Spa once more. So we are ready to go racing. The lights are off atop the safety car. We've got 38 3/4 minutes to go. Can we get to the end without another interruption? Find a piece of wood to touch, because Nick Tandy leads the way then, the British driver in the Rover Racing Porsche. The car got into the lead at the end of the 23rd hour. It has stayed there. Can it stay for another 38 minutes? Earl Bamber and Laurens Vanthoor have done their bits behind the wheel. Laurens Vanthoor, the 2016 Intercontinental GT Challenge champion. Nick Tandy then comes into the bus stop chicane.
Green flag.
The green flag is called for. The voice you heard in the background, Alan on the race director. And look at Patrick Niederhauser. He has clearly got the bit between his teeth, trying to take the fight to Nick Tandy. Here we go then, 38 minutes, green flag conditions. Can Patrick Niederhauser drive the 38 minutes of his life to have a go at Nick Tandy? He brakes as late as he dares, going down towards La Source. The tail wags on the Audi. It is game on. Tandy, you would think, should be the stronger. He's got the visibility, he's got the experience too. But Niederhauser ain't giving up without a fight.
No, and in fact, I thought Nick Tandy maybe didn't do the best job he could in that chicane before he was going across the start line, and Patrick Niederhauser did a very good job, and actually managed to run down whatever the gap was as they came up onto the start line. But Nick Tandy now all the way up through, where's the Audi? It's within a second, just about a second. But wow, it almost looked as if Niederhauser was thinking about, could I even be brave enough to take a pop down the inside into La Source at the restart? Nick Tandy's gathered it all back together. He's the boss right now, and the boss is in control.
Too true. So Nick Tandy uses his experience to control that restart, to edge away around the lap rather than have to try to do it all on the first corner. But we still got battles behind. There's Pierre Guidi, there's Cairoli, there's Mocalacci, there's Engel, there's Jaminet, there's Fred Makovic 8th. Although he is the last one on the lead lap. Downhill they go once again. Out of Speaker's Corner, Nick Tandy in the first sector had got away by 9/10 of a second. So clearly he needs to build that lead now.
So I just wonder how brave Patrick Niederhauser is going to be, can he throw caution to the wind? Nick Tandy's pool, he's doubled the gap almost by the point they get down to the lowest part of the racetrack. So Tandy using the benefits that the Porsche has, and that fundamentally is very good traction. Now coming up to the third sector of the circuit, up the hill, and again Nick Tandy mega through Blanchimont, but make no mistake, Patrick Niederhauser isn't going to let that Porsche get away if he's got anything to do with it whatsoever.
Certainly the Porsche looks the more stable of the cars, doesn't it? Niederhauser may have a touch of understeer, or he might be finding more puddles, but that car doesn't look quite as easy, quite as nice to drive as the Porsche, but he is still chasing hard. Now, where in all of this is Pierre Guidi? He has still got traffic to find a way by, John.
Yes, he does, and I think he's in that bunch of cars. There he is there. So just behind Jules Gounon, I think it is. So the Bentley back at the races as well, but the Ferrari, is that, surely that can't be Jules. Jules Gounon's in 12th place. Surely he couldn't have got up ahead of the Ferrari as it comes across start-finish line. There's K-Pax Bentley there. So there's the 25, which is down in 6th place. They were in Boccolacci, somewhere in that field. Hard to pick it out.
So I think that might have been 107, the lap Panciatici Bentley. Mauro Engel has got past Boccolacci, incidentally, so we've had a change of place now for 5th and 6th. The Santaloc Audi, I'm afraid, is dropping back now. The late safety car periods have not helped, and it's interesting that they gave Boccolacci the last part of the race to do, rather than, say, I think, Haase, who's got more experience. Maybe it's down to pure lap times, but these are very challenging conditions for the relative rookie to have to cope with. There, Boccolacci fights back around Engel, but he gets run out wide, so Mauro Engel's Mercedes hangs onto the pace. The gap between the leaders at the end of that last racing lap was 2 seconds. Tandy edging clear all the while now from Niederhauser in second spot.
Yeah, Boccolacci going to be under pressure from Mathieu Jaminet, and then you've got Fred Beccavicchi directly behind. So there is the Ferrari, and, well, what's it going to do? The Porsche got ahead, slithering across the curves on the exit of down the hill into Pouhon, up the inside. Up the inside, can he make it stick or not? Or has the Porsche got the legs? I mean, look at the visibility. Look at the lack of visibility, I should say.
It is horrible out there, isn't it, as the cars then come into the pith path. That's Pierre Guidi putting a lap on Louis Delatraz in the GPX Porsche. Louis Delatraz, good young gun. Of course, his father won this race in FIA GT Championship days, but Louis Delatraz right now is a lap down and fighting to be 11th. So the Ferrari goes through. Engel clear now. Boccolacci's dropped a long way back, hasn't he? So Boccolacci, has he dropped back behind Jaminet? I think he has. Mathieu Jaminet, number 12 Gulf liveried Porsche, looks like he's got ahead of the Audi in the spray there. So as Mauro Engel has managed to fend off the Audi, I think Jaminet has jumped up 1 place as well. 33 minutes still to go. So much spray for the drivers to cope with, but it's Tandy with the visibility who is up front getting away. Over the timing line. There is Nick Tandy. Patrick Niederhauser behind him is 2.6 seconds behind. That last lap, Tandy was the quicker by half a second. It's advantage Rover Racing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But Niederhauser, I think he's done an outstanding job. Nick Tandy's got all the benefits of clear vision directly ahead of him. He can place his car precisely where he wants to. Every one of these 18 turns around Spa-Francorchamps. For Niederhauser's certain amount of compromise to spray from the back of the Porsche, but nevertheless reasonably good visibility, but it's further through the field. And just looking at the cars as they come up through Eau Rouge and Radio, the spray goes up and it just hovers in the air. So for Nick Tandy, his task for 32 minutes remaining is not to make a mistake, but it's not what he might do. It's what could happen further through the field, deeper in this field. It's quite possible, hopefully it won't happen, but it's quite possible we could find ourselves yet again with a full course gentleman, the consequent safety car that would follow.
Certainly is.
Wow, look at that round the outside. Oh, hey, Mauro Engel. He's all pumped and fired up at this stage of the race.
So also is Mathieu Jaminet. Have a look there. Number 12 Porsche. Jaminet's jumped ahead of his teammates to put a lap on Louis Delatraz. So Jaminet did get past Boccolacci, and now Mathieu Jaminet is absolutely flying in Porsche number 12 because he's coming right up onto the tail of Maro Engel. So Jaminet, German GT champion, Carrera Cup champion, those Porsches inside out. Look at the pace. These conditions look to be very Porsche friendly, don't they? This car can gain more ground in half an hour still.
It possibly can, and well, I mean, we talk about what Porsche's advantages are in terms of traction, but just it's the overall handling of the car against the Mercedes, the mid-engine, front-engine GT, Mercedes AMG GT3 against the Porsche GT3R. So I can't imagine Maro Engel's going to concede whatever Mathieu Jaminet feels he's got in terms of additional performance. This is a fight for the top 6. Jaminet presently in 6th and Maro Engel in 5th. And where are the cars? There they are, come out of the spray. Up the hill. A little bit of a breathing space between 5th and 4th place. So Cairoli is, well, it's just under a second in reality.
Through the traffic goes Cairoli.
Cairoli slides up the inside.
Yeah, gets past Philippe Ellis, doesn't he, in the Mercedes? So Cairoli is pushing on. His target is Pierre Guidi. Now, what's the gap? It was a second and a half last time. Has it gone up? Yeah, it has. 2.5 now between 3rd and 4th, but Cairoli still charging. Out of La Source goes the Mercedes of Maro Engel, 5th, but Mathieu Jaminet 6th in Porsche number 12, the one to watch. They have to work their way past the traffic then, plunging downhill. Louis Delatraz has just come into the pit lane in the other GPX Porsche, so that would suggest a problem because there's no real point pitting now because you know, fuel and everything, you would have done that after your last stop, but they are going to put fuel in just in case. But I would have thought this, if this is a scheduled stop for fuel, then the plan is a bad one, and that's all they do. So why they are doing that now,
hasn't worked.
That's odd.
Strange decision.
So there you've got number 4 Mercedes Maro Engel, and Jaminet falling back just a little bit. So having closed that gap right down, it's ebbed away slightly, but there is Nick Tandy, nearly 3 seconds to the good. Now he can drive his own race, drive his own pace, can't he? Because if Niederhauser were to get closer, Nick has got the experience just to speed up a touch and just edge away.
Well, that's called controlling the race from the front, and that's what Tandy is able to do. And the Audi, I mean, it's hanging in very bravely indeed. I mean, driving the wheels off the car. Patrick Niederhauser doing everything that he can do with all the toys he's got in the cockpit. And, you know, frustrating for him to see the Porsche just ebbing away corner by corner, 1/10 of a second here, maybe a bit more somewhere else. And Nick Tandy just under now 30 minutes of this race remaining, looking forward to never having to face anything other than the checkered flag.
So Attempto trying to work out where they lost this, what can be done to bring it back to them after the great efforts of Niederhauser, Vervisch and Drudy. But Nick Tandy then exits the bus stop, exits the chicane. That's Pierre Guidi, is it not, in 3rd place? Yes, it is. And he is ahead of Matteo Cairoli by 2.5 seconds. So the Ferrari here not really making inroads against the 2 cars ahead, whereas Cairoli's Porsche, I reckon with 27.5 minutes to go, there it is. Look, the dynamic Porsche might yet get itself up onto the tail, maybe even past the 488 ahead. What do you think?
I think there's a good chance. I think the Ferrari struggle a little bit coming out of the chicane. I think traction is a factor now. We're talking about the Porsche and why it might be working well in these conditions, maybe better than some of the other brands around it. And Cairoli, certainly, and you see the lights flashing on the Ferrari, he wants to clear some of these guys, like the Mad Panda Mercedes, I think, directly ahead. As Maro Engel likewise is in this train of cars. He is, what, just over 1.5 seconds behind the 4th place Cairoli in the dynamic motorsport Porsche. There it is, running up the stretch. So how far behind would he come? 2.5 seconds, David, as he came across the line between the 3rd and 4th place cars.
Indeed so. So Cairoli is still giving it everything to try to get onto turf. Mathieu Jaminet likewise in 6th place, hustling on. Matt Campbell, Patrick Pilet have done their work. Now it's over to Mathieu to bring it home. So last year's winning entrant, different drivers, but a two-pronged attack. But it looks like it's going to be Rover, the team that has won with BMW, the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year, now with Porsche, possibly to win at Spa. Somebody will tell me the last time a team won two 24-hour races with different manufacturers. But right now it's Porsche. It is Nick Tandy behind the wheel, Rover Racing. Hans-Peter Nandorf's team looking good for a second 24-hour win of this bizarre season, as Nick Tandy comes then over that standing water down towards the right-hander of Campus, rides it out over the curb, sets the car up, back onto the racetrack, goes now through Stavolo.
Car looks really nice. Nick Tandy is able to place the car, make his apex, let it run out over the curb. Car doesn't get unstable or squirrely on the curb. Then coming back for pole for a curb. The balance of the car, I mean, in these conditions, to me, you wouldn't want for a better car. I think Niederhauser is struggling a little bit more. See how much wider he ran out of Blanchimont than the Porsche did, then coming up into this chicane. Again, it's the traction off the second part, the sweep to the left, that you want to get maximum drive to give you that run up to La Source. Again, a hairpin bend for traction off is vital to give you good pace down the hill to go through Eau Rouge.
Meantime, Pierre Guidi is being caught by Cairoli, isn't he? That gap's certainly coming down. There they are out of the bus stop. There's a back marker for Cairoli.
Big issue. Yeah, to get it for the Porsche to get around the Bentley, so that ought not to be a major problem. Having said that, we're about to see whether he's got clean through.
So Jaminet out of La Source. We're on lap 518. We've got 25 minutes to go. And there, as they plunge down the hill now then, the Ferrari trying to squeeze everything out of this car. Let's have a look at the last of the late breakers on our Race Vision powered by AWS graphic. Fred Makovici is very good on the brakes coming up to Les Combes. Alex Fontana's Mercedes not far away, and then Patrick Assenheimer, Nick Tandy and Rino Mastronardi are the next of the late breakers on our Race Vision powered by AWS graphic, and that's pretty impressive in these conditions, John.
Well, I think, to be fair to the drivers, I would say a lot of it is conditioned by the conditions themselves, because you're being restricted on where you might want to brake as opposed to where you've got the capacity to brake by running in traffic. So, you know, something like Nick Tandy at this phase in the race, you can choose his braking spots. He can brake as early or as late as he likes. I would imagine what he's doing is sort of almost like a lift and coast. He doesn't need to brake late. He can just lift off and let the car roll into the corner and brake a little bit more gently. Get the entry to the corner correct so that the exit follows correctly, and doing everything in a very, very sort of almost premeditated manner. And still with that gap, well, it's up now just 4 seconds in the space of that last lap or so. So you get the sense that with 23 minutes remaining, Nick Tandy's broken the spirit of Patrick Niederhauser. He pushed certainly at the restart harder than you would have thought was possible, but it didn't have any bearing on the race leader, and that gap is going to increase now coming up to the completion of what is going to be lap 519 laps around this racetrack in these conditions. Well, these guys deserve more than a glass of Belgian beer tonight, that's for sure.
Lots to choose from if only the places were open. Right, Nick Tandy out of the chicane, then up towards the line. Another lap ticked off. He made that amazing save, didn't he, at Eau Rouge an hour or so ago. They got everybody excited, not least of all Nick, after a proper Code Brown moment. But as he comes into La Source now with 22 minutes to go, he came oh so close to a win last year. It looks as though this year that demon is going to be exorcised. So Tandy plunges downhill. Niederhauser still in touch as you have a quick look at the Eau Rouge speed here as they head through that section of circuit. 204 kilometres. Maro Engel in these wet conditions is the bravest of the brave. Nick Tandy the fourth in the bravery department there. The race leader 196 kilometres an hour. But there is Pierre Guidi, and he's running in third place still. Cairoli was 6 tenths back when they came over the timing line, so the fight for third place is building up nicely. Alessandro Pierre Guidi's Ferrari being caught by the Porsche with Matteo Cairoli at the helm. So, John, this third place fight, Porsche taking on Ferrari, it's going to change fairly soon, I suspect. Look at them, they're almost together now.
Yes, they are. And I mean, Caroli's worked hard to get himself up to the tail of the Ferrari. Usual story, catch, where do you pass? So, with what, 21 minutes remaining, do you think Alessandro Pierguidi is going to offer an invitation? Come past me, Matteo. I'm going to give you my final podium spot. No way whatsoever. This will be a scrap. This will be a street fight between the Porsche and the Ferrari for that final podium position. Caroli runs a little bit wide.
Does he ever? Way out wide over the curb. Alessandro Pierguidi is going to make that Ferrari wider than anybody at Maranello ever gave thought to out of Pouen. But the Porsches, they do seem to look good in these conditions, don't they, against the Audis or the Ferraris. And just as we saw Jaminet pushing a little while ago, we've seen Tandy pushing away up front. So Matteo Cairoli in number 54 chipping away, getting onto the tail of Pierguidi. There's another incident being looked at, Maro Engel and car 54, which is Matteo Cairoli, the man in 4th place. So 4th and 5th, an incident between the two is under investigation, and it was coming into the bus stop, turn 18. So the cars that are 4th and 5th, an incident between them is being looked at.
But that wasn't just in the recent last 2 or 3 laps, surely. We haven't seen the Mercedes anywhere close to the tail of Cairoli.
There was a lap, I thought, where we'd seen Engel go deep into the corner, or we picked him up having gone wide at the bus stop. Maybe it was that with a bit of help, but a lot has happened. It's hard to keep on top of every incident, isn't it? But I think it might have been that.
So look how close he is now. Now here, the traction for the Ferrari, the traction for the Porsche. To me, the Porsche's got the marginally better drive off the exit of the chicane, running right in the wheel tracks of the Ferrari up to La Source. He looks up the inside, but he's not, and wisely chooses not to stick the nose, because that would have been chopped off, would have been damage to both cars, and avoid a real grandstand finish to this. And look at the Maro Engel just coming out. You just saw the tail of the Mercedes. He has not given up in that chase. He's trying to chase down this battle for the final podium position.
Alessandro Pierguidi then in the Ferrari, hanging on to what could be the first ever podium for Ferrari in the GT3 era of the Total 24 Hours of Spa. And the Ferrari then coming up towards Les Combes. It's under attack, certainly, from the Porsche, but Alessandro Pierguidi making that car as wide as possible. Cairoli has done the hard part of catching. Now comes the really hard part of trying to go by, because in order to do that, he's got to go offline. It's even wetter there, down towards Bruxelles. Pulls out, has a look, can't do it, tacks back in. Matteo Cairoli, 4th, on the back of Alessandro Pierguidi for 3rd. He's driving the wheels off this Porsche.
Yeah, he also drove on off the track coming up through Eau Rouge. He got all 4 wheels well inside the demarcation line at Radio. I have to put it down to lack of visibility. Just ended up being slightly more off racetrack than he would have anticipated. But, the concentration level, and your car, I mean, it's just dancing in the head of a pin all the way around the lap. And that's in a Porsche, which is probably the fractionally better car of these two right now. 18 minutes to go, and Maro Engel is hovering around. He's 4.2 seconds behind the tail, just waiting for it to come into sight, as the pace of the Ferrari is probably inhibiting the natural pace of the Porsche. Look how much Cairoli can use the curbing. He's got that much more confidence in the car to run that bit further wide, to give him the benefit and run up the hill now out of the Paul Frere curb, but again goes into that cloud of spray. How close does he dare get to the back of the Ferrari before it's a complete whiteout? On the exit of Longchamp, it's almost even Stevens on the exit up to the chicane.
Hard on the brakes into the bus stop. 17 minutes remain as they go through the right and through the left up towards the timing line now, and the Porsche tries to line up for a move into La Source. They have not been this close, have they? It's less than a length as they go over the timing line. 0.173 of a second. Cairoli to the outside line. Don't try it there, Matteo. Get the undercut if you can. Get the switchback. Go for the inside. Now. Can't do it because the Ferrari covers off the line. But now Cairoli does squeeze up the inside. No, he can't. The Ferrari's just got the grunt, just got the aero maybe in the straight line down past the endurance pits. And so Pierguidi is ahead, but for how much longer?
I thought that Cairoli might have made a very sudden snap back to the right and try and take the undercut into the Lasseau certainly chose not to do it. He tried to wait until they had exited out. He lost his momentum, and on the acceleration down the hill, he wasn't on the throttle early enough as Pierre Guidi was to get the benefit. So yet again, sitting behind. But he had done all the hard yards to get to that position on the exit of the chicane. He was in position. Maybe if he gets in that similar situation, he might try and do something alternative to what we've just watched.
Drive-through penalty to car 22, causing a collision. Drive-through penalty, car 22, causing a collision.
Fred Makaviki, drive-through 22.
Who did he collide with?
Good question. I've rather lost track because that's a car that's been up and down the order a little bit, 8th at the moment, but yeah, it's car 10 is the answer, looking at my timing screen, and that would be the BMW, which might explain why the ARC car ended up in the gravel that caused that most recent full course yellow. I think that's the answer, John.
Okay, no, well spotted, because that's quite a long time ago now. The problem, there's been so many issues having to go to the stewards. By the time they get through them all, they've almost forgotten that they occurred. Look at again, Caroli can do on the exit of campus. He can run that curve. That's what gives him the momentum coming out through Paul Frère. Again, gets close to the back of the Ferrari, goes into that whiteout of spray. Just has to be aware that, you know, a wheel just the wrong side here coming into Blanchimont would be trouble. Clips the curb on the inside, but still keeps his foot buried in the throttle on the run up to the chicane.
Fantastic racing, isn't it? This is for 3rd position, and look at this, after 23 hours plus, they are covered by a 1/10 of a second, and again the Porsche tries to get the run out of the bus stop. The Ferrari just able to stay ahead. Last lap through was 0.173 of a second. This lap is 0.115, it's even less. Right, Matthew, have you learned? Wide in, tight out, get up the inside. No, Pierre Guidi covers off the line. Porsche has a look. Can it get up alongside? Has it got the pace to stay level? It's almost there, almost there. Side by side, past the endurance pits on lap 522. Up the curb goes the Ferrari. Porsche goes through. Matteo Cairoli goes 3rd. Brave, brave stuff.
Well, I have to say, you couldn't find two more courageous race drivers. What you've just witnessed is, I didn't think was possible. And they both had to run slightly off track at the exit. I'll excuse them, Pierre Guidi trying to come back, but Caroli had worked for that from the exit of the chicane all the way up to La Source, then down La Source side by side, and only at the final last knockings was Pierre Guidi forced to concede and let the Porsche take the entry. I mean, this is absolutely beyond the call of duty in terms of courage and commitment from both drivers, almost getting into contact. I mean, you could barely get a cigarette paper now. Pierre Guidi realises, I've got nowhere to go, I've got to back out. He tries to come back under the Porsche, but there was no space left. And wow, that after 23 hours and 47 minutes of motor racing, still to have that in the tank, and from when the driver's on the fuel, wow.
That is something, isn't it? That is something special to witness. And Matteo Cairoli hasn't just got through, he's got away. Now, I don't think he can make up 23 seconds before the end of the race, but wow, Porsche 1-3 is what we're now looking at. There is Maro Engel still running in 6th place. Remember, we've got the top 8 on the lead lap, although that's going to change shortly because of the drive-through for Fred Makaviki. But even in these last few minutes of the race, drama upon drama upon drama. Nick Tandy leads by 2.3 seconds now, settling into a rhythm, I think, to just make sure he brings the car home safely.
Yeah, I mean, what a great day for Rover Racing, what a great day for the drivers in the 98 car. And, I mean, it was slowly catch the monkey in the case of that particular Porsche number 98. So, Lawrence Van Thor, what a triumph it's going to be for him. I don't want commentators curse, let's not get too carried away. And Earl Bamber, the New Zealand driver, picked up in his early days, raced at A1GP, supported all the way through his career. Now a resident of Malaysia, of all places, and here he is racing in the rain in Spa.
Well, so how drivers' careers move. In the classes, Pro-Am, Sandy Mitchell, who for my money has been another of the heroes of this race. He is still there ahead of Eddie Cheever, but there is, I think I'm right in saying now, a lap between them. So the Lamborghini very much has the advantage with 11 minutes to go. There is second place Eddie Cheever in the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari that comes now up out of the bus stop chicane over the timing line and breaks the beam to go down towards La Source with now just 11 more minutes of a classic Spa 24 hours still to go. There the Ferrari out of the hairpin, chasing the Lamborghini in the Pro-Am battle with the Aston Martin there in third. Been a good effort by the Aston Martin crew here. Alexander West, who, John, I think it's fair to say, has got better and better and better season after season after season.
I think he's driven extremely well in a very, very difficult motor race. We saw, maybe you might describe as the more experienced Chris Goodwin having that massive loop up at the top of Radio, setting off a chain of events that led to a significantly long safety car intervention. Hubert Hart leading the Silver Cup.
So there we have, through the spray, through the gloom, Hubert Haupt, who is leading the Silver Cup. It is his team, and this will be a really good result, I reckon, because Hubert Haupt took the decision in the lockdown months with Black Falcon not stopping, but really scaling back his operations to take Sean Breslin from that team to start on his own. And they have come out with a great Silver Cup result here and a front-running overall class car, pro-class car. Second, the HTP Mercedes, there it is, Philip Ellis, which has been good to see Philip, because often he gets hidden away a bit in other categories that we don't see too often. He's done a very, very good job, and he's being chased by the Hugo Chevalier-driven Lamborghini. They're close on the road, but they're 3 laps apart. So number 555, there it is. He's going to be the one finisher from Orange One FFF Racing Team after disappointment early in the race when Hiroshi Hamaguchi crashed on lap 34, and then of course they lost the leading Dennis Lind this morning.
Yes, I mean, what a great race it was for that 63 Lamborghini, and to end up so sadly as it did in the Tower Bales at the top of Radio. But there is another story for another day.
Absolutely right. There's the AM leading Bentley then, in the surviving AM car. In fact, nobody else surviving in that class because of earlier dramas. But we have the 108 Bentley showing its damage for the CMR team, heading for a class win. Nick Tandy, meantime, heading for outright honours. So 98 Nick Tandy is the race leader here of the Total 24 Hours of Spa. His co-drivers look on nervously, counting down the seconds before Earl Bamber and Lawrence Van Thorken start to celebrate. And for Rover Racing, it won the Nürburgring 24 Hours last month with BMWs. It's going to win at Spa seemingly for Porsche. The last time the same team won both of those races, Phoenix for Audi back in 2012, but with different brands, that's going to take a little bit more research in the anorak pocket, I'm afraid.
And the gap between first and second, just still that 2.5 seconds. So Nick Tandy is having to stay on us. He's not been given a cushion that he can relax with. He knows that any one little mistake will see that lead just disappear. And Patrick Niederhauser has done a fantastic job to keep Nick Tandy on his toes. But last lap, well, I don't know the lap, we haven't got timing and scoring. It's been in the high 2:30 or so. And likewise, Mathieu Jaminet trying to do something, only half a second behind the 4th place Alessandro Pierguidi in the Ferrari. And Jaminet once again closes down onto the back of the Maranello manufactured machine. Twin turbo V8, goes like a Boeing. Oh, Jaminet catches the curb.
So there we have them with Jaminet all over the back of the Ferrari for 4th place now. So 0.6 of a second is the margin. 7 more minutes of the race to go, and there can Jaminet find a way past Pierre Guidi. So Ferrari loses out on its first GT3 podium in the 24-hour history, and it might lose out on 4th place as well. Certainly now the way that the Jaminet Porsche is going, is he going to line up for a move maybe on the inside into the bus stop? He's not quite close enough, but he's almost there. Wiper on, brake late, into the right, into the left. Jaminet now, John, is about to fire the gun, isn't he? Pull the trigger and see what he can do on the run to turn 1.
Yeah, a little bit too far behind, but the basic of the Porsche is it's able to run the curbs, which the Ferrari appears not to be able to do. It's got better traction out of the chicane. The Ferrari seems to struggle, but Jaminet on this lap couldn't get quite close enough to put himself into a position either to pass into La Source or to try and get alongside and make a pass down the hill, as we saw just a few minutes earlier when Pierre Alessandro Guidi just had to concede. There was no way he could go eyeball to eyeball through Eau Rouge side by side.
So there is Alessandro Guidi. So again, the Ferrari just in a straight line, able to keep Mathieu Jaminet at bay. Miguel Molina has come into the pit lane in 72 Ferrari, and I think he might be staying there because he has been in the pit lane for over 10 minutes. So late race, the SMP Racing Ferrari, on top of everything else that's been thrown at it with penalties, with damage, that car is dropping out of the top 12, and it looks like it's going to be stuck in the pit lane. Bad news for SMP Racing AF Corsa, because with only 5.5 minutes to go, that looks like its chances are done right now. As there, Mauro Engel and Dorian Boccolacci turn through for 6th and 7th, and after all the good effort put in, Boccolacci's not really been able to respond in this final stint, has he?
No, there probably are very good reasons for it. We may get to hear some of those a little bit later, but nevertheless, I think he's been outstanding all through the season. I've certainly enjoyed watching him driving a GT3 Audi, and he brings a level of, again, I talk about excitement, and it's very important that motor racing generates excitement. It shouldn't be something that's bland and boring, and certainly this year's 24-hour race here at Spa has been anything but bland and boring. It's just been edge of your seat, certainly in this closing, few laps, few minutes, basically little more than, well, it will be 2 laps. Again, you see how the Porsches, they're able to run the curb on the exit, and no other cars that we're watching in this leading group have been able to do that as consistently. We saw with Nick Tandy, we saw with Matteo Caroli, we're now seeing with Mathieu Jaminet, and that is giving the Porsche drivers an advantage, one advantage around one part of the racetrack, whereas the Ferraris in particular are having, or the Ferrari I should say in particular, is having to stay off those curbs.
What's also happening up front is that the leading gap has been coming down over the last couple of laps. Now, I'm not suggesting Nick Tandy's in trouble, far from it, but the gap is down to 1.9 seconds. Tandy and Niederhauser are much closer, with probably time for 2 more laps to go. So Niederhauser is having another push. I still get the feeling Nick Tandy has got everything under control, but certainly the lead gap has come down, as there, Jaminet turns into La Source, hustling on behind Pierre Guidi, who's getting quite used to having to defend from pesky Porsches now. Downhill they drop once again. Meanwhile, out of Les Combes are going the race leaders, and Nick Tandy to that point was 2/10 slower than was Niederhauser. So that lead gap is still worth keeping an eye to. As you see there, Dorian Boccolacci, who's got past Mauro Engel, changed for 6th place now.
There is the leader down the hill into Spotter's Corner, or whatever we call it, tension. You can look and see in the Rover Racing Spotter's Corner,
Speaker's Corner,
down the hill. Now the gap, you point out, David, has been closing, because Niederhauser had been running consistently about 2.6 seconds behind, and they came across the line at the start of what is now lap 2, 527, under that 2 seconds, 1.9. I think you're right. I think Nick Tandy has got it in control. Nevertheless, Niederhauser's throwing everything that he's got in the book at the Porsche. I don't know why Nick would want to be as casual or relaxed. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's carrying a problem. Maybe he's babying a problem that we're not aware of. Maybe tyre wear is a little bit higher than he anticipated. Maybe the grip factor isn't quite at the level it was earlier in this stint. The fact is, he's got the advantage. He's got the high ground. He's in the lead of the race. He's going to come up and take what will be this. Will it be the last lap? No, it's not. He may have 2 more laps after this one, just depending on what point it is he comes across the start line as opposed to the finish line.
That doesn't sound right to me. That sounds very rapidly. It's still going.
It doesn't. It sounds extremely rapidly. Oh, that sounds awful.
Well, his last middle section
was gearbox related to me.
Yeah, his last middle section was good, but with a lap to go, can this car get to the end? The leaders go by.
That sounds serious. That's a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
Serious mechanical issue.
But the lead gap has just gone up.
The final lap.
4.4 seconds. So Tandy might have a problem, but Niederhauser has just dropped a whole chunk of time. So what's going on?
Wow, I honestly, that is... Never heard a racing car sound like a land-bag, drum-bag. I don't know what the problem is he's got, but certainly he's having to baby it all the way around the racetrack.
He's stuck in fifth gear, isn't he?
The gap, well, he's up to, well, the gap's up to 4.4 seconds as they came across the line. Stuck in fifth gear. Well, thank goodness you've got a nice, chalky, flat six motor, 4.2 or 4 litres. So, I'll tell you what, talk about heart and mouth for Nick Tandy. Whatever the problem is, if it's stuck in fifth gear, whichever gear it is, he's managed to consolidate that. It reminds me of Michael Schumacher back in Barcelona, stuck in a gear, and he managed to win the race when everybody else had a full box of gears. This is a great achievement, and this is what it is, stuck in fifth gear.
He's got some gears, but I think he was struggling to change earlier on the lap, but he has got some gears. But it just sounds horrible, this. Now, why can't Niederhauser take advantage out of all of this? Tandy clearly has a problem. You can see how nervous they are. Nick has to nurse it home, but Patrick Niederhauser, maybe he doesn't know. Perhaps he's settled for second place. The team ought to be telling him, get on with this, because Tandy clearly has got a problem. You can see how nervous the Rover Racing squad is, but Nick Tandy, I think, is going to get away with this, because Niederhauser is dropping back. He's not being able to capitalise at all.
Well, he was about 3 and a bit seconds slower on that last lap. Whether he's carrying a problem now as well, where is Lucas even further back? I think he's just conceded. He's conceded the race, not been made aware that the Porsche potentially could stop at any point in this final lap.
I would agree with that, because if Niederhauser had got the message, I'm sure he'd be wringing everything out of that car. He's dropping pace in the sectors, unless he too has a problem. But here they come into the bus stop. The 2020 Total 24 Hours of Spa is about to be won by Rover Racing, by Porsche, by Albamba, by Laurens Vanthoor, and by Nick Tandy, who takes the checkered flag.
Checkered flag.
The 24 Hours of Spa is another win for Rover Racing. Delight for Earl Bamber and Laurens Vanthoor. Relief for Nick Tandy, who's brought the car home, nursed it home, sounding like the proverbial bag of nails. But that was touch and go. Second goes to Patrick Niederhauser's Audi, shared with Mathieu Drudi and Fred Verviche. Third will be here Matteo Cairoli, Christian Engelhardt and Sven Muller. John, it kept us guessing right to the end, didn't it?
I'll tell you what, I don't know what Nick Tandy was thinking when he could hear that bag of nails banging away. But, I mean, my heart was in my mouth, because just imagine if you stopped for mechanical failure on the last lap of a 24-hour race. I mean, the agony. I mean, I'm having palpitations right now.
Well, high drama. Nick Tandy brings it home, but crikey, that car sounded horrible. And if Patrick Niederhauser had conceded, he will be kicking himself for weeks to come, because had he struck, he might have been able to do something. Who knows? 15th overall, Sandy Mitchell is on target here in 77 to win the Pro-Am contest, as he now accelerates up towards the timing line. He's got traffic around him, but a Pro-Am win for Barwell Motorsport is set to go the way here of the 77 Lamborghini. Sandy Mitchell, Leo Machitsky, and father and son Rob and Ricky Collard are about to emerge from the bus stop chicane. The Lamborghini heads towards the timing line, and Barwell Motorsport notches up another category win at the Total 24 Hours of Spa. This time it is a Pro-Am win and 15th place overall. There's the Silver Cup winner. Over the line goes Hubert Haupt, bringing home the Mercedes that he shares with Sergio Afanassiev, Gabriele Piana and Michele Beretta. And still they come, because this is the AM surviving, AM winning Bentley. Stefan Tribodini brings it to the checkered flag, number 108, with Stefan Lemery, Romano Ricci and Clement Mathieu having done their work. So, Porsche wins by 4.6 seconds, but again, slightly mystifying to know what happened to the Audi pace near the end, but this is not how a Porsche should sound, John Watson.
I mean, this sounds like a child beating a drum. I mean, amazing. I mean, when that car gets back into the garage after Parc Fermé, the mechanics will be over it. And I have no words to say other than, wow.
Well, Nick Tandy's word is phew, I think, because he's got it home to win here at Spa. So the Porsche clatters its way around, and the Nick Tandy-driven car is going to be, of course, once it gets to the pit lane, heading into Parc Fermé, but the team will be fascinated. Of course, how much of the noise they will have been able to hear, because all the engineers tend to have the headsets on, I don't know, but Nick may well have been in contact with them on the radio. He may have just wanted to keep quiet and nurse it home for fear of anybody getting wind of the problem. We heard it through the onboard, but the team clearly was very, very nervous towards the end of that race. But I'm still intrigued as to why that Audi could not make more progress, unless, pure and simple, they didn't know about the Porsche's travails and settled for second place.
I mean, up until the 2 laps from the end, there was nothing wrong with the Porsche. All of a sudden, we're aware of it now. Everybody watches a television at some point. They're either streaming it or watching a live feed. So somebody, I would have thought, in the attempted team would have said, they've got a major problem. Tell Patrick to get a move on, because he was with it, and he got it down to less than 2 seconds. Then the final 2 laps, well, I nothing left in the tank. I'll just cruise home and take my second place. Oh, anyway, whatever.
Well, it has been, as ever, a race full of drama, full of talking points, and we expected the rain, but perversely we had probably less than we did last year in July.
Well, we had a 5-hour stoppage in July, that was for sure.
And there the Silver Cup winning Mercedes, Hubert Haupt at the wheel of it. So, as ever, some hard luck stories. 27 Ferrari stopped right at the very end. Tom Blomqvist, I think I'm right in saying, at the wheel of it has retired, and Miguel Molina's Ferrari also stopped at the end. There's the AM winning Bentley, Stéphane Lemeray, Romano Ricci, Clément Mathieu and Stéphane Trubodini, all coming out on top of the AM competition. The size of the AM entry wasn't huge this year, but good that the AM's still as keen as ever to take part in the event. But as we expected, John, it has been a very dramatic race indeed.
Well, first of all, starting a race in the 3rd week of October, I mean, at the point when the clocks go back, I mean, I've never known that happen at any race meeting I've been involved in, but it's been proven to be a phenomenal success in extreme circumstances. You know, because of COVID-19, nothing could be done other than the teams turn up, a very, very small press corps, a television team, and we put on a stunning event. Phenomenal effort by Rover Racing. Great event for Porsche. Second race, second event in succession. They walk away the winner.
So there is the winning Porsche in pit lane. Porsche wins the Total 24 Hours of Spa despite a late race mechanical scare. Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber, Laurens Vanthoor, the winners. Nick Tandy nursing the car home, and there it is under the winner's arch. It's a different celebration for this year's event, but Nick, blimey, yes, knows the enormity of that. He has won the Spa 24 Hours in a car that was certainly not 100% at the end. He came so close to winning last year. Was it 8 seconds, the winning margin that he missed out by? But this year he has done it. Nick Tandy wins with the Rover Racing squad, Earl Bamber and Laurens Vanthoor coming home victorious. And now Nick wants to have a look at what might have been making that horrible noise.
I don't know. I mean, the only experience I have of a Porsche having a noise like that was many years ago at Le Mans, and suddenly down the Mulsanne Straight, the engine made a rude noise. Drove it back to the pits and said, there's something wrong with the motor, can you check it out? Took the engine lid off, had a look around and said, yeah, that's the race finished. I said, what's wrong? Conrod through the block. Nevertheless, it still managed to drive back with a Conrod through the block on 5 cylinders. So I don't know whether Nick Tandy had a similar issue. I don't think it was a mechanical issue in terms of the motor itself. I think it was more gearbox related. Whatever it was, well, look at his face. I think he's as disbelieving probably as, well, will be the second place attempt to racing Audi, that the victory was there within 2 laps of the finish of 24 hours.
Yes, it's hard to know whether that's exhaustion or relief or incredulity or all of the above, but we knew it was going to be a dramatic race. We knew there was going to be a sting in the tail, but we didn't expect it to be for the leading car. Think back to Le Mans, think back to Toyota grinding to a halt with a lap to go. Well, at least that got to the end. There is Patrick Niederhauser, so near and yet so far, but a really, really impressive job done by Patrick Niederhauser, who will now, in due course, join his teammates for the trophy presentation. Of course, drivers getting their winners' caps. They also have to get their masks these days. Right, Nick Tandy, what happened to your Porsche? Let us find out right now.
Nick, congratulations! An incredible drive at the end there. What was wrong with the car?
If you look down here, there's oil coming all out the back of the car. With 1.5 laps to go, I don't know what's happened. We've split the gearbox, we've broken a diff, or drive shafts has come out. There was a horrendous noise, and I mean, I'm so sorry for our competitors, but I covered the track in oil. Luckily, there's only 1 lap to go. But that is the most emotional last stint I've ever done.
The tears are flowing down here. Come and join us. Laurent, a fantastic victory. You weren't expecting that, to be fair, when we spoke earlier on Saturday.
Honestly, I don't have any words. It's been such a tough 2020 for us. We had so many difficult races and disappointments, and this is just, Nick did amazing.
Did you know that Nick had the problem at the end there?
Yeah, I was on the radio. I thought I was getting a heart attack. It's the worst feeling you can imagine, but we did it. It's all that counts. And
well done, well done. Come in and join us just quickly. A very, very emotional embrace, the three of you at the end there. Were you biting your nails as Nick nursed that home?
Yeah, I have no more nails left, but it was nerve-wracking enough. And yeah, we didn't have the fastest car all day, but the team did an amazing job. Nick, that was an incredible stint. The last 3 hours there, we knew he was the man for the job, and then on the last lap, the gearbox started to blow up. So we weren't sure if we were even going to make it across the line, even with the comfortable gap. So it was absolutely incredible, and a day we'll never forget.
You didn't have the lead at all until the 11th hour, though. I mean, the final hour, that was amazing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, these endurance races, you only need to lead it in the most important time. We knew there'd be plenty of safety cars. The whole team and everyone at Porsche, they did an amazing strategy to get us to the lead. We took a big gamble, not taking tyres, and it's paid off.
Well done. Congratulations. Winners!
Wow, that explains it. Explains two things. First, the noise with the oil leaking out of the car, but the pace that the opposition no longer had because of an oily circuit, potentially. So Patrick Niederhauser unable to close because of oil on the track. So Patrick Niederhauser tried his hardest, but if the circuit, as we've now heard, John, was being coated in oil to add to the water, no wonder he didn't have the pace anymore.
No, indeed. I mean, the worst thing you can do is mix oil and water on a racetrack. And but I'm sure Patrick Niederhauser, he probably wasn't aware where the oil was coming from. If he had known it was coming from the Porsche, he may well have maybe pushed that a little bit harder to the finish.
Great job done by our winners. Also that second placed crew then, Patrick Niederhauser, Mathieu Drudy and Fred Verviche.
Boys, congratulations, second place there, Fred. Did you believe that there was any possibility of catching Nick at the end there?
I mean, we saw that Tandy was flying like crazy, the penultimate last stint, so I thought it would be very difficult, but Patrick was absolutely on it, and he made us believe that it was possible. But I think in the rain they are so strong, and yeah, the conditions just fell. Yeah, not fortunate for us at this time, but congrats to them, and I think we did a really good job, all three of us. First time we drove together, and yeah, we have to accept it and P2, and then hopefully next year we can do better.
Fantastic stuff. Of course, a very difficult race, particularly towards the end there with numerous safety cars.
Yeah, the whole race has not been really easy for us, for everybody. Track was changing every stint, every lap, I would say. So I think to we did a really good job. All the guys who reached the finish, I think, did a really good job. I think we had a really consistent car for all conditions. So dry, we were really quite fast. Wet, Patrick was flying at the end. So I think was not
well done.
Yeah, not really easy. Not the easiest 24 hours Spa, but we made it till the end, and I'm personally really happy. I think all the team has to be really happy. We did a really good job, and let's see what we can do next year.
Fantastic. Thank you. Finally, a race that could never, ever have been predicted.
Yeah, in the end, you know, if somebody asked me if I would take a P2 before the start, I would say, yeah, sure. I mean, it's a really, really tough race. Everyone wants to win it. We wanted to win it so badly. You know, at the moment, I don't know if I should cry because we missed P1, or we should just be happy about P2. I really gave it my all in the end.
Well done.
I think we can really be proud of ourselves.
Super performance. Well done. Thank you very much. Well done.
Patrick Niederhauser, Mattia Drudi and Frederick Vervisch take second place. Patrick sums it up, not knowing really whether to laugh or cry, so close to a win. The top 8 all finished on the lead lap. 9th was the Honda, incidentally, but we'll do the full results in a few moments' time, as Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber and Laurens Van Thor are set to celebrate here at Spa. Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber, Laurens Van Thor have won the Total 24 Hours of Spa. In the Pro-Am competition, Rob and Ricky Collard, father and son, with Sandy Mitchell and Leo Machitsky victorious for Barwell Motorsport. And the Pro-Am class winners are with Gemma Scott.
Pro-Am winners, father-son duo, you've done it, well done!
Thank you so much. I did not think that we'd ever be able to even get this opportunity, so we want to just really thank Leo and thank the team. But I don't know, I think we've made history. We might have made the history book, so it's quite cool.
So very, very pleased. It's my first ever Spa 24 hour. To share it with Ricky, my son, Sandy and Leo is fantastic. It's such a great race and such difficult conditions. These guys, all three of these guys have driven brilliantly, and
super job.
It's been tough. It's been tough.
But worth it.
But so worth it.
Absolutely.
So worth it.
Well done, Sandy. A really tough race, like we said, and definitely unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, the Pro-Am field this year has had a great turnout in GT World Challenge, and like all the other races, it was the pace was really high, and yeah, it was very close throughout the race, especially the top 3 with the Aston Martin and Ferrari. We were fighting them, but yeah, our Barwell Lambo stuck to it and didn't miss a beat, and yeah.
Well done.
Awesome.
Well done, Leo. You know, just a superb memory now.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to these guys, but especially to this man. We call him Babyface Assassin for a reason. Every time he was in the car, he drove it like he stole it. Every time he didn't put a foot wrong. And I just want to say thank you to the team. Barwell have always given us an impeccable car. I think this is the best car I've ever driven in 24 hours. I've done Spa now 8 times, and I think this is one of my most memorable.
Well done.
So thank you very much to these boys and to the team.
Congratulations. Well done, guys. Well done.
Good words from Leo Machitsky, and really good for the Collards. That dad and lad triumph. First time they've shared a car, because traditionally Ricky has been a single-seater racer before coming into GT. Rob only this year has come into double driver racing, and for Mark Lemmers, Barwell Motorsport team that he and Chris Needell have run so successfully for many, many years now. A great result. Of course, they lost one car, the Silver Cup entry, early this morning in an accident that took the 78 entry out of the race. But let's turn to silver next and hear from our class winners in the pits.
Silver class winners, congratulations. It doesn't get better than that, does it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we built up the team in June, and this is for us the biggest event of the year. And we won the Silver Cup class, so we're so happy, and a great job of the team, great job of my teammates. Overall, fantastic.
Well, Mercedes certainly had the pace this weekend.
The pace was perfect, and you know, everything went perfect. The weather seems to be very Spa, but even in the summer sometimes it's colder than right nowadays here. And I would say it's just thanks to everyone, thanks to the team. The team did a fantastic job. They were not sleeping. I believe they will spend now 24 hours sleeping, and thanks to the guys, because they were pushing like last day of the day.
Absolutely, pushing very, very hard throughout the whole 24 hours.
Yeah, that's the only way one can win. We took some risk, we took some chances. I'm glad that this year, we managed to finish on the top step after finishing second and third, and finally first. That tastes nice, yeah.
That was exactly the goal coming into the weekend.
Yeah, nothing to add. I just have to say a big thanks to the whole team. They put a lot of efforts for this race, and we managed to make a really smooth race. No mistakes. I have to thank all my teammates. They were perfect through all the weekend, so car was great. We're bringing it home, so I'm really
And now
happy.
you can celebrate.
Yeah. With the masks on.
With your masks on, absolutely, and not hugging. Well done.
So those are Silver Cup winners, Hubert Haut, Sergio Afanasiev, Gabriele Piana and Michele Beretta for the new HRT Haut racing team. And they come out on top of the Silver Cup. So a new team takes class honours. Great job done. As I say, the drivers in due course will head towards the presentation area. Podium ceremonies will all be rather different, of course, for this year's event. They're the third place team. Matteo Cairoli, along with Christian Engelhardt and Sven Müller, make their way down the pit lane, ready to be called to the podium. Thumbs up. And if you're not the race winner, it's just, move on to the next race, I guess. Let's look at the provisional results then of the 2020 Total 24 Hours of Spa. Lawrence Van Thor, Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber, the winners, ahead of Mathieu Drudy, Patrick Niederhauser and Fred Bavish, ahead of Sven Müller, Christian Engelhardt and Matteo Cairoli. Matt Campbell, Patrick Pilet, Mathieu Jaminet fourth, getting ahead at the end of James Collado, Nicholas Nielsen and Alessandro Pierguidi in that Ferrari that faded a little bit, with Marcus Winkelhock, Dorian Boccolacci and Christopher Haase in sixth. Romaro Engel, Lucas Stolz and Vincent Abril. Jörg Bergmeister eighth, with Fred Makovici and Dennis Olsen. The Honda ninth, Dane Cameron, Renger van der Zande and Mario Farnbacher. And the best Bentley 10th, Jordan Pepper, Jules Gounon and Maxime Soulet. Go to 15th and you'll see Sandy Mitchell, Ricky Collard, Rob Collard, Leo Machitsky as the Pro-Am winners. Second in Pro-Am, in 17th overall, the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari, and third in Pro-Am, the Garage 59 Aston, down in 20th place. In the Silver Cup, 18th was where number 5 of Gabriele Piana, Michele Beretta, Sergio Afanasiev and Hubert Haut were as the category winners, ahead of Indy Doncia, Russell Ward and Phil Ellis, 21st. And then third in the Silver Cup was the number 89 Mercedes, shared by Alex Fontana, Lucas Legre and Benjamin Haitez. The winning AM is 30th, and that is Stefan Tribodini, Stefan Lemeray, along with Clement Mathieu and Romano Ricci. And from that graphic that you've seen, take out Miguel Molina, who was 19th, take out Tom Blomqvist because they didn't get to the checkered flag, and only 32 cars ultimately took the checkered flag in. Certainly a challenging Total 24 Hours of Spa. And that last page reveals the horrible truth for some teams, losing a car early on. Atepto was one with the first retirement, but also finishing second overall. And so now the winning drivers make their way to the podium, ready for the presentations. So here we have the drivers for the AMs, because we do this in reverse order, and they're third in Pro-Am, join them as well. So first of all, 108, Clement Mathieu, Romano Ricci, Stefan Tribodini and Stefan Lemeray win the AM contest. For third place in Pro-Am then, 188, which is the Aston of Maxime Martin, Johnny Adam, Alexander West and Chris Goodwin are there. Second, the Ferrari team, Eddie Cheever, Giancarlo Fisichella, Chris Froggatt and Jonathan Hui take second place in Pro-Am. The Sky Tempesta Racing drivers, there they are. They get their trophies, they come to the podium for photographs. The Formula One podium, the endurance podium I should say, forgive me, overlooking the endurance pits, not used this year. They're the second place Pro-Am drivers on the F1 podium. Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui, Eddie Cheever and Giancarlo Fisichella come through for second in Pro-Am. And then the class winners will step forward. Out come Sandy Mitchell, Ricky Collard, Rob Collard and Leo Machitsky, the winners of the Pro-Am competition for Barwell Motorsport, the British team. And there they all crowd together on the top step. Stefan Rattel steps forward to hand over the trophies to the winning drivers in the Pro-Am competition. And for Mark Lemmer, the man behind the team, member of the British Racing Drivers Club, it's yet another success with Lamborghini, with which he has had many over the last few seasons, be it in World Challenge Europe or British GT. For Barwell Motorsport, the national anthem of the winning team, and there is Mark Lemmer to receive the winner's trophy on behalf of his squad. Fist bumps all round, and a tough day because, like many teams, a sort of bittersweet race, losing one car but a class win. Pro-Am winners: Sandy Mitchell, Leo Machitsky, Ricky and Rob Collard. The winning AMs are busy celebrating AM success for Clement Mathieu, Romano Ricci, Stéphane Tribodini and Stéphane Lemeray. So now the drivers head from the podium, which will be made ready for the Silver Cup. So the drivers pick up trophies, wander from the podium, and then we will have our Silver Cup drivers forward. John, for Mark Lemmer, for Barwell Motorsport, a great result that, just getting on with the job in hand. So Mark Lemmer's team will go to celebrate, and then we look forward to the Silver Cup drivers being introduced to the podium. You can see the cars in part fairway conditions in the endurance pits, and then of course all the drivers have had to be briskly moved across to the Formula One pits for the larger podium. That's why that's being used, and the drivers will be called forward in a few moments, I hope. This is how we look in terms of points now, the overall driver classification within the GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS, with Timo Boguslavski's efforts across sprint and endurance putting him at the top of the table. Raffaele Marciello behind him, ahead of Charles Weerts and Dries Van Thor, who've already won the Sprint Cup title. Don't forget, there's another endurance round, and therefore to affect the overall standings still to go. Kelvin van der Linde fourth from Maro Engel, Lukas Stoltz next from Christopher Haase. So, a dramatic race in both the AM and Pro-Am categories. Now, the silver drivers will be, as I say, brought to the podium. So too will those from the overall class, the so-called Pro division. And there will also, of course, be the Intercontinental GT Challenge winners to factor in. But that will be exactly the same, because you have Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber and Lawrence Van Thor registered for that championship. These are the overall endurance points. Now Raffaele Marciello, Timo Boguslavski and Felipe Fraga tied with Sven Muller, Christian Engelhardt and Matteo Cairoli, all on 52 points apiece as the Silver Cup drivers step forward. There for third place you see the combination of Florian Latour, Baptiste Moulin, Taylor Proto and Hugo Chevalier. Our third placed Silver Cup drivers are there. Hugo Chevalier, Taylor Proto, Baptiste Moulin and Florian Latour. They are joined by the second-placed crew from the HTP Motorsport team. Stepping forward, Philip Ellis, Indy Jean-Jean, and the American driver, Russell Ward. So it's great to have him in the race. Good to see Philip Ellis going so well, the Audi TT Cup champion, who has done a bit of single-seater racing until funds ran low, but has made a real name for himself in largely German-based championships, it must be said, winning the Audi TT Cup, but also going well in things like the old VLN. But then, for a guy that set up a team in the lockdown period, and it has come out fighting with race wins, and now with a category win at the Total 24 Hours of Spa, Hubert Haupt wins the Silver Cup with co-drivers Sergei Afanasiev, Gabriele Piana and Michele Beretta. They stand on the podium. Fist bumps all round. Hubert Haupt, who has been racing for many, many years, the man that operates the team for him, Jean-Paul Breslin. Sean Breslin is their ex-racer himself, ready to receive trophies. And a delighted team that, because setting up a team in the best of times is jolly hard work, never mind what it has been like right now. Stefan Rattel steps forward with the check for the teams that are permanent entrants across both championships, Sprint Cup and Endurance Cup. More trophies are presented, and the celebrations for Haupt Racing Team will begin in a moment, because they are the Silver Cup winners. There is the team's trophy and the Pirelli prize as well. So our Silver Cup winners, Hubert Haupt, Sergei Afanasiev, Gabriele Piana and Michele Beretta, win in silver. That is the 2020 Total 24 Hours of Spa, won by Nick Tandy, Laurence Vanthoor and Earl Bamber. Thanks for your company. It's goodbye from Spa. So let's carry on with our podiums as we see there the winning Silver Cup drivers. Then Hubert Haupt, Sergei Afanasiev, Gabriele Piana and Michele Beretta are the Silver Cup winners at Spa-Francorchamps. And that means that we will have just one more podium to go. It will be for the overall classification. The three winning crews will be through the door in a moment, ready to head to the podium. The celebrations set to get underway, and it's this car that is the real focus of attention. It was just about durable enough, and of course Porsche 98 suffering right towards the very end. And what a relief it was a 24, not a 25-hour race for that winning crew. But in the end, just 4.6 seconds was the margin, and Nick Tandy very, very relieved indeed that he was able to bring it home. And not as relieved, I guess, as the team was, because it could do nothing to influence things from outside. Second place going to Patrick Niederhauser's Attempto Racing Audi. Couldn't do very much because of the state of the circuit, all the oil down on it. But it was the get-out-of-jail-free card for Nick Tandy, who just could not believe it when he came across the line to score that race win. What a result, what a race. And there is the oil leaking but race winning Porsche. And when Nick spoke to Gemma earlier, there was a little energetic Bedford language. Apologies if that was audible to everybody. Right, so the trophies are presented. There is the Coupe d'Or as well that will be presented by race officials, the King's Cup. And there the Lamborghini representation celebrates on the podium. So for overall honours, it was Porsche first, Audi second, Porsche third. The podium now being made ready, and there with winners' sashes on for Rover Racing. The winners, Sophie Perra from SRO Motorsports Group, calling them forward. And Nick Tandy saying, got a flight to catch or something like that. But he is heading up the stairs now, ready for the podium. There will, of course, after this, be the press conference for the drivers, but now everything has to be made ready, podium dressed, and then the Rover Racing drivers will step forward. Laurens Vanthoor, of course, has won the event before, but it's been a long time since that last win in 2014. So, for third place, Matteo Caroli, Christian Engelhardt and Sven Muller step forward for the Dynamic Motorsport team. The Porsche 911 GT3R comes home for third place. The drivers that won the 6R Nürburgring race then celebrate on the podium for third position. Then, for second, Attempto Racing, or to give it its full title this weekend, Audi Sport Attempto Racing. Mathieu Drudy, Patrick Niederhauser and Fred Vervisch take second place. The gap at the flag, 4.687 seconds. So near and yet so far as the Attempto drivers were concerned. You can see Patrick Niederhauser's body language. He's still so dejected that he couldn't quite get close enough, but second place still a great result for the team. And then as the second overall check presented to the team that's registered for both of the two championships. Next, there will be the race winners to come to the podium. The race winners of the 2020 Total 24 Hours of Spa, they step forward. Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber, Laurens Vanthoor win the biggest and best GT3 race of them all. For Rover Racing, for Porsche, and to avenge last year's defeat, Nick Tandy receives his trophy. Earl Bamber, Laurens Vanthoor will do likewise in a moment. And for Nick Tandy, he is a very happy man indeed as the trophies and the winners' watches from Rebellion are presented. Nick was like he wasn't expecting that. You get used to trophies, but sometimes there are extra things to receive on the podium, and Rebellion, the new timing partner, has got these special Spa 24-hour watches commissioned, and the race winners receive one as Nick waits, ready to celebrate. Trophy in the air, Rover Racing wins at Spa. Rover Racing, a great team effort. Sad that it lost the sister car 99, but 98 comes home to win. First time it was registered on the hourly bulletins as a leader was at the 23rd hour, and it stayed there. Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber, Laurens Vanthoor win the 2020 Total 24 Hours of Spa after a nail-biting finish. The Porsche just held together as the fantastic winner's trophy is held aloft. Laurens Vanthoor has won it before. Nick Tandy and Earl Bamber add another 24-hour success to their very impressive CVs. And what a drive, what a result, and what a way to end a race that was absolutely full of surprises, full of drama, right the way from start, at the delayed start, to the finish. Had us guessing even for those last couple of laps, but in the end, Porsche wins at Spa. The champagne is sprayed, delighted drivers on the podium. Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber and Lawrence Van Thor win the Spa 24 Hours of 2020. A race full of drama. Let's look back at the highlights thereof, because as the race got underway, it was on a damp but drying circuit, and right from the start of the race there was excitement as Raffaele Marciello went side by side down through Eau Rouge with Christopher Mies in the Audi. Marciello came out ahead as the cars battled their way up through Raidillon for the first time. Rob Bell in the McLaren was trying to gain places as well as defend, but then we had a spin for Philip Ellis and there was mayhem around him with lots of cars suffering damage that led to retirement for Finlay Hutchison and a big delay here for Daniel Karlvitz. The next casualty was Hiroshi Hamaguchi because he went off the road as the race restarted, and that did for that car, with Phil Keane getting a lap or two before it was parked after 33 laps. We had the first round of pit stops cycle through with new boots going on to the 99 Porsche, but 88 Mercedes of Raffaele Marciello was well clear in the lead of the race, and he was trying to build that gap as the number 78 Silver Cup Lamborghini was given a tap by the Lexus, but they battled on, as too did number 63 with Dennis Lind keeping at bay Patrick Niederhauser in number 66 Audi R8. There were plenty of good class fights going on as well as the field once more blasted its way down through Raidillon. Mauro Engel was on his toes but ran out of room at the bus stop, so that meant that past him went Thomas Preining, and Preining then also had a go at Patrick Niederhauser, went through and took that place away as the 88 Mercedes blasted over the timing line. The rain came early evening, and the darkness and the rain caught out one or two, such as Robert Renauer. He ended up headbutting the tyre barrier. Number 63 had already done a new lap record in the hands of Dennis Lind. Marco Mappelli made it go even quicker, but Sprint Cup champion Charles Wirtz was off the road after a tag from the BMW of Nick Katzberg. That brought out a full course yellow, and it was retirement for the Audi. As the rest of the field ploughed on into the night, there were still lots of battles yet to be resolved, still plenty of talking points to shake out, and the back markers on occasions getting in the way, not helping some. But in the Silver Cup, it was the Barwell Lamborghini looking oh so strong, as up front 63 had put itself into the lead of the race. Marco Mappelli relaying Andrea Caldarelli, all three of them doing a great job following on Dennis Lind's progress earlier, and the Orange One FFF racing team looked to have turned a corner after a not great start to the championship season. Also moving up were last year's winners, Kevin Estrup, Michael Christensen and Richard Leitz. Michael Christensen found himself in a big battle with Kelvin van der Linde's Audi. Unfortunately though, the Porsche copped a drive-through for exceeding track limits. The next round of stops saw everybody come in really in a line, but as the 88 Acker Mercedes went out, others had to fight their way through the traffic, and Martin Tomczyk's BMW proved a very wide nut to crack. It was Felipe Fraga in the Mercedes that was forced out wide. He managed to just about get around the outside without too much time being lost, and then he set off in pursuit. The next round of pit stops gave the teams a chance to bang on fresh rubber, top up the fuel, and if needs be, do a driver change. Then this elongated dark section of the race was underway, but we lost the AM leader because 918 Porsche of Michael Joost had got rear damage and was heading for the pit lane. 108 Bentley therefore took over the class lead. The small battles raged on into the night. We lost Romain Vos spinning his Mercedes into the wall at La Source. He was going no further. Andrea Caldarelli in number 63 Lamborghini had a good stint, put himself very much into contention, and proved that the Lamborghini here had great pace compared to what we'd seen a year ago. The car was looking very racy indeed, taking the fight to the 88 Mercedes, but then started to hit trouble. Kelvin van der Linde got a drive-through penalty as well, and the Audi dropped down the order. But still the WRT car looked as though it was going to be able to fight back as the leading gaggle of cars went through traffic. Christoph Kress had a spin in his Santaloc Audi. He did rejoin, but not for long. The car going off again and necessitating another full course yellow that in turn moved to be a safety car. Kelvin van der Linde stranded by the side of the road. A drive issue putting him out of the race, and WRT's big name car was gone. When the race resumed, it was battle on between Mercedes and Lamborghini. The two of them charging up through Les Combes with Caldarelli in the Lambo, slithering out a little bit wide over the curve and dropping back behind 88. But then relayed Marciello on the next pit stops, and all was looking good for the French team, ACA ASP. We had another interruption on the restart. 88 diving past the Rover Racing Porsche on the run up to Les Combes. Michael Christensen in 47 was trying to fight back as well after that earlier time lost, but a front upright issue in the night would cost the car even more time. The Intercontinental GT Challenge entered Honda was also looking racy, doing a very good job staying in that leading group pretty much race long and finishing ultimately in a great 9th place as 88 Mercedes put itself back into the lead of the race again, keeping 63 Lamborghini at bay. '98 Porsche, however, was bit by bit working its way up the order. It hadn't sparkled in the first hour, but it was looking much stronger as the teams ploughed on through the night. With more dark running than ever before, this first autumnal date for the Total 24 Hours of Spa. Out got Raffaele Marciello, and into the Mercedes got Felipe Fraga. But the car was not to enjoy success for much longer, because heading up to Les Combes, there was a major drama for it, as there was some sort of brake explosion and the car ended up limping back to the pit lane. Out on track, that gave number 63 Lamborghini a chance to make hay, battling with the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. The squabble continued as 88 there had its issue. It ended up on 3 wheels, grinding the tarmac as the car headed to the pit lane, but retirement. Enough damage had been done to put that out of the race, and the 3-wheeled Mercedes was going no further. Number 51 Ferrari was picking up its skirts a little bit and improving in terms of pace. That car on target to finish 5th, having run even higher. The road was getting wet once more as 98, Nick Tandy at the wheel, muscled his way up through the order. Eau Rouge was very treacherous. We had a spin for the number 52 Ferrari. Worst was to cap Daniel Serra having another lose, and then the car going off the road altogether before lunchtime on Sunday. The marshals, bedraggled as they were busy with the full course yellow boards. The safety car team was virtually non-stop, and as the drivers accelerated their way out of the bus stop for yet another restart, all tightly packed, it was always a bit heart in mouth, waiting for perhaps yet more drama to come. Lamborghini 63 taking on Audi 66. The two of them running together as they turned their way out of La Source, and down through Pont they turned. Back on track, Porsches were busy squabbling. 47 though darted out of the battle into the pit lane. Number 51, Alessandro Pierguidi, James Collado, Nicholas Nielsen improving in pace and place as Michel Petit made a run for it. His Raton Racing run Lamborghini stranded trackside, and that was another from the AM competition out of the race. With the rain falling once more, the circuit getting wetter, it was a relief for the teams when daylight finally arrived. But if they thought that was going to be the end of their travails, think again. Dennis Lynn, race leader, off the road, big time, big hit into the barriers. There wasn't anything that could be said to console a desperate Dennis. Then Chris Goodwin had a spin. Some avoided him, but sadly off the road had gone Daniel Alaman, and the gap narrowed at the wrong moment for Alex McDowell. A massive hit that put 2 more cars out of the race. And then Louis Machiels had a sizable accident at Stavelot. He was okay, but the Belgian driver was another one out of the race, and the pit stop cycle managed to shuffle the order greatly, causing an element of confusion as the safety car team had to wait to find out exactly who was the leader after this pit stop. Attempto and Santalot came in together. Santalot jumped ahead, places gained on a faster pit stop. So the safety car team eventually was given a leader, and we got the race back underway. It wouldn't be the last time we saw yellow flags. The Attempto Audi had looked the quicker, but now we were heading to a part of the race where the track conditions were ever so changeable. It was a little bit wet, but not necessarily wet enough for the slicks to not work or the wets to work better. And it was one of those situations where for some laps, wets were better, and for others, slicks were better. eventually the rain did start to fall heading towards lunchtime, and cars on wet tyres not only had the advantage, but it was essential that you went onto Pirelli's treaded tyre. So we've got another raft of pit stops. And if you called it wrong, then you were going to be in strife. Fred Verviche, perhaps using his local knowledge to good effect, had elected to put his car on wet tyres. And on some laps, it had paid off. Other times, maybe less so, but the weather gods would be kind for a period. The Audi was climbing up the curve as it got away. Number 51 Ferrari onto slicks, but it was wet for the 66 Audi. No question about it, said Verviche. But with the road still dry enough to let the slicks work, so number 25 Audi was clawing back the lost time and was slightly quicker. So into the lead again went number 25, the Santalok car. But then as the track conditions deteriorated, the wets kicked in and Verviche was back up front. And that rain would last, and that rain would get heavier, making for yet more drama before the very end of the race. And as the cars powered their way down into Eau Rouge, particularly treacherous part of the circuit, drivers opting for another set of wets. Another incident off to the left. We lost Benjamin Goether's Audi into the tyres, so full course yellow into safety car, and everybody would battle on again. Drama down at La Source. This time it was the 22 Porsche being turned around, others having to go wide in avoidance. The Audi fight was on, but the Attempto Audi threw on the inside. That brought Fred Verviche up one further place. The order between the Audis being traded really until the 23rd hour. And there, Patrick Pilet got involved with Sergei Sorokin and tapped the Ferrari into the tyres. Late into the race, Mario Engel doing his best to hang on to position. Thomas Preining doing his best to get up the order. Away from the pits, the Attempto and Santalok Audis. So too AF Corsa's Ferrari, but all of a sudden this car was playing a major part in the race, almost unnoticed. It had chipped its way up the order. At one point looked like it was even going to be lapped, but oh no. Clever strategy, great driving, and an acceptance of the demands of a 24-hour race in these conditions, and being able to save a big slide like this from Nick Tandy, all went together to put the car into the lead at the end of R23. Another interruption from Pereira's ML Fry Racing Lamborghini off the road this time. So that was another interruption, and lots of the teams, having made a pit stop, elected to do another in quick succession to reset the clock so that they could run to the end, with 65 minutes being the maximum stint time. So Nick Tandy leading the race, looking good in the rather curb-hopping Porsche, threading his way from the bus stop back onto the racetrack once again. And then yet another interruption, Benjamin Lessen off the road. And would that be our final interruption to the race? The answer was yes. Nick Tandy would lead away from the restart, with on his tail Patrick Niederhauser, as the cars blasted their way up over the timing line to get the race back underway. Niederhauser tried his best to stay on the tail of Tandy, but the gap widened as Engel and Boccolacci went toe-to-toe. Dorian Boccolacci being run out wide at Les Combes. There, number 98 of Nick Tandy was building the lead, getting away from Niederhauser. All looked under perfect control, or so we thought. 4 laps to go, the gap had started to come down a little bit. There was a great fight on for third. Matteo Cairoli here moving himself up and past Alessandro Pierguidi. Very brave stuff indeed, as Nick Tandy continued to control the pace up front. But there were nervous faces in the Rover garage. Why was that? The answer was that the car was leaking oil. The gearbox was making a horrible noise. Nick Tandy would just hold on to come through to score a race win, but it was touch and go. A delighted team. Nick Tandy, the race winner, along with Lawrence Van Thor and Earl Bamber at the end of a drama-filled total 24 hours of Spa. Thanks for your company these last 24 hours. Plus, we hope you enjoyed the race, even if you've not been able to be here in person. From Charlie Butler-Henderson and Martin Haven, the night shift, from Nicky Shields and Gemma Scott in the pits, from Bruce Jones, John Watson, and from me, David Addison. We'll see you next year. Bye-bye from Spa.